Hello? What's going on, everybody? Dude, I just kind of by accident, thought of, not by accident, when I was, super tired last night, I'm like, I need different music to listen to, and I was just like, you know what? Let's get the Half-Life soundtrack ready to go. And I'll be honest with you, there's some good tunes on that. Like, that one, Sector Sweep, that's a great song. Man. I mean, the sound counts for so much in games, dude. It's kind of nuts. God, what's up? 44-month resub. I guess it's time for some crazy midlife crisis purpose. Oh wait, already did that. Already did that. Yeah. 11 times. It's kind of insane. Yeah, that Falcon 9 fairing from the Starlink mission last night flew 11 times for fairing. I mean, I don't see why not, but also that's pretty impressive. That's pretty dang impressive. And we also can't forget the booster and the mission match. Yep. 1069 on Starlink 6.9. If only it launched on April 20th. Get it. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I usually scroll the feed for space news, right at the beginning of stream. And all right. So first of all, Try 5 Chevy from Jegs. That's. I don't hate that. I don't hate this whole thing going on right here. That's pretty neat. But Estine volumen in toga an solum tibi.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, come on now. Volumen in toga. That guy. You know what that means? You guys know what that says? You guys know what? It's Latin. Yes, it is Latin. It says, is that a bulge in your pants, or are you happy to see me? That's what that says. It's the richest man in the world right there. Estine volumen in toga. Is that a roll in your pants, or are you happy to see me? That's literally what that says. Okay. And literally meaning it's written. Okay. All right. Hey, Ayla, how are you? At work, so mostly lurking. Lurk away, my friend. Lurk away. This was directly below that. So that's the guy that runs Ford, and he spit in a cooler. So the literal definition of literal, yes. Feeling like crap, waiting for the relief driver so you can go home. Here, Ayla, I'm gonna replay Sensor Sweep for you. Okay, trust me. This is a song you just listened to. It reminds me of U2, like Octung Baby U2, like U2 circa 1992 or something like that. This song. We'll just listen to it. Maybe it'll make your day better. About that Pats game, it's preseason. It doesn't matter. Just listen. Yeah, I got you, Bless, for sure. I saw it, Hellfish. Yeah, saw the replay, dude. It looked pretty good. Soyuz still choo-choos, man. It's great rocket. Just don't really feel like dealing with any of the crap posting in chat, you know? It's a shame, but it is what it is. Yeah, Fish, you feel like you loaded up like Project Gotham Racing or Porsche Challenge or something. Yeah, exactly. This might sound like a dumb thing to say, because, you know, but I don't know about you guys. Sometimes I just sit down and listen to music. Not like listen to music while exercising, or listen to music while reading a book, or listen to music while you're cooking dinner, or whatever. I don't know. I still, to this day, just sit and listen to music. Do that. Try to do that once a day. Just pick a song. And, you know, there's listening a song, there's hearing a song, and then there's listening to it. You know what I mean? When you give it your undivided attention. It's nice. I like doing that. I don't know if you guys enjoy music that way. Probably. But most people probably listen to music, man. Like, that's what I mean about it being a dumb thing to say, but yeah. Healthy and it changes your mood. Absolutely, Fish. Absolutely. That's part of the reason why I do it. Listen to a good song. Really brightens up your day. Haven't done that in a while. Yeah. I'll who can guess? Nope, that's Robert Parker, and it just decided to keep playing it. All right, here. This is what I listened to this morning. This is the song I just listened to. I'm in kind of a 80s dive in with music right now, so I'm only going to play a second of it. But who knows? Who knows the song? Who knows? If you know, you know. I'm not telling you what song it is. Hando, you're a Berkeley guy? Oh, my neck of the woods. It's a great school, man. It's insert name here. How do you know? Do you have a Sony Walkman strapped to your knee when you're driving or working out? I have this. It's not a Walkman, but it kind of is a Walkman. You lived in Waltham for years. Hando, you've told me that. You haven't. I'm not sure if you told me Berkeley before, but you've told me you lived in Waltham before. I remember that. I think. What I do remember as a youngster is just laying flat on the bedroom floor listening to music. Right, Wolfie? My dad taught me to do that. Because he's a music nut too. Yeah. Yeah, you know, there's listening to music and then there's or like hearing music and then there's listening to it. Listening to it is sweet. It's such a nice thing to do. It wakes me up. Just like It's like when we watch like shuttle launch footage or Saturn V footage. You sit there and you really like give it your undivided attention. Oh man. Like I don't mean to sound like, whoa man, the music, man. Like, but yeah, oh absolutely, that absolutely happens. It's not Motley Crue. That song's not Motley Crue. If you guess the song, you win. And if you guess the album, good for you. No Googling. No listening to it on the microphone and trying to find the song. If you know, you know. Rocket recap for everybody? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here. Before we get into Derail, that's a good idea. Let's check that Starlink launch from last night. Motley Crue is terrible live? Hellfish, are they terrible live like right now? Or were they terrible live in the 80s? Because in the 80s, from the live shows that I've seen, they don't look, doesn't look terrible to me. Like, right now, yeah, I mean, Crew's getting a little old. But, kind of sounded like a Tesla song. That's the right era, Dingleberg. That's the right era. It's called Gods of War by Def Leppard. It's off Hysteria. I was about to say Pyromania, but Hysteria is the album that came after that. Hysteria's a good album. I'm fighting with the gods of war. It's a sweet song. Anyway, all right. Let's see this. Let's see what we got here. This was last night. Real quick. Let's get to the good stuff. We'll have the condensed version. The short version. Do you? Good. You're married. Kiss her.
And lift off. Go Falcon. Go Starlink.
Was a on through the night kind of guy. Yeah, Dinkelberg, I knew I liked you.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
10 to 15 years ago, when your singer can't remember the lyrics, the most popular songs are pretty bad. Alice Cooper, however, is pure fire. You know what, Hellfish? He used to be such a sweet, sweet boy. He held the door for little old ladies. I don't know what happened.
Vehicle is supersonic.
So this is a Falcon 9 that went out of Slick 40 last night. This was, I mean, it's just another Starlink mission, right? But also, there's some pretty good milestones here. It was a 5-day turnaround for Pad 40. 5 days. A rocket launched off that less than a freaking week ago. And I want to point out that Slick 40 is basically seeing the most amount of rocket launches per, like ever in 1 year. Guys, I want to point out that Falcon 9 is well past, like, the space race, like early space program levels of launching. In the early space program, they didn't have any computers or anything to test. So when you tested, you put the thing out on the pad and sent it, right? That's what they had to do. So even during that time, when the ITL Causeway was seeing a Titan launch like once a month, I mean, we're well past that. SpaceX is operating on a launch cadence of average every 4 freaking days. That means every 4 days, almost 2 times a week, we see a Falcon 9 launch. That is unheard of. That people will look back on this point in history and be like, in spaceflight history, and be like, that's crazy. This is what changed everything. I mean, Falcon 9 is kind of like the 707 for like commercial launch providers. Like it's nuts how like far ahead that rocket even still is. And it's Falcon 9, you know what's weird? Falcon 9 is 15 years old. That rocket's 15 years old. Falcon 9 came on the books in 2008. It just kind of shows you the reason why I bring this up, and it kind of shows, you know,
we are venting out.
It kind of shows like how long it takes to get momentum with a spaceflight program, commercial or government. It takes a long time to get to this point. But we're at this point, and it is pretty freaking cool. The other thing I want to point out is that SpaceX is hitting this launch cadence with with Falcon 9? Well, the pad is under construction. They're building a crew access tower right here. See that? They laid down concrete foundations, satisfactory style, and they started they built the base block for the tower. Why the bigger fairing? Department of Defense contracts. I would say even more pivotal, okay. Like the DC-3, more like DC-3 showing it's possible. I would say that the shuttle is the DC-3, Gah. Maybe this is the de Havilland Mosquito. I think Starship, actually, I think saying this is a 707 is probably a good idea because Starship is the 747. It's going to be, if everything goes right, it's going to be 747 a space flight, which is pretty nuts. And the last launch from 40 was on Sunday. 5-day turnaround, T-Man. That is impressive. That is impressive considering Pad 40 it's an old school style pad. It needs to be refurbished, guys. The concrete in the flame trench does not survive a lot of rocket launches. They need to go in there and they need to literally do the industrial equivalent of spackling the wall. I mean, this rocket engines basically sandblast the concrete in the flame trench, which is just, it's pretty damn impressive. And having internal launch demand for Starlink is critical. Well, yeah, Cryolox, yeah, of course. I'm just more hinting at straight launch cadence, not demand. The demand is an important thing to understand too, though. You're absolutely right. Anyway, let's get to the good stuff. 4-day turnaround, dude. Just the fact that we're at this point, like, rockets aren't at the point where they can launch as much as airplanes yet. But they're almost at the point. This is like a charter jet frequency of flight, which is, every couple of days, which is pretty bananas. That's pretty crazy. Staging. Oops, some tape came off right there. Stiffener ring set looked good. I'll look at the fairing in a moment here. I want to get to my favorite supersonic retro propulsion. When Starlink is complete, what cadence do you think will be required to maintain the network with a complete satellite count? Falcon 9's going to need to keep this launch cadence, Orion, as long as Starlink is operational. Seriously. As long as Starlink is profitable and operational, this launch cadence is staying for the foreseeable future. And it's not just SpaceX. Project Kuiper, OneWeb. Not so much Project Kuiper and OneWeb, but Starlink was built in a way. So there's twofold things that make that inflate the demand for launching. Starlink satellites are in a lower orbit. They're around 400 kilometers, 400 to 450 to 500, right? Depending on what shell it's in. SpaceX has multiple shells, right? The polar ones are in a higher shell than the ones that launch, that go inclined, the polar Starlinks. But I digress. Starlink satellites, point is that they're in a decaying orbit. Putting the satellite in a decaying orbit makes it so it's basically going to come down within 5 years. It's going to come down within 5 years, whether you like it or not. So, SpaceX, knowing this, right, made the satellite, well, if it's only going to be up there for 5 years before the orbit's going to decay anyway, make a cheaper satellite. Make the satellite less complicated so you can mass produce them. Because Starlink, like for instance the International Space Station, right? If something goes wrong with the ISS and all the crew evacuates, the ISS isn't just a big floating football-sized field piece of junk flying up there. It'll come back down without guidance and control. It's like a ship that's been abandoned, right, at sea because something's going wrong. Eventually, it'll sink. Eventually, the ISS will come back down. Starlink, if SpaceX goes belly up, hopefully it's like when a Starship lands, right? But if that ever happened, the Starlink network would be gone completely within 5 years. So this basically, you want to hear a weird one? The first Starlink prototype satellites are long gone. They deorbited last year. Long gone. Crazy, right? So the demand needs to stay like this for them to maintain the network, and that is entirely on purpose. You're simultaneously providing the best internet satellite service you could, right, ever, and also keeping the launch cadence high, which fosters more research and development. It's kind of a it's cyclical. It keeps going. So the longer Starlink exists, the more demand for, well, despite internal demand, the more demand you're going to have for satellites anyway. What if Starlink is a cover-up for the ArcNet shield? I mean, Mr. Hankey, Elon Musk was in Iron Man 2, so... I mean, I'm not saying he's talking to Tony Stark, but he's probably talking to Tony Stark. Hey, you think you're going to throw that crap post in my chat past me? I will crap post right there with you, sir. Actually, what Robert Downey Jr., what Tony Stark said in Iron Man 2 to Elon is actually pretty right, which is actually kind of cool. He talked to him about the Merlin. He said that Merlin engine is magic. That's 100% right. It is. Because that's the engine that allows Falcon 9 to do... Give it a second. That allows Falcon 9 to do this. Well, that too, but also what's on the left screen. Elon Musk built this rocket in a cave! Oh, oh. I should burn the deck of the drone ship there a little bit. Hot dang, do they make it look easy. Quite off center. Yeah, a little ways. I'm trying to see if it's windy out there. Hold on, let me back it up. Let's watch. Let me see up to the landing burn. Is it... Looks like they may have landed in a headwind. Does James Webb have any collisions avoidance capabilities? Absolutely, dead scum. There's not much debris out there in the Lagrangian point, though. Not as much as there is in low Earth orbit. And I'm not talking about our satellites either. There's all kinds of natural satellites around. Space is very, very dirty. It's not a clean place by any means. Yeah, it was a little windy, just a little bit. You can tell because of the plume. So it's kind of cool when you see Falcon 9 come back down. They spray down the deck of the drone ship with water on purpose. They spray it down, and judging by all the rust, it's probably salt water, but whatever. So watch this real quick. So the rocket engine, the plume starts to hit the deck of the drone ship. All this steam is the water evaporating. You can actually see the evaporation right on the bottom right, or left on the bottom right. No, watch right here. You'll see the water just steam right up. Watch. Gone. And then when the flames start turning yellow, that's the plume interacting with the paint on the drone ship, most burning it and burning the iron oxide off as well. Yeah, that's what it's doing. That's what these flames are. It literally burns the flash rust off of the drone ship. And you can still see that down right in here, it's a little warm. And there's your excess liquid oxygen in RP1. See, there's still some RP1 right there. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me look at that again. No, the drone ships use Starlink, J-Nick. Falcon 9 doesn't use Starlink because changing an antenna on a rocket might as well be changing your propulsion system because of the FCC and whatnot. Keep the antennas that work. That's why Falcon 9 still blanks out during re-entry sometimes, but the drone ship gives you uninterrupted footage. Oh, something broke. Yep. Something broke. Yep. Yeah, either that or some residual propellant ignited, but generally when you see fire above the nozzles, it's not a good thing. Could be a burp from the gas generator, Aqualex. Yeah, that's possible. The dumps are actually... The dumps for them are inside. It looks like the gas generator had some residual that caught on fire there. Yeah, I don't think, I retract that. I don't know if something broke, but yeah, that was a little bit of residual. So, the Falcon 9, when you shut a rocket engine off, what you got to do is immediately evacuate all the propellants out of the motor. You got to inert the engine. And how they inert the engine is by pumping helium. They just pump helium gas through the engine and out the bottom. And that's why you see like a puff when the engine shuts off. But when you do that, you push the rocket propellants, the RP1 and LOX, out the bottom of the motor. Sometimes, the rocket engine burps when it shuts off. It literally after it's done. Like if runners puke after they run for a long period of time, right? Like the problem is when the rocket engine burps, when you burp, you get a very bad taste in your mouth, right? But when the rocket engine burps, it's burping out rocket atomized propellant. That's not good. It does catch on fire sometimes, and it looks like it caught a little bit of residual coming out of that gas generator. That could be just because it's windy. The wind could have blown some of the explosion up, and it could catch the gas generator on fire. Or the gas generator dump, I should say. But, I don't know. I'd have to sit here and really watch that footage. But I want to play with trains today. So, we could sit here. Well, you know what? It probably would be prudent to do a space news today. Like with Luna 25 and everything. Something's definitely melting. Aqualex, see all the little shards that are coming off it. It looks like an igniter, a spark igniter. Yeah, something. Yeah, there's bits of melted metal coming out there. That's not ideal, I don't think. But then again, I could be presumptuous here, so. It's down. That's the good news. The good news is that the booster came back down, so instead of it blowing up and having to figure out what the point of failure is versus what the explosion was, right? They can go look at it. They can go inspect the thing when it comes back. Yeah. I don't want to be presumptuous there, but that shutoff usually doesn't throw sparks out the bottom like that. It usually throws flames out the bottom, not sparks, but whatever. Anyway. Guys, it's train time.
It's time to kick gum and shoot ass. and I'm all out of ass. Fucking dick, gecko.
Anyway, that was Starlink for last night. I fell asleep. I was too tired. But we did get the foundries finished and satisfactory, and they do look good. They do look good. Derail. Can I get a link? It's just called Dick Kick'em. Just go into the YouTube app and just Dick Kick'em. It's the first thing that pops up. It's time to kick gum and chew butt. And I'm all out of butts. Alright, let's roll. You start! Your resolve helped me finish my quickwire factory too. Nice, nice.
Discovery.
So yeah,
Going
Florida's
flatline.
being Florida again. What's that, goalie? Selling a used tire freshly dropped off from the sky. No low ballers. I know what I have. Pyro. 60. Oh. Goalie, you said that fell from the sky? Oh. Okay. It almost hit the crane last night. Yeah, chat, that's a... That's an airplane tire. Someone is gonna have a little bit of a rough landing. So two things. That's an airplane tire, and it's an airplane tire for a fairly large airplane. Not, i.e., not like a Cessna or like a Beach King. That looks like a tire that you'd find on like a CRJ 700 or like a 737 or an A320 or something. It's 49 by 17. That's a big tire. You should probably call. If that came from the sky, yeah, I would have your company call the FAA, because somewhere there's a plane landing without tires, or plane landed without tires. Yeah, I would turn that over to like NTSB or FAA or something. Yeah, they're gonna want to know why that thing came off the bead. That's not good. Someone didn't put that tire on correctly. Yesterday was the anniversary of Sky King. Rip. Rip. Air Marshal are out here saying a 747 or an A300. Yeah, that's not a small airplane tire. That's a big one. I mean, fortunately, 737 or A300s guys have multiple tires, but someone didn't put this on the bead correctly. Either that or they had a puncture. But judging by the crack on the bead itself, I'm guessing someone didn't put this on correctly. That's not good for it. If the tires aren't perfectly balanced, they're going to vibrate themselves right off the rim, especially with how fast those airplane tires rotate. Yeah, that's not good. Blue on takeoff thing came off, or the whole wheel would be off. Yeah, no, Neuro, this isn't the rim. That's not the rim. It's the tire. The tire wasn't put on the rim correctly. And, Neuro, I might be reading too much into it. It looks like it was rubbing against something. See the scoring marks right there? That could just be an airplane tire. I don't know. I don't see tires up close, but I know a lot about car tires. Or more worryingly, there was a failure on the rim, so they'll want to look into it. Yeah. Yeah, if the rim delaminated, then you got a problem. But I think the tire would be more shredded if the rim came off. But then again, I mean, another thing is maybe the whole wheel came off, right? And then when the tire landed, it bounced right off. It blew out the sidewall and separated from the rim. You know, you never know. Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, that behavior, just with aircrafts, just like spacecrafts, that behavior should be pretty well understood, because if it's not, you're going to have a little bit of a problem. That tire would fail aircraft's daily inspection. No cuts or abrasions on the sidewall. Yep, that nick in the sidewall is a pretty big indicator of what happened. Alright, so I haven't played in a little while. Where are we? Another 40 feet and I would have a new crane. If that hit the crane, that would be awful. We have 66, 80, and 91, I think. Alright. Machine Factory, you just got the remote. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, where's El Diablo? I think I left it over here. I think I left it coupled to a consist. Ah, there's my locomotive. Yeah, I kept the remote on it. There's my baby. Yeah, buddy. Remember how Italy offered the Colosseum? Well, Elon tweet. The fight will be managed by me and Zuckerberg's foundations. Live stream will be on this platform and on Meta. Everything in camera frame will be ancient Rome, so nothing modern at all. I spoke to the Prime Minister of Italy and Ministry of Culture. They have agreed on an epic location. Everything done will pay respect to the past and present of Italy, and all proceeds go to veterans. Giga-based. Very nice. Yeah, I got your goal. Yeah. Is it with airplanes, just like with spacecrafts, that every flight is a learning point, or are they just like, we know how it works, so we're done learning about it? Roy, when you have something that flies through the air, when you're into operations, so like routine service for like a 737, 747, A380, A320, A350, etc., etc. When you get into operations, you do not want to learn anything new. Nope. No. Same thing with spaceflight. You really don't, with spacecraft. Once you're into operations, you don't want to learn new stuff. There might be things to improve upon, like, oh, maybe we could, you know, if we throttle the engines this much, right, at this phase during the ascent or something, it'll be better, right? But ideally, you don't want to learn anything new during operations. A good example would be, in spaceflight, would be Challenger. They learn new things during operations, during an operational mission. They learn that the SRBs, when it's windy and cold, don't work very well. Like, you don't want to learn anything new. You want to learn stuff. You want to learn something new during testing. That's the ideal point. I don't know, Goalie. It depends on what happened. But also, the other thing is with operational. The other thing is with operational missions, and I think, you know, you cover the fight here. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Noah, that's you're right. That's another poignant thing to say. Every flight is unique, but they have a massive body of data. Exactly. They're comparing it to a data set. So, like, a 747 has 50 years of flight heritage behind it. So if something different does happen, it's really easy to understand why. And it's really easy to understand if it's like pilot error or if there's a problem with the plane or if it's a maintenance problem or something. You have mountains of flight data to compare it to. Yeah, that's the thing that should be understood as well. Like you have a huge data set there with the vehicle. Literally, it's I've done this a million times. Why would this time be any different? Well, now you got to go figure out why it's different. Yep, you don't want to get surprised by something during operations. Yep. Will it be a fight or a slap match? I don't know. Alright, let's go down to the station house and see what we can see. Can we listen to Ravenholm while it's raining? No, not that one. Yeah, like, and screw the OST, go play the game, dude. Go play Half-Life. If you haven't. Wow. Derail Valley hits different with this music. "50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. Our so-called leaders prostituted us to the West, destroyed our culture." Alright, what's the haul? Do we have any missions? Oh, I do. I took missions. Oh. We're hauling to City Southwest. And then that's going to Harbor and Town. And then we're hauling some cars to the steel mill. Alright. Alright, let's roll. Alright, deliver new cars. Okay. So City Southwest is just south of here. And then I was thinking Steel Mill and then Harbor and Town. I don't think we need all the D6s here. But, I think we just need 2. But we could haul all 4 of them if we get more missions at City Southwest. So, I'm going to turn that down just a smidge. Dropping frames. Chat, can you... Chat, check. Chat, this is Strimmer, UHF com check. Okay, Aquax, yeah. Yeah, loud and clear. Alright, cool. All right, 868. 868, handbrake on. Let's start checking the consist. 757. 845. Yeah, I noticed OBS dropped a couple of frames there for a second. And chat went dead for a second. Like it had the connecting to chat thing going up on the on chat over there. $394. $335. $962. Hey, Tara, what's up, buddy? Wait, why are you stopping so early? $374. $816. Everything good, man? I still want your truck, you know. To fix it, though. I don't need any more trucks. I'll just fix it and give it back to you. 22 hours? You just did a 22-hour stream? Really? Good for you. That, yeah, shout it out. 22 hours, man. Good for you. My record for a stream is 29 hours and 24 minutes. And I'm never doing it again. I did it in 2017, going up to a SpaceX launch. I did not feel good after that stream. That's why I won't do it again. Pay attention to me less, please. Yeah, Magellan, for real. Yeah, I was not doing good that day. So, Sneaky, what is that? I woke up to see my mom watching the news, and all of a sudden people were talking about Virgin Galactic recently. And they were all gushing about how cool space was because of it. Cool, cool. Are those Yugos? It looks like a cross between like a Yugo and a Lava Nita. Or Neva, excuse me. It's just generic Eastern Bloc Euro hatch. So Tara, why 22 hours if you don't mind me asking? I'm going to do the opposite of what you said because that's what you would do to me. I'm on my first playthrough of Satisfactory. I just unlocked Tier 5 going for oil. Cool. Alright, so we have MFA2. Now we need to find B-Force 0. Okay, there's the other cars. Bunker C at 80 degrees Celsius. We are good for turbine startup. Nice. Okay, MFO6, 942, 896, 299, 483, 706, 906, 858. Alright. These two consists need to be hooked together. One of them is going... Ooh, that one's going to Harbor in Town, and the other one is going to City Southwest. And then the last consist that we have here is a logistics haul on B6. So it's these cars right here. Nope. B6. $54. What's the biggest consist? We did a, what was it, Chad? A 4,000 ton train with 4 D6s with like 6 stops or something. Okay. Answered UQ, want you to repost. No. I was doing a fundraising stream, not ending till I hit a goal. My car is out of commission. I was hit by an idiot. I get it back Monday, but live. Oh. Oh, man. Something like that, Noah, yeah. You're good? You need any help? I know you won't accept it, but I'm going to ask anyway. Yeah, Vash, we were wrapped around the tail of the train. It's pretty damn good. We figured out that the simulation in this game is quite realistic. Now I'm good. Don't tell Tara I was anonymous. Alright, SKS, be good. Alright, so we need this one, we need this one, and then we need those flat cars. Now, the flat cars are going to the steel mill. So that's going to create a little bit of a logistics problem here. Because that's the first stop, that's the third stop, and that's the second stop. The reason why this is a little bit of a problem is you do not want to carry heavy stuff on the end of your train. Bad idea. Load the higher mass cars need to be more towards the locomotive. And on the end of the train, you want empties. Put empties at the back, always. It's the physics behind it. So, like, if you're going down a hill and you have a bunch of really light cars, and then behind them you have a really bunch of heavy cars, gravity will push those cars and they'll bunch up your couplers. The thing about the couplers on a train is that they have to stay in tension. If they're not in tension, if they're compressed, if they're fully compressed, right? Well, guess what? That energy has to go somewhere, and it's going to go like that. It'll raise the cars up off the ground and derail the train. Bad idea. Don't want to do that. Stringline derailment. And if I'm understanding the physics in this game correctly, that absolutely will happen if you're not careful. So, like I said, got a little bit of a logistics problem here. Sometimes I was hauling windows and walls from Wyoming to California last week, and while traveling through South Dakota, I saw trains that were 1 mile and 2 mile long with engines on the front and the back. Yep.
Discovery.
So the engines on the back, Synonymous, are there to help push, but the engine on the back is there to control dynamic braking, right? So the locomotives on the front, if you're going down a hill, you're not going to just kind of freewheel them down the hill. You're going to have a guy dynamic braking. The engines on the back are there to brake the train, so the couplers stay in tension. It is so ridiculously important to understand that the couplers need to stay tight. If they don't stay tight, your train derails. That's really important. And the reason why I knew this, the reason why I know that this will happen in this game is from when we were at the goods factory. If you look at goods factory, GF up there, right? It's a loop, right? The goods factory is a loop. I drove my train in. We had a super long train. It was like a mile long. We drove it in and went around the loop, and the front of my train was right next to the back of the train, and I throttled the engines up and we started moving, and the couplers did not move. Because when the train starts, it has to pull all the couplers into tension. They have to stretch the couplers for the train to get going, right? And the time between my engine moving and the back of the train moving in the opposite direction, it took a second because the game is simulating all the couplers going into tension, which is super, super freaking cool. There's not a lot of train games that simulate that as well as Derail does. Related? What's this? The monorail! Yeah, Simpsons monorail, nice. Yep. Got to keep those couplers in tension, but you don't want to stretch them too much. If you stretch them too much, the train will fall off the tracks when you're going around a corner. How they keep them in tension on this type of coupling system, how they keep the thing in tension is, hold up, background noise is a little bit loud. So is the music. I'm just going to turn it down. How they keep these in tension are shock absorbers. These shock absorbers, the buffers right there, that and that, are used to, they basically always want to decompress, so they'll always want to push the cars apart and keep the coupler in tension. Obviously, if you compress these all the way to the end, right, then the coupler comes out of tension, and then it'll be loose. You don't want that. These are always pushing against each other, so like the buffers there will be pushing against the buffers there because they're a shock absorber, and the shock absorber always wants to be fully decompressed, like the shock on a car. That will help keep the couplers in tension, right? But, once again, if these compress or you pull them too tight going around a corner, you pull the coupler too much, with too much tension, the train will fall over going around a corner, right? They have to stay kind of nominal, and that's why, like within a nominal range. But that's why you'd see locomotives synonymous like on the back. Because if the train goes down a hill, those engines up at the top are braking, they're using dynamic brakes, and they're keeping the couplers in tension. That's really, really important to understand. Thoughts on a Fiat 621? I don't know what that means. I don't know what it is. I've probably seen it though. Fiat 621. What the hell is this? EG, why do you train so good? Because I like trains. His truck. It doesn't look like a truck to me. Oh, it's a 2.5 truck. Basic truck of the Polish army. This thing? It's alright. It's a truck. What do you want? Like, what? Why are you... I don't understand. What prompted this conversation? It's carrying a tank. So? Wicked. 16-month resub. Alright. So, you know what? I think I'm gonna... That's stop 1. I'll put stop 3 in second, and then we'll put the logistics hall on the back. It's just the right move. Alright, we'll use these two to assemble the consist. So let's get these things going. Let's get 74 going here. I left it on. Ooh. Yep, the battery on this would be dead. Okay. Train my vans. Alright, did I shut off 10 at least? Yes, 10 is shut off. Okay, traction motor, starter motor, master electronics is on. Dash light is on. Let's go back here. I tell you guys I was talking to my uncle, who's an engineer that works on railroads, and I was telling him about how you start the DE6 in this game, and I go, you flip the breakers on at the back of the cab, and then you got to get out of the locomotive and go prime the mechanical diesel. He's like, yep, that's right. And I go, oh yeah? And he goes, yeah, I've done that many times. I'm like, really? Really now? He's like, oh yeah. Yeah. He goes, it was GP38s and GP40s, but that's still that's same style. I'm like, so you like trains too? He goes, yeah, I work on them, EJ. I'm like, I mean, I knew this, but I didn't know the extent of what you like trains. I too like trains. And he's like, yeah, we're related. It kind of makes sense. I'm like, I like you, Uncle Train Man. And then I told him about Derail Valley, and I told him more about Derail Valley and how you got to balance the physics. He's like, wow, that game's that's pretty right. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's pretty cool. Does this let you simulate a cab derail? Not simulate. If you derail... So, Sile, the reason why I like this game... The reason why I like this game so much, dude, is because this game to trains is what Kerbal is to spaceships. Kerbal isn't an exact. It's not exact to real life. It's not exact, but it's close. It's close enough to get the point across. This game is realistic enough to get operating a train to get the point across. It's close enough. Okay. Take the brakes off. So when are you going to build a train in Stormworks? I don't know. Okay. Let's go. See, watch the couplers. The couplers will compress, right? And then they'll try to push them. They'll try to push away. You see that? We loaded it up. Now you can use that to tighten this up, and then when you tighten down the screw on the coupler, it'll go into tension. See that? It'll stretch. Mint. Those couplers are very old school. Yeah, the US hasn't used couplers like that in about 100 years. Our coupler, so on a coupler with the United States couplers have the shock absorber built directly into the coupling mechanism. So the couplers kind of look like this, with an open piece right here, and when they're open, they'll latch in, and the shock absorbers are built into the coupler. Yeah, that's, I think personally, building, it's basically like a McPherson strut for trains. Yeah, they built the coupler, they built the shock absorber into the coupler, instead of having shock absorbers outside independent of the coupler. I mean, both systems work. The coupler that we use is a lot less complicated than that, though, because it's all one piece. No, it makes it easier to service fish. You just take the whole thing off, put another one on. Those couplers are very old. Lawnmower question. My mower is a bog standard push mower. When I'm mowing the grass, it sometimes bogs down to a lower RPM and starts spitting out a bunch of black smoke. I have to lift the mower and basically drop it to get it out of that state, and it goes back to higher RPM and stops the smoke. Are you cutting tall grass with the mower, Flykin? Seriously, how tall do you let the grass grow? If the lawnmower is cutting taller grass, it needs more throttle, or else it'll stall it. It'll stall the engine. No, it'll do it just sitting there. Carburetor. Yep. Just to be absolutely short. Carburetor. Yep. Yeah, that's the carb. Go to the store, find a rebuild kit for your carb. We'll do it over the winter, most likely. Okay, or just go on Amazon and buy another carburetor. Put the crappy Amazon carburetor on while you rebuild the good one, and then put the good one back on. gas, please. The Janny coupler, that's the name of it. Smart. It's a really smart design. This train isn't really moving. Let's give it a little bit of kick. Wait, did I put the pneumatics in? Ah, yeah. You gotta hook up the pneumatics, idiot. I was like, why aren't we moving? Pneumatic brakes aren't in. I was gonna say, she ain't rolling pretty fast. Something's wrong. That's what I want to see. Minimum strength 2.9 meganewtons. I had a Megs Newton, lots of fiber, fruity yet satisfying. Damien's, you know what's messed up, dude? I could talk to you about this and you'll understand. Doing all that work in Satisfactory and lighting the foundries and stuff to make them look like foundries and getting your shading and lighting right is making me want to environment model things. I don't know what the hell that's about, dude, but, well, I do, but I'm like, oh, 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 kind of jonesing, man. Kind of jonesing, dude. You know, like, I wanna 750 great animation. Yeah, okay, yeah. See, like, I knew I could talk to you about this. I knew you'd know. More Freedom of Information Acted Starship footage. That's awesome. Man, that goes for some time, huh? We'll keep TLPN stuff up there for a second. I'm pretty sure, Creeper, I've talked to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure I've met the guys that run Launchpad in real life. I'm pretty sure I've shook their hand before. If they're the people that I'm thinking of, they're really good dudes. Just on a side note, like, that has nothing to do with that footage. Right? It's crazy how the itch can get to you. Well, right now, Satisfactory is scratching at Damien's, but who knows? Scratch yours with MS Paint? Alright. When environment modeling for GTA 5M? Bran, you hear about that? with all of the 3D modeled assets that are in GTA 5, you give me a level editor with that, that would be extremely bad for my time. Oh no, that's right. You mean like Open 4? I don't know what Open 4 is, but guys, you know Rockstar bought 5M, right? They bought 5M and merged it within the company. You guys know that, right? That's like news from a couple hours ago. Would you consider current ion drives to be chemical reaction? No. No, I wouldn't. Rocket propulsive elements doesn't count it as... It's not chemical, because there's no chemical reaction. There's an electrical reaction. Yeah, no, exactly. That's a big deal. I had to, like, double take. I was like, wait, what? Fun to doodle out ideas. Yeah, I got you. That basically means there's nowhere to hide now. Hide from what? Rip RP communities, they're gonna monetize the hell out of it. Yep. Rockstar's poor business practices. Yep. Afternoon, I just bought RPE now. Nice. Get ready to read words that you've never heard before. Yep. Also, what's the news? Rockstar bought the rights to 5M, the GTA modding community. They bought them out and merged them within the company. All those guys, like, they didn't buy them and just, like, discontinue it. They bought them and merged all the developers from 5M into Rockstar. RPE, rocket propulsive elements. Roy, you want to know how I can pull rocket facts out of my tail about like propulsion systems and stuff? Rocket propulsive elements. It's a college level aerospace engineering book. Basically the holy grail for learning how rockets work. Only problem is that so Sawyer, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna open the first chapter of RPE, you're gonna understand a couple of things, and then when you start getting into you flip around, you start getting into like, oh, I want to read about solid rocket motors. You'll go and read about solid rocket motors, and then you realize you're not really that good at math, and you don't really understand what any of this says. And then you gotta go learn it. That's what's gonna happen. That's what happened to me. When I first opened RPE a long time ago, I'm like, I don't know what any of this means. Alright, cool. Gonna make it. I did the math class on the first try, Damien's. Yeah, I passed all the math classes on the first try. I did it, I did it because I asked for help. I asked for help from my buddies, from kids that knew math more than me. And I did actually stay after with some of the math teachers too, because I was like, yep, I don't need to know this at the time. I don't need to know this, but I also don't want to fail a class either. So, yeah. Alright, now we're moving this forward here. Should probably verify that all the brakes are off. But yeah, Damien's the sad part is that I regurgitated all of it. I didn't really learn it. I just learned to regurgitate it, so none of it stuck. None of it stuck. I was like, I don't need this. We just need this to pass. Had I known at the time how much rockets would play into my career in math, I would probably have done it a little bit different. Yeah, Damien's, I wish they put more emphasis on it, because during the rigging class, understanding how inverse kinematics work probably would have really helped. Yeah. Oh yeah, LTO. Yep. The Half-Life 2 soundtrack doesn't fit except for certain songs with playing Derail. I could do most of them. My head was bored to tears by most of the teachers. Hey Tessa, how are you? There you go, Roy. What's that to me? Blue Ghost lunar lander panels looking good for our first mission to the moon. Nice. I was actually a big fan of rigging. I just really wasn't great at it. I mean, Damien's rigging a character is just mechanical engineering. Seriously, it's mechanical engineering. That's why that class was so freaking hard, and that's why so many people failed it. Kinematics is a subset of mechanical engineering, which is... Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind it either. I really didn't. What cars are those? Generic 90s Euro coupe. You go. Fish. But it was a bit rushed. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. I mean, Damien's, had I done it different, I probably would have done a 4-year school. But what I do like about Full Sail, and this is one of those things, what I did like about going there is that it teaches you that time, like, you gotta use your time wise. If that's really important. And you know what? They really managed to capture the crunch that from the video game industry that you're inevitably gonna have. Yeah, my one thing was that I really kind of wish I could have enjoyed that time in my life better, but I didn't because I'm too busy working. But either way. Weird request for the 97. if we get to that point, Hellfish, I don't know if there's any dinos around here, dude. I'm sure someone has a dynamometer somewhere, but... Remember scripting and making the ducks that would fight each other? Vaguely, Damien's. Vaguely, yeah. The tune on that, dude, that 351, I mean, Hellfish, I'm not going to say it's tired, but, that 351 probably, could, you know, probably needs to be, I mean, I'm not going to say it needs to be rebuilt, but if we really wanted to make power with the damn thing. Is this how they do this in real life? Nowadays, Sun Temple, yeah, sure. Depends on the railroad. I simply want a back-to-back comparison. Yeah, I understand. Let's just make sure. 34. 94. Yeah. If you rebuilt it with modern pistons and modern rings thinner, it'd probably gain a fair bit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could do that. Point 97 is probably a bit tired. Likely lost on compression over the years. Might be worth doing a comp test. I mean, Tessa, the motor's healthy. I'd be worried after 170,000 miles. I'd be worried about, like, line the bore. The bore is probably tapered at this point, and that's where you lose the most power. But I mean, yeah, bore taper. I guess now that you're saying it is, yeah, that's compression. I mean, you're probably going to get weird compression because the ring can't seal against the concave surface. Oh, nice, Damien's. Did the people from the level building class get mad at you for putting diamond plate on the wall? Yeah, you're right, Litho. I already took it off. Yeah. Because I remember there was a professor, I don't remember whom, but there was a professor that really got pissed if you textured walls with diamond plating. You have that guy too? Over here laughing? Alright, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can do that, but yeah, guys, like, the 97 runs and drives, there's not much problems with it. We do kind of have to once over it to make sure it passes inspection. Its inspection is due. So maybe we'll once over it soon. On stream, like in the morning or something. We'll pick a day. But I don't really want to do work on it because the thing runs and drives. The coronet needs help. You'll see what I mean. The winter was not good to it. Not good. Not good. So before I do anything with the 97, I really need to. I need to. Over the winter, we need to get the welder out, and we need to start fixing. I need to learn how to do it, and we need to start messing with the coronet. Because, yeah, like I said, winter was not kind to this thing. The rate of decay on that thing wasn't too bad until like the last couple of years. It's got big, gigantic baseball-sized holes in the rockers now. It's not good. All right, let's we got to get the other locos. So it's cool though. Yeah, it was coffee pasta too. Then yeah, okay. Yeah. I was hoping it can. So it's cool though. I've taken a lot of stuff we learned and applied here, like a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Plot twist, carb style EFI intake for the Coronet, and then the Holly goes on in. Nah, I don't want to do that with that car. You know what I want to do with the Coronet? We could do the autocross thing, Hellfish, but I was talking with my cousin about it the other day, who's also a car nut case. I want to do kind of like an old school, like grand touring vehicle. Not like a grand touring vehicle like nowadays. Like not something that you could autocross with, or like I want to put a big block in it. I want to clean it up and kind of make it into a little bit of a tire shredder, but also I want to have the Coronet so I'm not really afraid to be able to drive it like down to Florida or something. You know what I mean? Which truck are you gonna make the streaming truck? I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. We should catch up if you're out in the Orlando area sometime. Yeah, Damien, for sure, man, for sure. Nice, Foz. Modified the chassis to be safer than stock. Big engine, good suspension, subtle wheels and such. About 500 to 600. Yeah, basically. Yeah, like I want something that you could have some fun with on the street. Like mild 400 horsepower big block build or something, but also something that's reliable enough that you could.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What the hell? Where are you going? I don't know. Hang on. Yeah, I just basically want something that you could take anywhere, you know? And it would do pretty much okay. It'd be like okay at everything. Like jack of all trades, master of none. Like you could shred tires with it if you want, but also you could drive it anywhere you want, you know? What the hell just happened with this thing? I don't understand. $700 horsepower is way too much for this street, dude. I don't need 700 horsepower. Just something that'll get the Coronet scooting. Like I said, 400. I mean, 400 or 500, something like that. But I also want to make it so. I also want to make it so you can, you know, you're not gonna get screwed going to the gas pump. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking of 440 Tesla, 440 or even Mopar's 400 is pretty good. But yeah, I mean, before we can even talk about any of that, dude, Coronet needs a trunk pan. It needs a trunk pan. It might need a new rear frame rail. The back left frame rail is getting pretty rusty, particularly where it connects into the rear bumper. The rockers are shot. The torque boxes aren't good. We got work to do. And like I said, it's probably a good locomotive, driving a train. Probably a good car to practice on because no one cares about the four doors. Where are your cab lights? I keep the cab light off so I can see the gauges. Morning, Ben. What's going on? Mopar's listed as 195 horsepower at 305 foot-pounds. Where's all the power disappearing to? Emissions, that's where it's all disappearing to. My environment and stuff, Tessa. Basically, these things, any of those V8s, they can't really breathe very well. So they ended up choking them off. They choked the freaking engines off because of emissions. And something in the U.S. called the Clean Air Act. That basically screwed horsepower, like, completely. Yeah, they were trying to squeeze fuel efficiency out of big displacement V8s, and that was their solution, to make heads that basically choke the motor off. Everyone did that. It's called the malaise era. And no, we're not proud of it. But you take that V8, you put some modern heads on it, then it'll go. Then it'll do its thing. Which is also force them to make motors more efficient, so they actually made more power. Eventually, LithoSlam, yeah, eventually. I mean, there were motors from the 60s that were plenty efficient. You could, like a 62 or a 63 Ford Falcon with a 200 inline six in it, get 40 miles to the gallon in that. Sure, all day. It's pretty damn efficient for what it is. Doesn't make a lot of power, but yeah. When playing the game in VR, I don't know. Fun. It's upside down. We're not in the southern hemisphere. Never mind. Never mind. Clearly you're in Australia. Yeah. I mean, they did... EMD did sell G16s to Australia. So... yeah, maybe. We got a little bit of a problem, though, fellas. You know what the problem is? Train consists are pointed in the wrong direction, I think. I think I need to go that way. Not that way. I think that way is north. Heading north, we need to go south, 2 cities south, west. More cowbell, yep. I got a fever, guess what? Why are the left side frame rails twice as expensive as the right sides for the Coronet? I don't know. Maybe because that's where it rusts out. I need a left side frame. I need a left side frame rail. It's the back left hand corner of the trunk, and also there's no center of the trunk anymore. The trunk is the top of the gas tank, but the gas tank is brand new, so You know, that's good. But yeah, we gotta... I'm telling you, that thing needs attention ASAP. Hellfish, I didn't notice, but I looked at... I'll take pictures of the rockers, and I'll show you, and you'll be like, oh... Dude, it must have been rusting inside, but it wasn't showing on the outside, and it's finally starting to come through kind of all at once, and it is not... It's not good. Like, yeah, like alarm bells going off. Like the Coronet won't last much longer. Like before it'll just fold in half, you know? Thoughts on the Stellantis Hurricane engine? What is this? Oh, that's that new twin turbo inline 6. That's cool. Yeah, we got to do something about it or else it's going to take it completely. MU'd up. I don't think we need 4D6s, but I'm pretty sure 91 and 80, yeah, they'll stay here. And I'm pretty sure there's no passenger trains in this game right now, so I think it'll be alright. Powder rocker. Yeah, that's basically what I need. How much is it? It's 220. This might be an odd place to say it, but I'm sad that Smart pulled out of the US car market. I didn't know that, Noah. Another interesting thing to take into account, Noah, you want to hear something funny? You know why? You want to know why US cars are so damn big nowadays? All the crap that they have to put in them. I'm serious. Airbags, safety systems, onboard diagnostics, all this stuff that you have to shoehorn into the car is making them, believe it or not, cars nowadays are heavier than they are from the 60s. These big 20-foot long American land yachts are actually lighter. Not because they're a smaller or bigger car, but because they don't have stuff in them. They don't have all this electronic stuff, all the sensors, all the safety systems, the airbags, all the, I mean, crumple zones too. But yeah, that's actually making cars really fat. They're bloated. Yeah, that's absolutely a thing. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to, you know, the obvious thing that people are gonna take away from that is that I don't want safety systems in cars, and that's not the case. I understand why they are. It's just something. It's just an interesting thing to point out. Are you calling Americans fat? No. I don't know how you got that from saying the cars are fat, but you know what? You know what? I'll double down on it. Sure, why not? Fatty.
Go at throttle up.
Self, 22 months. This man knows his knobs, levers, and buttons. Yes. Trunk piece. Ouchie. Go to Auto Metal Direct, dude. AMD. That's the cheapest price. But yeah, it's gonna need it. It's gonna need one, Hellfish. I mean, EJ, I got to drive from Detroit to Canada for a tank festival a couple of months ago. We looked at a fully loaded Escalade. It has something called Super Drive. It was incredible. Yeah. And once again, like, I get it. Like, why the cars are so fat. But also, I can't help but notice that that is forcing, basically, all the standards and regulations for cars are basically forcing every automaker to make literally the exact same car. I'm just saying I don't want to run myself into a corner store in an 8,000-pound SUV that gets maybe 25 miles to the gallon. Yeah, no, the interesting thing is, dude, you wouldn't expect it from me, but I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. It's you have no choice at this point. You have to buy a pickup truck or a car that looks like an egg. There's no in between. There's no car. There's no light car. There's no mid-sized car. There's not even a full-sized car. There's just big, fat, stupid pickup trucks that are half-ton pickup trucks with a quad cab and a short box that's literally an SUV with a pickup bed shoehorned onto the back. Or some stupid crossover SUV that literally sucks at doing everything. And you're not going to get above 30 miles to the gallon in any one of those things. Unless it's some kind of hybrid system, right? Like it's... That's what I'm agreeing with you, dude. There's no alternative. You have to buy some bloated, fat piece of crap car that's... They all look the same. They have no character. They have nothing. It's really annoying, actually. Or you buy a bike. Yeah, you buy a bike, Tessa, and then you get run off the road by these idiots that don't know how to drive half-ton trucks. It's not funny. No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. It's really annoying, actually. That's why I really want to fix the Coronet and make it something that you can drive everywhere. Because there's no... Noah, I'm with you, but I'm with you for a slightly different reason. But I agree with you more than disagree, right? I want the Coronet because I want a car. I want a 4-door car. You're not going to get that unless you're not going to get that with an American car unless you go and buy a Mercedes. Mercedes is way too expensive. AMD is more expensive. Yeah, but AMD uses the AMD has the presses, Hellfish, that Chrysler used to make the cars in the first place. If I'm recalling correctly, you'd have to go double check me on that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the dies from the press that Chrysler originally had. I'm pretty damn sure. So, like, it's the same stamping that they used on the assembly line. I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. Speaking, some Karen decided to brake check me on my motorcycle, like butt into the car coming up in the air brake check. Yep. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and I don't mean to, as I'm not trying to turn this into EJ's soapbox and whining about stuff all day. I feel like I've done that a lot this week because I've been super tired. But yeah, no, there's no choice. Last, what's up, Demo? Oh, dude, I leased a new Ioniq 6 on Friday. Between work and their free charging deal, it basically costs you nothing to drive. The only problem is that now I own a registered car in California, and insurance in California is a complete disaster. The cheapest insurance I could get was $450 a month. I have a quote for another insurance for $266 a month, but I have to wait 30 days before they'll give it to you. Yeah, in Shaw, yeah, you're right. Car regulations pulled an F1. Everything is the same. A month. Okay. California, man. Demo, even in Mass, the freaking East Coast version of that state, I don't pay that much a month for insurance. It's half of that. For like a package deal for all of my cars. That sucks, man. I'm only paying $600 a month for the car. Yeah, Geek, I'm with you on that one. I have 4 myself that are all on the same insurance, and it's like $193 a month or something for all of them. I'm just kind of at a loss for words there. See, demo, like, I look at that and great, you pay nothing for the fuel, for the energy, right? Like, that's cool. I dig it, but dude, and I know cost of living, etc., right? Like, I get it. I understand what you're getting at. But the crazy thing is that my 4 cars all have V8s. Most of them, the newest one I have is 15 years old at this point, right? So the Mustang, right? None of my cars get the best fuel economy, but even with the gas prices the way they are, I still think I pay less a month than you, like by a pretty significant margin, considering I own all the cars, right? Like I don't have a car payment. Like gas cars are still super inexpensive to operate. That's the point that I'm getting at. It's kind of crazy, dude. I mean, I don't think it should be that way, but it's the way it be. Looks like a torque box set is 350. How many miles per day do you drive? Nothing. Next to nothing, Tin. If I was daily driving, even if I was daily driving a commute, I mean, demo with the insurance is $600. There's no way I pay that for gas every month, even if I was commuting. I did not realize the price of insurance would be that poor. My 2022 Hyundai Kona lease plus gas was $600. Like, you guys are getting screwed for insurance. You've never driven in California, Tessa. California is a crapshoot. No, I mean even you. Okay, this bike still, I'm $250 a year for both my bikes put together. I'm $198 for 4 cars. How am I getting hosed on insurance? What are you talking about? $198 for 4 automobiles? Alright. I mean, demo is, but you gotta remember, Tessa, it's different by every state. California is really high because there's a lot of people and you're more likely to get into an accident because people drive like trash over there. Like during Route 154, when I was driving around in the 97, felt right at home. I'm like, yep. People drive like idiots here too. That's good. $190 a month, that's still over $2,000 a year. I don't think you guys realize how many people are in this country. I don't think you realize that. Are you derailed yet? No, not yet. Soon though. Hey Miff, what's going on, man? Alright. We have the consist loaded up. Now I gotta check into something. Oh, Miff, this game's good, man. Yeah, it's real good. But gotta figure out. Do we have a compass? Pretty sure I have a compass, yes. That way. North is that way. Oh, nice. We are going in the right direction. Sweet. Excellent. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. I also want to repeat that the insurance I got was the only one that would give me a policy same day. Every other company would make me wait uninsured for 2 to 4 weeks. See last. I'd like to present the best state route in the Union. 154. Nice. Oh boy. I mean, the other thing to understand, Tessa and Drummer, is that cars don't cost anything over here. So, you know, someone's got to get a piece of the pie somehow, right? So you guys have cheaper insurance, but cars cost more over there, and gas costs more, right? We have not comparatively to you, like you guys pay a lot less, but literally I can buy a car for $500 if you know where to look. Get it insured on the road for like $2,000. Like, that's, you know, checking everything out and go from there, like. It's not a lot. The point of entry for owning an automobile in this country is next to nothing. All right, we're rolling. What year is the Mustang? 2008. Anyway. Demo, how's the new toy? I'm not talking about the car. How's the new toy? Good? Alright, making a trip down to City Southwest here. Haven't actually gotten it yet. It only came for a short celebration before we went to go get it serviced. Cool, man. That's cool. That makes me really happy. It's just, yeah, that made me happy considering the alternatives, you know, like where that thing could have ended up. I'm glad you got that. I'm glad you got that new toy, man. It's pretty cool. What is it, chat? No, I'm not telling you. Nope. You can't look in the box. At a 1.5% grade, guys, we really gotta watch it. There's the flat cars. It's dark. I'm not 100% sure. Are the flat cars on the train? I think I saw them, but probably it'd be prudent to go and check, I suppose. Yeah, they're there. Cool. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I hooked them up, but I couldn't see because we were going down a hill. Yep. 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 Yeah. Ethanol gas is $3.30 and non-ethanol is $3.80 here in Oklahoma, but cost of living is super cheap. Yeah, geek. That's cool. Yeah, I've been through Oklahoma a couple times, dude. My truck broke down in Oklahoma, out in Veneta, like out in the middle of nowhere. But I didn't hate that part of the country, dude. Flat, but nice. Quiet. I like quiet. I grew up in the city, man. I like quiet. Not much here, but if you live here, find things nice. Alright, we are coming into a Y right here. Let me turn the... That's this Y right there, okay. 1.6 grade, we gotta be careful. Flat, go to Kansas, it's even flatter. I bought one of my pickup trucks in California and drove it back to Massachusetts skyward, so I haven't been to Kansas, but I saw like California, Arizona, New Mexico, northern Texas, a lot of Oklahoma, let's see, Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan I already know because that's where my wife's from, and then Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York State, and then back to my state. So yeah, I got to see a lot of the country during that trip. It was fun. I streamed it, dude. I built a streaming rig into my truck and drove it home. It was really cool. The lug nuts decided to shear off on the back tire in Veneta though. But yeah, I had a shop press new lugs in because I didn't really feel like doing it. I was tired. So yeah, really nice folks. Have you ever been to Vegas? My bachelor party was in Vegas, Cryolox. I like Vegas. It's a good time. So just for the lulz, I checked what I'd pay for your staying here. Listed as parked on the street on an outside house, no alarm. It has an alarm. Oh, you get it for worst case price. And it's only 50 pounds a month. That's fully comprehensive with personal accident, courtesy breakdown service, covering legal expenses included. How much does it cost? How much does the Mustang cost to buy it? Tessa, I bought my Mustang in 2013 for about 22 grand. Hey, Bree. What's up? You going to the store? All right.
Yeah, couscous and frozen pizza.
Do it. All right, baby.
Now you.
Love you too. I'm just driving my train. Choo choo. There's no way an 08 Mustang costs 10K over there, Tessa. I don't believe that.
Hi, Chet. Bye, Chet.
Bye bye.
Love you.
Love you too, baby. I thought you were saying that to them. I'm like, wait, what?
I mean, Chet's pretty cool, but I was talking about you.
All right, cool. That's what I thought. Love for Chad is a different kind of love. Yep. Basically got a straight shot down to city. 10.9 for Mustang. Oh, that's an automatic though. Mine's no manual. Check, see if you can find a manual. That is a nice car though. Rusfield 1960 F100 will go for 7,000 euros in the Netherlands. It's about what they go for here, believe it or not. It's just because COVID inflated the price, Altio. You could probably buy a 60 like my truck for, I don't know, before that you probably buy it for like 1 to 2 grand. Yeah. What the EJ doing? I'm driving my train. Sucks. $80, and the next block is going to go down. Cars and insurance here is cheap as poop. It's the insurance they get you on. Yeah, so Tessa, this seems like a zero-sum game. It seems like either insurance is low and the car price is low, right? But the fuel sucks. Or the car price and the fuel is low and the insurance sucks, right? Or the fuel is cheap, right? And the insurance is cheap and the price of the car sucks. Like, it seems like you're getting screwed one way or the other. I can see the lights of the city. All right. It seems like a push, to be honest with you. I think all told, it costs the same amount of cash. Like, because, yeah, I was kind of surprised, dude. That Mustang, I mean, that Mustang was an automatic, but, yeah, 10,000 for that. My Mustang has less miles than that thing, though, dude. I'm not sure if I told you, but that F-150 you rode in when you were here, I traded in. And someone bought it and told it in less than 3 months. Oh, that sucks. What bands have you seen other than the Foo Fighters? Eagles? I saw the Eagles in 2003 with my dad, RJ, but I haven't really gone to many live concerts, dude. I didn't. Yeah. I didn't really do that much. I mean, Tessa, I think that's after COVID. There was a time where you could operate a motor vehicle in this country for nothing. Nothing. Didn't cost you anything. I saw the Foo Fighters 2 days in a row. That's correct. With the original drummer, with Taylor there, which was pretty cool. All right, so where do we drop these off? Uncouple on Charlie 2. We gotta back in. Yeah, we gotta back in though. Did he sing? Yeah. I mean, the show was great. I saw them like in the front row the first night, and then the second night I went to my buddy's apartment. He doesn't live there anymore, but my buddy's apartment used to overlook Fenway Park, and you could see the stage from his apartment, which is pretty cool. Tighter than a, yeah, well, they're very tight. I mean, dude, it was a great show. The Concrete and Gold tour, RJ, it was excellent. Yeah, I didn't really get into going to concerts a lot until like after college, man. I was just too busy buried in video games, which is why I constantly tell you guys to go touch grass. Like, don't sit on the computer all day. There's so much cool stuff out there that you could be doing. Although, there is something to say about sitting at the computer all day. It is nice. It is fun. There's a maximum people will tolerate before they start using public transit, no matter how underfunded it is. See, Aqualix, I don't think there is, dude. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. Companies will try to get everything out of you. I know what you mean. Yeah, I get you, but I don't think there is. I really don't. I don't think people think that public transit is an option in this country. I'll give you an example. Like, I think people are gonna get it if they want it, no matter what. Like, look at phones, for instance. How many people out there, you know, go and get an iPhone and they really, really can't afford it, right? You know what I mean? It's a $800 purchase. That's no big. That's not like a small expense by any means. But yet everyone has one. You know what I mean? I think we're suckers. If you really want to know, I think we think for some reason we think corporations have our best interests at heart, which that's odd. But I do agree. I like trains. We should have more of them. I like trains. Where's my bail? I literally forgot where the bell button was because I can't read. Yeah, Crash, that's right. What does the bell do versus the horn? You ring the bell. You ring the bell when the locomotive is moving around a yard and when it's moving through a station to let people know that this big, like, 1,000-ton, well, not 1,000-ton, this big 20-ton locomotive is here. You honk the horn when you're indicating what the locomotive is going to do. So, with trains, the horn is one of your avenues of communication. So, the thing about trains, Geek, is that they're hard. There's this big lumbering thing. They don't look like they're going slow. They go slow. They don't look like it's a big deal. But the reality of the situation is a train could have thousands of tons of momentum. Like, there's not much that's going to stop this thing. So the horn indicates what you're doing with the locomotive. You honk twice, it means the locomotive's going forward. You honk 3 times, 3 short honks means you're going backwards. You're approaching a level crossing. 2 long honks, 1 short honk, and a long honk. There's etiquette to this, right? That's how it works. Because, yeah, you got to be careful of this big thing. It'll kill you if you're not careful. And hurt others, too. But yeah, the bell is basically when the locomotive is moving slowly around like a yard or through a station, you honk, you ring the bell so people know that the loco is there. Because, you know, it's going slow. You're not going to see it, right? But if the thing is just chooching away, ringing that bell, right, you'll know. Yeah, I knew the horn stuff, but I had no idea the bell. That makes sense. Yeah, because if you're in a yard, right, or at a station, you know, the locomotive is going to come at you slowly. You know, the bell lets you know where it is and where it's moving, right, inadvertently. It's really smart, actually. You wouldn't think, right? Like, But yeah, you know, humans will hear the bell, and just even subconsciously, you'll know that the train is there. And you don't want to blow the horn in the yard, it could get confusing. Bingo. Alright, we gotta back up this first consist here. We're looking for car 816. Okay, there's 816. So here's what we're gonna do. While we're rolling here, we need to pop the pneumatics. Yep, that coupler was under tension. And cool. We're racing my track for Friday night racing. Nice, Dink. That's cool. Alright, station map. That's the first junction out, second junction out. This goes to yard B. We're going to, with this MHA2 order, we're uncoupling on C2I. Alright, so this is going that way. This connector track over there is where my other cars are, right here. We're going to go down here and in there like that. Let's just set this... Yep, there's the cross right there, and then we're going to set the switches to C2I. We had to run 10 people. Nice, Dink. That's cool. Okay, so there's the maintenance shed. Oh, that's cool. On 3S right there. Alright, now we're going for 6I, which is... Or no, C2. Okay, so we're going for Charlie 2. Let's go this way. Nothing's on the line, which is good. Go. There it is again. Did you guys see that? You guys see that in chat? Partnered streamers putting in links. Uh-oh. Somebody fished him. Dash. That's not, it's a bot. That sucks. Yeah, I've seen 4 or 5, and you know what the crazy thing is? Those are actual partnered streamers. Like, those are somebody's getting into the accounts and stuff. That's not good, man. I just hope, like, on some random other stream, like, I'm not saying, hey, check this link out, you know, like, that would really suck. But I'm super paranoid about stuff like that anyway, so I'm supposed to be rewarded for my paranoia. No, don't ban Tessa, no. I mean, actually, I think you have to, or else they'll just keep posting the link every once in a while, so, yeah, do it, dude. Which sucks, because I don't want to ban another streamer, because you never know, like, what if they watch the stream and stuff? They're gonna get really confused, but ban and report it, dude. Yep, Nick's right. I'm just going to use number 10 here, or 80 for switching, not number 10, excuse me. I just backed them up so we can quickly hook up to those cars or build another train if we need to pick up more stuff here. I'd like to think that Twitch would just reach out and be like, hey, so instead of just nuking a partnered account. Finally get some sleep. Yeah, Syrian, I wanted to get that done in Satisfactory, but yeah, this week has been tough on me, dude. Yeah, it's been tough. So you got the late launches, which, once again, like I said, it was messing up my sleep schedule a little bit, but on top of that, I've had some RL stuff to deal with. So, yeah, it's been a hard week. If I've been kind of a stick in the mud, guys, I apologize. But, you know, still want to get you guys the content that you need, so... Satisfactory. I already started over so many times in an attempt to get a good looking factory layout. Yeah, Tessa. Seen it happen 3 or 4 times now over the last couple of days. I will watch any content now since you're official NSF. Oh, well, thank you. How often has your internet gone down at your new place since you moved? Only time the internet's gone out, Myth, is when the power has gone out. Yeah. And I saw your message, dude. Yeah, we gotta figure out a day to go and talk about that stuff. Oh, good, no rush. Cool, thanks, man. Lotta ladders. Indeed. What kind of cars are we hauling? Generic European 90s Euro hatched thingamajiggers, or 80s Euro hatched thingamajiggers. This morning you took a huge shunt. Yep. I know what you mean. Oh, of course, man. This is supposed to be Serbian Railways, Ben, because the developers of Derail are Serbian. Yep. But yeah, God, the cool thing is that if I hook my router, the fiber modem and the router into a battery backup, power goes out, internet stays on. It doesn't stay on for a long time, but it still stays on, which is nice. That means, like, if the power goes down, right, I have a certain amount of time with the new UPS there, right, and then the internet stays on for a certain amount of time. So if the power goes out, you know, I'll be able to be like, guys, my power's out, I gotta go, bye. Not just, boop, gone. Very nice, Penta, very nice. How long is this train going to be? I just got to the city, Sun Shadow, and I split the train. Part of the cars are going here. Yeah, Lumpet. If I take that and plug that battery, the UPS, into my generator, right? I have a 6,300 watt generator. Plug the UPS into that and hook like the heater up in the house or the AC up in the house, right? Then, yeah, 6,300 should be enough to run the modem and the heater. I want to get a full like generator though, like a Generac and a transfer switch and stuff. Buddy needed a flight hour, so he offered to take me with. Oh, that's cool. Very nice. That's cool, Sammy. Yep. Yeah. All right. Okay. Where is the shop? Shop in the rail house. The yard house is over there on the other side of this. The shop is like right over there. I wonder if you can get a power wall without having solar panels on your house. No, you can't. My house is in the woods. My roof doesn't get much sunlight because of trees. What's in here? Lantern, flashlight, some cassettes from the boombox. We got a shovel, lots of cassettes, and Reginald's garage key. Do I have that? I know you need the shovel for Steam. Let me see, Myth. I can't. Here's your view. I can't really see that. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Nice view. That's really close. That's freaking killer, dude. What's the garage? Reginald's garage key. How much money do I have? Can we spend money? For a beautiful vehicle in Bonneville. Bro, a friend of mine just posted these from Day at the Salt. Ah, that's cool. E-body. Nice Challenger. Neat. Okay. Station house should be just over here. $250 for a shovel. Inflation's getting out of hand. You always shouldn't have taken a left at Albuquerque. Alright, so the next one is the steel mill, and then harbor in town. Oh, by the way, you have a stationer's addiction now. That's harbor in town, and then the next one, that's steel mill. Fumor in general, including Fat Albert. Sweet. Freight hall. And then a logistics hall, the food factory in town. That's too far away. We need something that would be on between us, the steel mill, and the harbor in town. But yeah, we can pick this one up. That's fine. They're empties. 153 tons. How much tonnage is this thing? 66. Open invite for you next year. All right, we'll see. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Can't tell you what I'm doing next week as opposed to next year, you know what I mean? If even the time when I was out in Seattle, that was on a whim, dude. You could tell because I had my head up my butt freaking with no ride to the airport. It was such a, they were like, come out here. I'm like, okay, you know, like, I've been trying to not be like that, you know, trying to not, like, be like I have my head completely up my tail, just a little bit, just a smidge, you know what I'm saying? And now you got ground crew in Seattle, so you're good for now. Yep. The old cranial rectal inversion. Lampa, yeah, I've been trying to work on pulling my head out of my tail. Like that, it's tough because, you know, it's way up there, you know. Hey, Rev, what's going on? Another AMA is scheduled. Curious about parts and part systems in KSB2? They'll have a live AMA on Twitch with Chris Adderley, a.k.a. Nirtea, the senior mechanical concept designer for KSB2. Nice! I will retweet that. Let's go. Let's go! Menage! Yep. Alright, let's, what's the, thing on this mission? CSW FH55. Let's go find these cars. Oh, they're right there. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. How random my dad calls and asks me to help him out with something menial. I'm independent. Can you help me make my bed? Fight those. There's, you know, I'm not too familiar with the situation, but I think there's a chance that your dad just wants to see you. I know. You get. I know the reaction you just had. No, that's not what's going on. But also, think about it, man. Think about it. Not these ones. FH55. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, cool. He's also getting dementia. I've had family members with Alzheimer's before, dude. It's not fun. You gotta be there for him, though. You have to. It sucks. Hey, Night Viper, you get enough sleep? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. But anyway. That's FH55. I'm just thinking about how logistically where it needs to fit in with the train. It needs to go between the flat cars that we already have going to the steel mill and the consist of cars that's going to the city. And that one's going to the city as well. Or no, it's Harbor in Town. Excuse me. That's not gonna be that much harder to do a logistics haul with that thing. Whew. boxcars. Cool. What's down here? Anything cool? Oh. Man, not really. I haven't seen boxcars around before. That's neat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Squishy, what's my opinion about the Barbie movie? I like that boxcar, Hellfish. Chuck Sweeney flew the boxcar. Actually, the anniversary of that. The Barbie movie, what do I think about it? Squishy, I don't mean to answer a question with a question, but I'm just curious. Just humor me for a second. What do you think my response to the Barbie movie was? What do you think? If you watch the stream, you know me. What do you think my response to it was? I'm interested. Just humor me for a second. I haven't watched it yet. No, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. That's a lot of pink. That is true. Yeah, so Squishy, based off of the premise that I have seen it. I did see it. I saw it a couple weekends ago. We saw Barbie, Brumo and I saw Barbie and Oppenheimer back to back. I'm guessing the response is, well, Brumo, I enjoyed spending this time with you, dinner. You thought, huh, Ken is the hero here. Let's hear what Squishy has to say. Going to see Oppenheimer on Monday. Oppenheimer's fantastic. Feels the hype's real. The hype it's a great movie. Really awesome movie about the Manhattan Project. There's a lot of nerd stuff thrown in there, and that's why I like it. That's why I like it, because there's nerd stuff. They actually have conversations about physics, and they're the conversations that they did have. Like Oppenheimer and Teller having conversations about fission versus fusion and stuff. And you know, I'm not the best at it, but I did understand a good deal of it, and I know about as much as somebody can know from casually reading about the Manhattan Project. Like, for instance, Matt Damon playing Leslie Groves, General Leslie Groves, is fantastic. He's perfect. He's perfect, just like him. Yeah, down to the mannerism, which is really, really cool to see. Yeah. I haven't watched it yet, but from people sent me, I think it's just a movie. Squishy, okay, here's the thing. I don't mind the Barbie movie. I really don't. I really don't mind it. It's funny. It's pretty funny. It's a funny flick. Like, I saw it with Brie, and I don't hate the Barbie movie because the Barbie movie doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, everyone knows this is a movie about a doll. It has a pretty good message for a movie that doesn't take it too seriously. It doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, I don't mind it. I really don't. I thought it was funny. And I really think it's funny how Ken became a meme. That's really funny to me. Giga Chat Ken. Giga Ken. I'm just Ken, and I'm Knuff. And I'm great at doing stuff. I thought it was pretty funny. Like, I know some people are like, oh, this movie sucks. It's, you know, like, I read a lot. I read a lot on the internet. I'm addicted to social media just as much as every other person is, right? Like, and I see people, I try to just see everybody's opinion on it, and I've seen everything like, oh, this movie is the golden standard, or to this movie sucks, it's third wave feminist trash. It's like, it's a Barbie movie. Like, everybody that doesn't like the movie has something to say about, like, you know, the strong female characters or whatnot. I'm just sitting here going, guys, it's a Barbie movie. It's a... Oh, that sign's a little messed up. It's a Barbie movie? I'm not sure what you were expecting. A Barbie movie about toys that are predominantly marketed towards girls. I don't, and women. I don't know what you were expecting. Like, what are you talking about? You know nothing but lies. Yeah, right. I just don't really, like, yeah, I guess if you feel threatened by that, yeah, I suppose, but also, I suppose that's kind of valid, but also at the same time, it's a movie about Barbie. What are you going in, are you going in there and expecting, like, an action movie? Like, you don't go into a Barbie movie with the same expectations that you would for, like, a Stallone flick. In that regard, you know, like, I liked it. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It has a pretty good message, right? Like, I didn't mind it. I really didn't. I thought it was a pretty okay flick. It's a good summer flick. Whatever. Nice lump. Yeah, that's a lot of launches, man. And of course, the last car has brakes on. I gotta accept the job. I'd like to see Stallone play Barbie. Yeah, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it? It'd be pretty good. Huxley, you know what this is? A 1957 Barbie Corvette. With radial tires and bucket seat. Yeah, I used to drive this around. Me and Bobby drive around, you know, doing things. And then we'd go to beach offs and stuff. And then I, you know, we'd beat off. What? Most stable people are upset by horribly written, strong female characters. Nah, Hellfish, I get it. I get it. Like, but it's a Barbie movie, man. Like, I'm not sure what you were expecting, you know, like. What are you expecting? It's a freaking Barbie. Like, I thought it was a funny movie, and I think Ken is a really funny meme. He's Giga Ken, okay? I wasn't commenting specifically about Barbie. Yeah. No, I get it. It's just... Here's the thing. You know, there's folks out there that don't like strong female characters, etc., etc. Just in movies a lot. Like, I understand. I get it. I understand where you're coming from, right? And how it, you know, it's kind of incessant. I understand that too. But also at the same time, what the hell are you expecting from a Barbie movie? Like, if there's any place to do it, that's probably the place to do it. And it's funny because it very much seems like they played to that, right? They played to that, and they knew that having Barbie be a strong female character in a Barbie movie would piss people off, and more people would go see the movie. Does that get you picking up what I'm laying down? Like, I think that's funny. I think that's hilarious. Well played. That's pretty funny, man. It's a pink light. What does it do? It turns pink. What is yours and Brimo all-time favorite movie of all time? The Department of Redundancy Department, too, man. I don't know. I don't really have a particular, like, all-time favorite movie, T-Man. I guess Blues Brothers would probably be the closest. I can watch Blues Brothers anytime. Anytime, anywhere. If, like, it's playing on the TV, I'll just be like, yep. Space Camp is up there, Syrian. Yeah, for reasons. I think I went too far. Fifth Element is definitely one of the best movies ever created. Auto wash. Most people feel they need to go to great lengths to protect their perceived masculinity. Secure masculinity is like trademark law. If you don't defend it, it expires. Yeah, I suppose. Back to the Future. Negative. I'm gonna meet Popsicle. All right. Coming to play Puma on the radio. So tomorrow from 5 to 7, give yourself a hand. The tall one wants white bread, toasted, dry, with nothing on it. Elwood. And the other one wants 4 whole fried chickens and a Coke. Jake, shoot the Blues Brothers. Hi, Jake. Matt. Leela, the Fifth Element, Rey in the latest Star Wars trilogy. Yeah. I mean, Elvis, that builds upon a kind of a bigger thing. Like, when I go to see a movie, there has to be conflict with the character. Like, the whole point of theater in tragedy, basically what makes a good movie, right, is conflict within the character, a character flaw that the character needs to address and overcome. If the character has no flaws and they're just a strong character, then you get movies like Rambo, or like Under Siege 2, which I guess aren't bad movies. It's really funny seeing Steven Seagal just beat the snot out of people for like 2 hours, you know, or Rambo First Blood Part 2, where he's just killing Vietnamese people gratuitously for like an hour and a half. I'm just like, man, this is a little different than the first Rambo movie. Okay. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, those are fun action movies to watch, but it's not very satisfying in terms of like a compelling character. First Blood Part 1, though, excellent movie. Did you guys know that in the first Rambo movie, Rambo, Sylvester Stallone doesn't kill anyone. Never kills one person. Ever. In a Rambo movie, you wouldn't think. Did you give me my cheese whiz, boy? Yeah. Wasn't that the point of the plot? They drew first blood, Aqualex. Yep. I love the first Rambo movie. That is probably up there on my favorite movies, especially like the whole lesson that it teaches to take care of vets. That one hit home. It's a great flick. Stallone did an amazing job. He caused the deputy to fall out of the helo because he was trying to kill him. Ah, yes, gratuitous violence, also known as Monday's pastime. The deputy deserved it. That's not his decision to make. Yeah, First Blood's a great flick, dude. It's a very poignant flick. But that's what I mean. That's compelling. In First Blood Part 2 and then Rambo 3, let's just shoot people. All right. Okay. Let's compare here. here. So these cars are 153 tons. What about the cars that we're moving? They're 315. We should stop these cars right here. Switch track, grab the car haulers, put the car haulers up to the locomotives. Leave the flat cars where the car haulers are right now. Yeah, it's gonna take a second to assemble this train here. Westerns. I should watch more Westerns, Cryolox. Some of the old stuff, but yeah, Westerns generally are really fun to watch. Bent down. Handbrake on. Okay, let's take 80 here and we'll grab the cars. I saw the diamond, yeah. The third one was when he was in Cambodia, right? No, the third one is when he's in Afghanistan fighting with the Mujahideen, fighting Soviets. Rambo Part 3 is dedicated, at the end of the movie, there's a dedication to all the freedom fighters and the Mujahideen that are freedom fighters in Afghanistan. And the movie is dedicated to the guerrilla freedom fighters from Afghanistan. Man, that didn't age well. Whoops. Oh. Whoopsies. Well, that's good. People like to forget that one. Yep, world's a complicated place. There was definite era shooting movies. Terminator, Commando, Lethal Weapon. And you know what, Salty? I don't mind those movies. They're like, that's a summer flick, dude. And this is why I don't have like an all-time favorite movie. Because you don't compare something like Rambo 3 to like Goodfellas or Casino or The Godfather, something like that. Topical for the Barbie movie. That's funny. You know, or like Casablanca if you really want to go like far back, which is an amazing flick. That's a really, really good movie. You don't compare summer flicks. Summer flicks are like in their own category for me. You know what I mean? What do you think of the new Nissan Frontier? I haven't seen it, Gil. What does it look like? Is that the truck? Oh. Autohaus Hess. Velsitig Mobile. Yeah, cell phone. Yeah, it's good. It's not bad looking. I like the red on the logo. That's pretty neat. Versatile. Mobile. It's a neat truck. It looks nice. What's in it? It's got a VQ engine in it. And a 9-speed automatic. Okay. Well, VQ38. It's a 3.8 liter. The number in Nissan's designation, in Nissan's naming designation, is the displacement of the engine. So like a RB26. RB26 is a 2.6 liter inline six. It's the RB series of motor, right? Or SR20. SR20 is a 2 liter four banger, right? Or VQ35 is a 3.5 liter V6. And this one is a VQ38. It's based off of it. Yep. And the letters that come after denote what type, what's on the engine. So like RB26 DETT. All right. So RB is the series number, is the type of engine. 26 is the displacement. D is dual overhead cams. E is electronic lift control. And then 2 T's on the end. DETT is twin turbo. So there's like SR20 DET, which is an SR20 with dual overhead cams, electronic lift, and a single turbo. Make sense? Yeah, Nissan's naming convention is really smart, really cool. But I don't know what like the modern ones are. Those are all engines from the 90s. Those are all the cool race car engines that everybody likes. Like, see, DE, dual overhead cam, electronic lift. Like, but I'm not sure what the 2 Ds are. The DD series is a variant of the DE series with direct injection and EVTC, electronically controlled, continuously variable valve timing. Oh, okay, that's the successor of the DE designation. There you go. So 95.5 by 84, 81.4 mils. So 370 by 320. It uses a single block design of EP30. Time. Reduces 220 horsepower. In Iwaki and Dashard, Tennessee. It was on World's Best 10 engine list from 2002 2016. It's got forged rods, micro finish, one-piece forged crankshaft. Nice. And Nissan's nylon intake manifold technology. Not so nice. It has low friction molybdenum coated pistons. Not bad. And the intake is a high flow tuned induction system. Most cars have that. Not, I mean, it's forged crank, forged rods, molybdenum coated pistons. That's pretty cool. That's neat. Exhaust timing, higher rev lit is, minor internal upgrades, boosting output to 313. Variable valve timing, variable intake. Silent timing chain. Wow, you can read the brochure. Silent timing chains. Oh boy, because you can hear those when the engine's running, right? Like, oh man, that timing chain noise is really loud. It's probably something more complicated than that. They probably named a complicated engineering subject something simple and easy for people to understand so they could use it as a marketing selling point, if I had to guess. Hollow and lighter camshafts and friction reduction micro-finished moly-coated pistons. Hollow camshafts. Ah. Why would someone do that? Why would someone do that? Why would you do that? That's not good for it. Close the air off on the freight car you just connected. Oh. Okay. I did that in lieu of the handbrake. Got it. Thank you. Merc used the hollow camshaft for oil pass-through. Yeah. There's something to be said about that. You get more strength out of a tube than you get out of a rod made out of the same massive material. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I guess I'd be waiting for those camshafts to snap in half. From what I noticed, every single engine is built on the limit of what it can do, so you just can't add power mods to anything without breaking stuff. I mean, like the second that thing runs out of oil, cam's going in half. And you can't say that people maintain their cars correctly, right? Like, no. I don't know. It just seems like that just seems like something that can break. But the hell do I know? Actually, you know what? We should use this because use that one because we're going that way. MU is linked. We watch. Yeah, I do cars. Yeah, you ever seen that guy take apart a new motor? The catastrophic failures that these like GDI engines have when the second you let like a maintenance lapse on them, it's ridiculous. There's some real engine gore on that channel. Are the switches simulated properly? Are the yard switches sprung and stay? Can you run them on trailing move? If the switch isn't thrown in your direction and you go through it, it won't spring. It'll just move in that direction. Oh, hello, Gee. Oh no, two hogs. Happy Friday. Today is Friday in California. Aw. Something squeaking. Oh. Damn me being safe. Good thing I was paying attention. That probably wouldn't have ended well. Yeah, somebody mentioned multi-track drifting. Whoops. Uncle X, I think a mistake that we make with modern car design is that we think it's a freaking rocket. It's engineered in a clean room, and, you know, it needs to be, the specs need to be aerospace grade. I hate it. I can't stand that. And that's somebody that loves spaceships. But my love for spacecraft and figuring out how they get put together and figuring out what it takes to actually put a satellite together or a spaceship or a space shuttle or whatever has only proven to me that cars do not need to be engineered to that standard. Yeah, they don't need to be. Not everything needs to be rocket science, man. Not sure if you caught my 10% comment. Well, you type a lot of paragraphs in chat, man. Sometimes it's hard to keep up. Make it 10% later, or I'll find someone who will. Yep. Yeah, we agree on that one, man. But flying cars. Well, flying car, yeah, but cars don't fly. I mean, if you have a modern car and it flies, I'm pretty sure you're not doing it right. This incessant need to make everything a spaceship is really freaking annoying. Oh, no. Damn it. The Dukes have entered the chat. That's two good old boys. Never meant no harm. Been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. I get so used to teleporting in this game that I press the F key to do it in counters. I know CSGO controls, or Counter-Strike controls from muscle memory. Isn't F drop your weapon? Zarby? Isn't F drop the gun? No, that's G. F, oh yeah, yeah, F is inspect. Go to shoot, so you're running around like freaking long A, go to shoot. Jumping around the corner, F. Boom! You get plowed right in the face. I have a question on air conditioners, but I'm not entirely sure how to word it. What I'm trying to do in stationaries is use the new condenser and evaporator units to cool down nitrogen until it turns to liquid. And then put a few liters in my furnace's gas pipes to instantly cool and bring the pressures down. Okay. So you want phase change. Okay. Nitrogen's a gas, Pythos. How do you get phase change with a gas? Waylon Janet, that's right. PV equals nRT, right? Like ideal gas law. So you need your condenser surface area to be enough. Your condenser surface area needs to be enough to exchange heat with the incoming hot nitrogen gas. Your condenser surface area has to be proportional to the flow rate of the nitrogen, right? Because if you have a small condenser and you're flowing a lot of nitrogen through that condenser, there's not going to be enough time for it to get all the heat out, and you're going to get gaseous nitrogen past the condenser. You don't want that. Now that's coming off of the loop, right? So hopefully that nitrogen, right? That nitrogen has to go through compression at some point, right? You have to compress it too to move it around. But you have to have a condenser and evaporator. You got to make sure the compressor doesn't heat the gas up too much. Which is compressor is usually dry side. So where are you going wrong? So it should be compressor, condenser, Loop evaporator back in. I'm working on making a large extendable radiator to avoid the sun and radiate heat into the environment. If I was a car waiting for the train, I'd be pissed. Not my problem. Wait, you're working on making a large extendable radiator to avoid the sun and radiate heat into the environment. You're going to have a little bit of trouble, if I'm understanding this right, doing that with liquid nitrogen. I got a channel for you. Okay. When do you not? Your backlog of stuff that I need to watch is very, very high right now. Ooh, a cryo cooler. Neat. Working on liquefying the air in his garage with DIY coolers. Neat. Hup, yeah. Hup, yeah. Hup, yeah. I was thinking about using CO2 to cool gases with CO2. I gotta be careful not to let it get below minus 52 C. I was blown away on the effort it took to build the interstate rail and highway systems. Yep. Running. Crap, running. Just run over the cars. No, don't get stuck. Hello. We're here. All right, cool. This game needs more zombies. Dude, a zombie train tower defense game, Batman. You know what, dude? I'm kind of about it. How nuts would that actually be? That would be pretty cool. Like, I've thought about it, right? Like, how crazy would it be if you had to go do this kind of stuff with zombies attacking? No, I'm kind of with you on that one. You're not the first one to bring that up, dude. And I'm like, huh. Can you imagine like a Tarkov style game? Like, like a weapon system like Tarkov where you have to drive the train, like... You have to drive the train to move supplies around between settlements, like almost like Fallout style, but there's zombies and bandits and stuff that you have to fight off. Somewhere the devs are crying. What's up, Ed? What's up? What's up, dude? And for the record, I will have a beach off with you, and I will beat you off better. Okay? All right? All right? All right? Just saying. For the record. I can beach harder. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, guys, we're talking about the beach. What did you hear? Chat, man. What do you want? It's so strange. These people are very, very weird. Very weird. A lot of repression going on in here. Kind of had to be there, guys. Just saying. All right, cool. Anyway, dude, that's how the level factory is freaking cool. They're like the uphill factory. That's cool, man. It looks good. Yeah, you're repressing our minds. What? No, I am not. I'll have you know, I have a very refined gutter brain, and yes, I know what you're talking about. Okay, cool. We were trying to make the perfect train game, but super consumers wanted more zombies. I'm serious. Like, the first time I played this game, I got a Tarkov vibe from it. I'm like, this is EFT with trains. How hardcore would that actually be? Think like TF2. I mean, it's not like Team Fortress moving the train along. I think there's some merit to that idea, and I'm kind of like, it would be fun, like a realistic tower defense train game, dude. Even something like PvE, Left 4 Dead style, where the attacks are random. That'd be pretty cool. Robust physics system where you can cow catcher a horde. Can you imagine? Like, dude, once again, not the worst idea. It's really not a bad idea. Tower defense train game. Okay, even if we wanted to drop like the zombie stuff, how about like a train game that's in the Wild West and you have to fight off bandits and buffalo and stuff? That'd be pretty cool, man. You like working the frontier with the train and whatnot. That would actually be pretty rad. That'd be a pretty fun game. The mighty C5 close up. I don't see your last W. Oh. Dude, you don't see last within 60 seconds of your first comment, please. Please don't do that. That's really difficult. That makes my life a lot harder. Please don't do that. Nice team, man. Very nice. Thought the C5 was going to be a Corvette. Those are nice too. Beach off confirmed. And the coal factory was a fun build. Severely underestimated how long bespoke factory buildings take to make, though. Get that prefabricator, man. Get that prefabricator. Trust me on this one. Dude, I busted face. I finished all those foundries that I was trying to make. I was tired. It's not been a good week for you, boy. Got the flat cars. We gotta be pushing them at this point, but whatever, we'll just keep implementing the train. Eventually they'll stop the train. I don't think it helps that you did a 7-hour NSF stream. Hey. That's the job, man. That's what the job demands. What do you think about a mix of stationers, KSP, and city skylines? Train's very nice, Walla Willa. You must be tired, or you'd be doing this the smart way by using the remote control thing you have to move the train. Cats, this isn't shunting cars. The way I had it set up, I just needed to attach 1 or 2 cars together. Honestly, going and grabbing the DE2, and then using the remote, and then parking the DE2, and then paying the maintenance fee on it will end up taking more time and cost more money than just using the locomotives to go. We need to go left, then we need to go left again. Next stop, steel mill. Yeah, no, the remote isn't on the DE6s, dude. Yeah, that's the other thing. Sorry, I forgot to say that. We're approaching the Y, this first Y out of City Southwest. Basically, we just need to keep bearing left until we get to the steel mill. When we get to the Y near the steel mill, I need to go this way, and then I need to back the cars up onto the line, because if we go this way, then the train is backwards for the next phase, which goes down to Harbor. Cool. American Railroading here. Slap all the cars in one small train. Don't hate us for our train freight efficiency, Mick. Okay. Don't hate the playa. Okay. All right, Pacey, buddy. Four DE6s. 4 DE6s, it really feels like there's nothing on the back of this train. Thoughts on precision scheduled railroading? I don't know what that is, Joe. Okay, there is a junction. That's what that Y is in 400 meters, speed 50. You're perfect. Chop? Why would you call Chop right now? Wait, what? PSR is about to take as much train as possible with this little cruise as needed. I'm sure that'll end just fine. So most Class 1 railroads, BNSF, NS, CSX do fewer trains, so it's what makes said. Junction 300 or 30 kilometers an hour, and we need to stay left at this to get to. Yep. So we got to go slow here. All right, we're well within tolerance. I'm still gonna slow down because I don't trust it. That is a sharp corner. Yo. Fewer but longer trains. I'll be honest, that sounds like a recipe for disaster, but whatever. Maybe with this level of automation, it's possible. Yeah, Joe, for sure. They haven't really, like, gotten the environment fully weeded out here. Oh, boy. We shouldn't go too fast here either. The back of the train is still going through that tight corner. It's problematic. It's just to extend profits. Yeah, no. Yeah, Joe, because, you know, min-maxing your company always is a good idea. That's always the right way to do it. Min-maxing it. Especially something that's vital, like that has to do with supplies. That's, yeah, min-maxing it is just fine. That's fine. No, I haven't seen it, Cats. Palestine may have had PSR as a contributing factor. Got the whole consist. We're good. I mean, Joe, I have thoughts about that, but I'm not gonna. It's not worth it. Joe, all I'll say is this. Let's look at the Apollo program. I get it. It's not 100% comparable, right? It's not 100% comparable, but look at the Apollo program, right? We're in the oil fields here. The Apollo program, they didn't keep track of the budget. Okay, the reason why they didn't keep track of the budget is because they had a goal and they needed to get that goal done. Now, don't get me wrong, not everybody has a blank check, and I understand to fund going to the moon, and I understand that. You can't just be with money, or else you're not going to stay in business for very long. However, if they tried to min-max the Apollo program, we never would have gotten to the moon as fast as we did. Sometimes it's just probably better to not do that. Boeing's another example. You know, Boeing with the 747. They had a prototype 747, and they figured out that the wing box wasn't good enough, so they literally Joe Sutter redesigned the entire plane. Boeing spent $2 billion in 1969 on redesigning the 747 and seeing it through. There's times to do that, and there's times to not do that, you know what I mean? Our incessant need to min-max stuff and just save a couple of extra pennies here and there. Yeah, you know, those mistakes usually get trained. Anyway, but the other thing to take into account, Joe, is that, like, say, you know, you incur what's called technical debt with projects, dude. And this is important to understand too. This is the flip side of that argument. You endure technical debt, okay? So Falcon 9, you know how, Joe, you know how people always have the argument, is Falcon 9 profitable? Is it not profitable? Well, first of all, we're never going to know. But there's no doubt that SpaceX incurred a lot of technical debt. They spent a lot of money on something, right? They spent a lot of money on Falcon 9 to get it working, and it's going to take a while for the company to pay that off, so to speak. Now, personally, I think that the technical debt incurred on Falcon 9 gave SpaceX the ability to retain a good technical workforce to make Starship, right? Starship itself is a lot of technical debt. You're spending a lot of money, you're not getting a lot of profit out of it, but you might be in the future, right? Now, the reason why this stuff gets min-maxed is because your company might be in technical debt, and you might need to start turning a profit, because if you don't, your technical debt will catch up to you and you'll never pay it off and the company goes under. So remember, it's not just about squeezing profits. Sometimes that's what you need to do. What I'm saying is you don't, like, that shouldn't happen all the freaking time. It seems like on the other side of that, we have an incessant need to min-max every freaking single thing, right? But understand that sometimes you've got to actually go look at the books and be like, okay, we need to find a way to make some money back, or else we're not going to exist anymore. Like, I understand why it's done. It's just, I'm not sure that doing that in regards to the railroad is a really good idea. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think any type of system that inadvertently has humans in the loop should never be fully automated. I don't think that's a good idea, but a lot of people disagree with me on that, but whatever. Switch is thrown left, we're good. Like, it's important to understand that in this day and age, not every, like, it seems like it's just profits, but sometimes it is warranted. Now, I'm not sure in the context of the railroad if it is. I have no idea. I don't know enough about modern railroading to say one way or the other. We have an unhealthy exception for excessive profit. 500% profit came from somewhere. Yeah. SKS, once again, I'm talking more about the incessant need to min-max profit. Min-maxing profit, I mean, dude, like, running a company is so ridiculously complicated. It's so much more complicated than everybody makes it out to be, right? With that being said, you know, having the books open on your company and being like, okay, we need to make a little bit more profit or else we're never going to make any money and the company will go under. Like, there's a time where you need to min-max stuff, right? My thing is that we, you know, it seems like with companies nowadays, they hit the min-max thing and they try to squeeze all the profits they can out of the company because it's like a rat hitting a feeder bar to get a food pellet, right? Like, you know, like the lab rats that have the food pellets that are laced with coke. Just, you know, it's just, you just beat the snot out of that profits button until there's nothing left, right? Or your company has a catastrophic failure, in which case you throw it away like a parking ticket, right? Like, that's not good. That's not, I don't think that's very sustainable in the long run, and I don't think that's a good idea. There are times where you need to do it with your company, like technical debt incursion, but if you hit that profits button all the freaking time, you're not gonna get very far. But, you know, we figured out in the 80s, you know, funny using the cocaine rat as a example here. They figured out in the 80s that it doesn't really matter. You could just drive the company into the ground. Drive the company into the ground, sell off the technology or sell off the equity and make a ton of money, sell the company, make a ton more money, even though you sold it at a lower price than what you bought it for. You still maximize the profits. You still end up positive coming out of the hole like that. I don't like that. That's not, I don't think that's something that we should screw around with, especially when it comes to trains airplanes, stuff that people depend on. But what do I know? I'm just a Twitch streamer. I have no idea. Liquidating assets. Yeah, yeah, Cats, exactly. You buy a company, and sometimes the equity in the company, right, is worth way more than what the company's worth itself, right? Buy the company, sell everything off, fold the company, keep going, make tons of money quickly that way. But my argument here, like, once again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that either. What I'm saying is that with stuff like trains, something that's kind of vital to keeping the country going, trains, airplanes, cars, it's probably not a good idea. It's probably not something we should screw around with, especially when it comes to like infrastructure, stuff like that. Probably not a good idea, but what do I know? Like I said, got pretty good wisdom for a streamer, man. Yeah. Thanks, man. Like I said, I read a lot. I read lots. Space, anything. Like reading. Reading is fun books. Open your reading is fun books to page 69. 69! Ha 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 ha! I think with 4D6's make, we'll have enough to get up this Y here. Yeah, SKS, it's funny how that works. Yeah.
Discovery.
But see, the flip side of that is that sometimes selling off the equity in the company and stuff isn't a shoddy business practice. Sometimes that's what needs to be done. Like I said, it's taking it in moderation, right? Like, think about it. Sometimes, I'm not saying that that's bad behavior either. I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you is, no, that's not right either. It's, hey, Fwendell 69, ha 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 ha. Hey, nice. I like the Kerbal on it, Nova. That's cool. Question, do you see any way that Boeing would be able to restart 747 manufacturing technically and financially? Once you pull the plug on it, Sawyer, it's not coming back. All things in moderation. Yeah. That's why I use the rat hitting the feeder bar, SKS, the cocaine-laced food. Yeah, that's our inability for us to keep our cool, so to speak, is really going to screw us in the long run. But that instant gratification, though. So we're going to have to back this train up into the steel mill because this is the direction we need to go to drop off the next two loads. But yeah, guys, I don't want to be too hard on the soapbox, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. You know, SKS, I think another poignant thing to say, like already that it's kind of just some last thoughts here, like, it's easy for us to say, this is bad for a company, how dare you maximize profits when we're not the ones making money. That's another thing to understand. Like, personally, I think the infrastructure and the technical expertise is too important. And I learned this from, like, Constellation getting canceled and the shuttle program going out. Retaining technical expertise and not just that's equity in your company. The people that you hire is so important to your company. And especially if they're trained and they've, you know, like they've been working on rockets for a while. It turns out that if you get rid of all those people and then try to build another rocket, it takes a long time, right? I think that's really, really, really important, and it's vital to a company's long-term well-being. But once again, it's easy for us to say this stuff when we're not making millions of dollars off of doing stuff like this. I think it's not my money, so it's easy to say stuff about it. When it's your money, it's different, you know what I mean? What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not necessarily insusceptible to behavior like that, but you know why? Because we're all human. Did you see the dev announcement for the KSP2? Yeah, we got another AMA coming up. Pulling this damn thing up this freaking hill is a butt. I forgot to yell at the top of my lungs. Val, no! Nice. You know what I'd do if I had $1 million? Nothing. I'd drive 2 trains at the same time, man. I mean, I totally get it, but I've been in the position to cash out versus ride it out. I get that people make that decision, but I really do not approve of the circumstances. Yeah. Yes, like, yeah, I know, I got you. But like I'm trying to tell you, it's easy for us to say when it's not our money, when we're not making that money, you know? I'm trying to tell you, it's like the vast majority of us that are like, oh, how could you do that? How could you do that? If we were staring in the face of a check for $100 million to do the same thing, we would be like, yep. I'm not insusceptible to that. Dude, $100 million to torpedo a freaking company? Oh, yeah, I'd probably do that. Like, you'd be stupid not to, right? Like, and I think it's important to understand, you know, because everybody beats this drum of, like, how corporations are evil, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, not having the wherewithal to understand that they do the exact same freaking thing. Just, I don't know. I always like to really weigh it out and really question my judgment on a matter. Like, if we're going to sit here and say that this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, why do people still do it? Well, there's a damn good reason why people still do it, and that's money. And I think it's important to have that introspection. Would I do that? Really depends. If it was, you know, some software company, yeah, sure. I'm not freaking cash out like that, man. You'd be set for life. Now, with that being said, SKS, if I was operating a train company, what would be the most, if I was like a class 1 operator, what would be the most important thing to me is, the most important thing to me would be to ensure that the company stays around a lot longer than I'm on this planet. Hopefully it's because I took a vacation on Mars or something, right? That would be the most important thing to me. The legacy would matter. You know, so I guess it kind of depends. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Fudge. Need to go forward like another ½ inch. Yeah, Velvet, I think that nuance is important to have. Especially since my job is on the internet. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's right, Litho, right? My company wouldn't be evil. I'd give all the profits to the homeless and then get sued because I didn't pay all the workers. What? What would the name of your train company be? It would be my trains would be very express, deliberate, and get the stuff there on time, and I would want to hopefully expand to the entire U.S., so we should call it Federal Express. Oh, wait. No, maybe not. We would be moving parcels around a lot, you know, and we would be providing a service of moving freight around, so maybe United Parcel Service. Damn it, no. Yeah, Chief, there you go. Eric Johnson, Railway Express. Don't you dare. United Train Service. You know, personally, dudes, I think that the names of like companies or like company naming conventions from like 100 years ago, I think is a pretty cool vibe, to be honest. Like Standard Oil, America, or Aluminum Producers of America. You know, like, I think that's a vibe, dude. I like names like that, you know. Union Carbide, providing carbide for this more perfect union. You know, I like that. I like that stuff. You know, companies like that are still around, you know, like American Airlines, for instance. General Electric. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's cool. I think those company names are a vibe, dude. X? No. Nah, that, you know, X is Elon style. That's not what I would do. Like, if I had a, you know, if I had like a company that was building locomotives, honestly, if I had a company that we were like trying to build a better locomotive for freight railways, I would try to buy the rights to ALCO, American Locomotive. What are we? We're Americans that make trains. American Locomotive. I like that. I like names like that. Pan Am. Oh, Pan Am is cool, man. I see, cats, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Pan American Airways. It's the company name is exactly what the company does. Fly airplanes out and around North America, right? For like that, I like names like that. I think names are cool. Like Union Pacific. That's a cool name. What does it do? What does it do? It's railways for the Union and it operates in the Pacific. Union Pacific. It's not rocket science. Trans World Airlines, exactly. Pan American Airways. I like stuff like that. I think those names are cool. General Motors. Well, I don't like them, but that's the idea. You'd have to fight my former co-worker Chuck for Alco. That man's hobby is trains. He will go out to the yards, take photos of the cars, and then hand paint the models to match. What a bamf. General Dynamics. Yeah, I like names like that. I like names like that. Rolls-Royce. Well, Rolls-Royce was two guys. Rolls and Royce. If I'm remembering right. Harley Davidson was the same way. Westinghouse Air Brake Company. Yeah, Wabtec. Wabtec's still around. Company's like 150 years old. Cosworth. Yeah, Cosworth. That's cool. They combined the last names of the two guys that made it. That's cool. I like stuff like that. Yeah, that's my favorite. Alright, where are we dropping these? Uncouple on D7. But yeah, I like those turn of the century names of companies. Those are cool names. Mr. Grover is call it United Express or Unix. Call it you next time. Nice. Eric Johnson Express Rail. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of like... Yeah, I don't know. See, here's the thing, fellas. I'd probably fail miserably as a businessman. Like, I'd probably be bad because I would always want to spring for better, and I know good and well that I wouldn't work very well in this day and age. You know. Transcontinental Johnson Railways. I need a small loan of $500 million to start a company. Transcontinental Johnson. Somehow, I don't think that would be a good idea. Can't really put my finger on why, Krylox. That started moving a lot faster than I thought it would. Alright, cool. How about we engage the dynamic brake? You know, for funsies. This is a pretty rowdy hill here. How about we engage the regular brake? Remoted. Remote the D6. Crane for Mega Bay 2 has arrived at Starbase. Cool. Neat. That's awesome, man. Look at how big that thing is. But anyway, yeah. I think that would be cool. Yeah, the remote would very much be helpful right now. I was thinking of maybe hump the cars down there, but if we don't get it right and we crash into those cars that are already on the B6 track, we're gonna have to get the rest of the train down here anyway, so it's probably good to just back it down there. covers a multitude of sins, especially if you diversify it into road haulage as well. Yeah. Is it bad, cats, if I've actually put some like a lot of thought into this? Like, is that bad? I don't want to call it that. Like, I can't put my finger on why. You better paint your face up with the favorite disguise. You're taking your girlfriend out tonight. You better park the car where the sun. Cause if they catch you in the backseat trying to pick her locks, they gonna send you back to mother in a cardboard box. You better run. Well, do you ever play the guitar on stream nowadays? No, Lump, I don't have my mixer plugged into the computer at all. I never really hooked it back up. I mean, I could. I still play the guitar every day, though. I was jamming, playing Kiss before I started working. I was playing Lick It Up. It's a pretty easy song to play, not bad. Record record out on Spotify tomorrow. I don't think so. It shows that you're the type that like to plan for the future, and planning is always a good thing, even if those plans don't work out. Glad you still make time to play. I play every day, Lump, even if it's for like 30 seconds. I've gotten a little better. My fingers still are all over the place, but... Boston Rail, Ordnance Kitchens and Extermination. Brakes. B7. Okay, we're good. You gotta learn this riff for you. That guy's doing a lot more than just hammer-ons. That's how what's up. So I tried playing an off-stream derail campaign with no fast travel, and no joke, I've been to 7th Station now, and the only trains they had are DE2s and DE6s. So a single steamer I didn't have a license for. Whoops. Yeah, there you go, Dink. Mm-hmm. Dev's could have deleted the other 3 from the game, and who would know? See, right now, the front of the train is up a hill. So hitting this releases pneumatic pressure on the entire train. Every car is connected with a pneumatic hose. Releasing that pressure clamps the brakes. So if I let the pressure out, if I open the valve, the entire train will put its brakes on. It needs pneumatic pressure to disengage the brakes. So I'm controlling basically the train and using gravity to get the train to go forward. And I'm just modulating the brakes here to make sure the cars don't slam into those things. So I'm closing the valve, and then the locomotives have a compressor on them, and when the train pressurizes, all the brakes disengage and the wheels start going. With 4 D6s, Tessa, I'm not too incredibly worried, but no, we're dropping these flat cars off here. Anything in these hopper cars? Should be easy. The gravity of the train should overcome the brakes on those cars. Not my problem, though. So now what we gotta do, I know I left the hose undone, because if I reattach the hose, the train will start rolling again. I gotta go up to the locomotives and turn on the brakes on the D6s. And then we can get out of here. Oh, we gotta turn in the mission too. You can hear that the locomotive has a pneumatic leak. That's what that warning light is. So if I put the train brakes on and hit the independent brakes on the locomotive, we can repress the pneumatics and it's not going to, the train will stop rolling. See, that coupler was compressed. Not good. Alright. That can go like that. Take this, turn the brakes on. Now, this system should repressurize, but because I have the brakes out on the locomotives, when I say out, I mean they're open, which means the brakes are on. It's reversed with trains. We sealed the valve, and now it shouldn't move. Yep, we're good. It wants to. See, the train has a lot of potential energy right now, guys. Look at that flat car. The game doesn't know what to do. See the flat car bouncing up and down? It's like in Kerbal, when a part has a lot of potential energy, it kind of... Like if you're crushing something in KSP, which is basically what we're doing to that car. It's not going to buckle, Tessa. We have pneumatic pressure and the independent brakes are on the locomotives. It's tensioning the couplers. We're fine. If there's something ready to go to harbor in town, might... actually, no. We have empties on the back of the train. Oh. What's behind that tree? How much you getting paid for this? This is on the way, Erudite, so... It's not gonna get. We're not gonna get paid much, but might as well because it was on the way. Anything going to the harbor in town? That one is. That's a really nice mission. But like I said, we couple those cars on the back of the train. It's not going to end well. Well, Tessa, okay, here's where I'm at. I wanted to do space news today. I wanted to do some SPAC. Doing that will basically bet if we take those missions, we're gonna be here for another 2 to 3 hours. I like SPAC. Yeah, me too. Do a space news and then come back. Alright, sounds good to me. Let me safe the locomotives and the train and stuff. Let's get the train onto level ground. I don't want to save with the train on a hill. I don't like that. I mean, yeah, with 4 D6s, we gotta justify the cost of using 4 freaking D6s on this mission. So, we'll grab, heck, you know, if we do it on the after side, we do it on the after side of Space News. Yeah, I'll just grab everything that needs to go to the harbor and town. We could even do the shunting missions. Haul like 1,500 tons down there. But yeah, what I'm going to do is move the train back up, throw the switches for the straight track, and actually, before we do that, let's go back down here and let's figure out what line we can put our consists on. Do we have any secondary open lines? We don't. Oh. The center line is the only one that doesn't have anything on it. Okay. Yeah, I'll just back the train. I'll back the train onto the center track. Yeah, that's just, yeah, what we gotta do. You got a dozen empties, so sticking the steel on the back shouldn't be a problem. No. No, Tessa, did you see the mass of those things? We're going to be carrying like 900 tons on the back of the train. Are you crazy? What are you, nuts? I'm not doing that. You know, somebody just said, you know, I haven't seen the Kraken in this game. The reason why you haven't seen the Kraken in this game is because I know how trains work and I understand the physics behind them. And the physics states don't put freaking... Don't put... heavy stuff on the back of your train, or else you are tempting the Kraken. Leave the empties on the center track. Grab all the steel, and then the last thing you do is hook the empties up. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Crack and drive trains would be interesting. I don't think that's a good idea at all, man. Is Derail Unity? No, I think it's Unreal. If I'm remembering right. It is Unity? Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. No turbo that time, but thank you, Whiskey. Right, Stuart? Yeah, for sure. So Kraken drives may be possible. I'm allergic to Unity. Unity! How's the train hauling going? Just fine. Drummer, if you could choose an automobile, you'd drive an automobile like that around, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Yeah. Don't lie, you muppet. Maybe. SMH my face. Running, gotta get to the front of the train because no one's controlling it right now. Like a glove. Yeah, lump. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Does it fit on the whole siding? So can we move stuff around over the back? Oh, nice! Running car. Running steel. Running car. Alright, let's safe the locomotives. Yeah, jump cut, there you go. Yeah, Drummer, on the other side of Space News, we're going to haul all this steel down to the harbor. We can make probably about 100 G's doing that. El Diablo. When you say running, I can't help think but red versus blue. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, running. That's exactly what that's from. Caboose. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, running. They can't see me. I can't see them. That's because you're facing the rock. Oh. All right, let's see. So, how much of this is going to the harbor and the town? All right, machine factory in town. We will put this in our very safe spot for where we keep very important missions. Logistics hall to iron ore. Oh, look at this here. Oh yeah, this is my really safe place where I put my things that mean a lot to me. Ah, that one's machine factory in town too. Oh yep. Into the safes. Into the safe bin. Okay. Must be their special forces. I haven't seen tactics like this since you're Kurgurk. Yeah, and all of a sudden he started screaming bloody murder. Ah! Bloody murder! Ah! Bloody murder! Okay. Steel rails. Rails. Unload and store a train with scrap metal that came from harbor in town. But that pays pretty good. Steel rails. This is a shunting mission to unload and store a train with cryogenic oxygen. Why would a cryo train be at the steel mill? Okay. Welding gas. Oxygen? Those drop-offs for that shunting too long. Pays out 24 G's. Alright, fine. Screw it. Put that in the safekeeping slot over there, okay. Alright, steel rails. We're gonna be hauling a lot of tonnage. Yep. Alright, let's go. You backstabbing face rooster teeth. We have to perform maintenance on the locomotives, and the place to perform maintenance on the locomotives is right here, or right there, and the only way to get the locomotives back here was on a track that we just filled up, right here. Alright, fine, screw it. This will make it easier. We'll make that money right back. Thank you, Loopy. Okay, cool. We'll do that in a second. You lose the engines at the machine factory! Exclamation point. There's no engines at the machine factory. I have all 4 of them here, drummer. Here, we'll go run them for a second. No, I have 4. We have 10, 66, 90, 91, and 80. Can I see? All we gotta do is take one, flip it on, right? Start it for a second, and... dump some sand. You shouldn't need to do this. Oh, but I am. You upset? Yeah, we understand you have a dying giraffe on the premises. But it still played the noise, Loopy. You hear that? That is the one I started up. Whatever. I don't want to lose my locomotive, so I'll just start them for a second, and then I'm gonna take 5, and then we'll spack news it up. We'll spack knack it. I want to get back into my rhythm of doing one game for before hours space news, and then another game after that. I like that rhythm, and I want to get back to it, fellas. And that actually is based off of what you guys wanted. Alright, so that's 80. We just started 80. Okay, cool. Yeah, looks like, yeah, drummer, that's strange. It looks like Loopy was correct. Loopy, how dare you be correct? What's wrong with you? You smelly, smelly person. I mean, you're offensive. Smelling. I mean, you smell bad. Sir, these men are offensive, smelling. I mean, they smell bad. A broken clock is right twice a day. Loopy, for fun. I'm giving you crap. You're not supposed to depreciate yourself when I'm depreciating you. That's the damn it, man! Damn it, man! You're supposed to say, like, well, I may smell bad, but look at you. Like, that is the acknowledgement in this scenario. what I'm saying? Don't say, well, I'm right some of it. No, 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 no. You're just built different. Alright. Alright. Alright, that's fine. Whatever. This is fine. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Hey, alright. Alright, my guy. I may stink, but at least I don't look like I stink. Yeah, yeah. That's all. I don't know about you. Dude, I showered before and after the damn stream. I don't know about you. I'm pretty sure you're in the same boat, dude. Sitting here for as long as we do, like, yeah. 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 I feel dirty after streaming. You have to shower after stream due to interacting with Chad. Yes. Yup. Yeah, drummer. We had another one. While we were playing Derail this morning. Shut up. Like, this is kind of getting a little out of hand. I'm almost to the point where, like, maybe we should, like, try to reach out to some of these streamers or something, or, you know, talk to Twitch or something. I don't know. Yeah, uncapping, man. Smell like a freaking dumpster after the stream, dude. I just ban reported the one I saw on my channel. Yeah, yep. I have a message. Might be important. Okay, let's just make sure that we have fees. Yep, we spent some money on all the locomotives. Good. So we know they're not going to disappear. I've had those locomotives basically since I unlocked the D6, so... They're sentimental to me. Mostly mental, though. Maybe. Oh, no, wait, that's me. Yeah, no, we're good. I missed some drama? No. Actually, it auto-saves on quit. Alright, so... Whoopity-doo. Ocho Cinco? Yeah. Alright, guys. I'm going to take 5 here to make a phone call. I have to return some videotapes. Ad time? Alright, fine. Don't forget to rewind. What do I look like, a savage to you? No. Always rewind. Always be kind and rewind. Alright, we need a video. You know, we didn't watch the end of that SR-71 video. Some good pickings. Alright. Oh, take the wheel and the spokes. The Route 154 playlist. Oh boy. It's a playlist, so just hit the first and let it play. No. No. I know what we're gonna get. I know what we're getting. Here you go. I'll be right back.
The moon, closest neighbor to Earth. Presently the focus of man's greatest scientific adventure. The first celestial body that will be explored by man. Landing men on the moon will be a truly great achievement, but only the beginning of a new era in space exploration. No one can predict the exact missions that will follow in the years and decades ahead. But the most exciting possibilities will require the acceleration and deceleration of very heavy loads, such as the maneuvering of large Earth-orbiting spacecraft. The transportation of large amounts of equipment and supplies to the lunar surface, and the sending of heavy spacecraft to the planets. Today's missions are being accomplished with rockets that burn chemical fuels. But chemical fuels are heavy, and the cost of putting each pound into Earth orbit is very high. Nuclear rockets, when perfected, can provide the same propulsion energy with less overall weight. They will expand our ability to explore space. This is the story. This is Saturn V, the most powerful launch vehicle being built by the United States. A three-stage rocket that will place the Apollo spacecraft in the vicinity of the moon. The total weight of Saturn V is about 6 million pounds. Its three stages have chemical engines that burn fuel to generate thrust. The first and second stages provide most of the energy needed to put the third stage and a payload, about 250,000 pounds, into Earth orbit. At present, only chemical rockets can provide the high thrust needed to do this job. The third stage accelerates the payload to the velocity needed to get it to its destination. Here, travel time and payload weight are determined by the efficiency with which the propellant is converted into thrust. By substituting a nuclear third stage for Saturn V, the velocity of a given payload can be greatly increased, cutting travel time for some missions in half. This is particularly important in sending deep space probes to Jupiter and beyond. Or if shortening travel time is not essential, propellant weight can be traded off for an increased payload weight. This is important for a lunar supply mission, Earth orbital operations, and some unmanned missions to the planets. Why is the nuclear rocket so much better than the chemical rocket? In rocket propulsion, exhaust velocity determines propulsion efficiency. At a given temperature, the lighter the exhaust gas, the higher the exhaust velocity. And the higher the exhaust velocity, the more thrust is generated for each pound of propellant consumed per second. The nuclear rocket merely heats hydrogen, the lightest element of all, and expels it at tremendous velocity. Chemical rockets burn fuel to produce exhaust gases that contain heavier elements. So at the same exhaust temperature, the exhaust velocity is much lower, and each pound consumed per second produces less thrust. Rocket efficiency is stated in seconds of specific impulse. This refers to the time in seconds that 1 pound of propellant will deliver 1 pound of thrust. The higher the seconds of specific impulse, the greater the propellant economy. Our best chemical rockets of today are limited to a specific impulse of about 450 seconds, and only slight improvement can be expected. On the other hand, full-scale nuclear reactor tests have achieved 800 seconds, and laboratory tests promise even more, perhaps as much as 900 seconds. This means the nuclear rocket, with its lightweight, high-velocity exhaust, will use propellant about twice as efficiently as chemical rockets. This, then, is the principal advantage of nuclear propulsion.
It was at the AEC's Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, high in the mountains of New Mexico, that the first steps were taken. Here, in the mid-1950s, scientists set about to determine if nuclear energy really could be used to provide rocket propulsion. Theoretical studies and early experimental work revealed many problems that would have to be solved. Problems in reactor design, material, radiation, structures, control, to name but a few. The nuclear rocket was found to be feasible. A series of experimental reactors was planned to convert theory into workable hardware. Optimum reactor designs were worked out by analysis. Prototypes were built. A comprehensive test program was started. These reactors, called Kiwi, were to be used to prove out design and operational concepts. They would be built only for ground testing. All Kiwi power tests took place at the Nuclear Rocket Development Station at Jackass Flats, Nevada. Here in the desert, scientists and engineers checked the actual performance at various power levels and for various time periods. Each experimental Kiwi reactor was received in sections, assembled and checked out in a special reactor maintenance, assembly, and disassembly building called simply RMAD. When the reactor was ready for testing, it was placed nozzle up on a special rail car and delivered to the test stand a mile or so away. This car could be controlled from a remote station. Liquid hydrogen from nearby storage tanks was pumped through the reactor. First tests were begun in 1959 and were run to the 100 megawatt level, about 1/10 of Kiwi's ultimate goal of 1,000 megawatts. Later tests, beginning in 1962, operated at the full 1,000 megawatts. Films of these early tests show the flaming torch on the test stand that burns off the hydrogen exhaust gas and prevents an explosion hazard to the test facilities. Upon completion of these tests, each reactor, by then radioactive, was transported by remote control back to the RMAD building for disassembly and inspection. Here, men working behind shielded walls used remote-controlled manipulators to remove the components for careful checking and analysis. Each test firing added information that helped scientists evaluate the reactor's performance and enabled them to make adjustments and corrections before the next reactor was assembled. But not all tests showed perfect performance. In this one, for example, the flashing in the exhaust gas indicated a structural breakup caused by excessive vibration. Extensive redesign and testing were needed to correct the flaw. And in this test, a hydrogen leak caused a fire on the test stand. Again, a correction was made. Each test brought the scientists a little closer to the performance they were seeking. Until finally, in September 1964, the 8th Kiwi reactor was brought up to full power and held for 8 minutes. And a few weeks later, it was restarted and operated at full power for 2.5 minutes. Specific impulse, about 750 seconds. This concluded the Kiwi test series. It had proved that a nuclear reactor could be built that would power a spacecraft.
The next step, already underway, was to develop complete engine technology. This project was called NERVA, Nuclear Engine for Rocket Vehicle Applications. It was to be a combined industry-government effort headed by the Space Nuclear Propulsion Office, a joint NASA and Atomic Energy Commission activity. The principal contractors were to be Aerojet General Corporation and Westinghouse Astronuclear Laboratory. The NERVA technology reactor, given the letter designation NRX, was essentially the same as Kiwi, but now the contractors had to extend its lifetime and put it into an engine configuration. Here is how the nuclear rocket engine will work. The reactor is a solid core, heat exchange type, cylindrical in shape. Fission of uranium atoms in the core is the source of heat. A reflector made of beryllium surrounds the core. The core consists of many graphite elements impregnated with the uranium-235 fuel. The core contains a number of channels running down its length. Hydrogen passing through the channels picks up heat generated by the fission process. The channels are coated with niobium carbide, a material which resists the corrosion that would occur if the hot hydrogen were allowed to come into direct contact with the hot graphite. The hydrogen is stored in a liquid state to achieve the lowest possible volume. The flight model will use about 1/3 of a million gallons for a 30-minute firing. To start the engine, the cold liquid hydrogen at minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit moves through a pump down to the nozzle, through internal passages in the nozzle walls, and back up inside the reactor pressure shell and reflector. This cools the nozzle, the reactor shell, and the reflector, and at the same time warms the hydrogen. The hydrogen then passes through the hot fuel elements where it is heated to about 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. From there it is expanded through the nozzle to provide thrust. The bleed line carries some of the hot hydrogen back to drive the turbo pump. The whole engine system is amazingly compact for a nuclear power source. The reactor works through fission of uranium-235, which constantly emits nuclear particles called neutrons. When reflected back toward the reactor, these particles will set up a chain reaction, generating terrific heat. The heat is controlled by rotating rods installed in the beryllium reflector around the reactor. The rods are also made of beryllium, but one side is coated with boron, which absorbs neutrons. Initially, the rods are turned so the boron side is toward the fuel elements, and sufficient neutrons are absorbed to prevent nuclear fission from starting. Beryllium reflects neutrons. By turning the beryllium side toward the elements, a point is reached where sufficient neutrons are reflected for fission to begin. The amount of heat produced depends upon the position of the rods. Heat increases as more of the beryllium side turns toward the core. When the desired rate of heat production is reached, the rods are turned back to stabilize it. Heat decreases as the rods are turned back. When the boron side absorbs enough neutrons to halt the fission process, heat is no longer generated. These rods can be operated by remote control.
Test facilities for engine components were built near Sacramento, California. The problem? Get adequate performance with minimum weight. The pump must move huge quantities of liquid hydrogen under pressure at minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit, while the hydrogen-cooled nozzle must expand high-pressure gaseous hydrogen at 4,000 degrees to low pressure. The reactor was designed to meet the structural requirements of ground handling, launch, and spaceflight. In a late 1965 test, it operated intermittently for an hour, including 16 minutes at full power. But in that test, as in all reactor tests before it, the hydrogen had been forced through the reactor by test stand pumping facilities instead of its own turbine-driven pump. In early 1966, the new technology reactor and the chief engine components, including the turbo pump, were assembled for test. It was called a breadboard because they were not arranged as they would be in an actual engine. It would be the first self-starting test, and it was a vital step in the nuclear propulsion concept. This engine test model started perfectly and increased to full power, proving that a nuclear rocket could be started by its own pump. During a 2-month period, it was started and stopped 10 times and operated at different power levels for a total of 110 minutes, 28 minutes at full power. Technology had now advanced to the point where performance limits could be extended. Work was already underway to increase reactor power and operating time. In February 1967, this reactor, the Phoebus 1B, was operated at a power level roughly equivalent to 75,000 pounds of thrust. And in December 1967, this reactor, the NRX A6, was operated at full power for an hour. Also in 1967, a new test stand was completed that would permit a test engine to be fired nozzle down into a vacuum chamber below, at least partially simulating the space environment. In early 1968, the first ground test engine was mounted in the new stand. Its success was a new milestone along the long road leading to a flight engine. Heavy shielding was used in this test engine to protect some of the components from intense radiation. In flight engines, all components will be radiation hardened and less shielding will be needed. These tests will complete the technology for a nuclear rocket engine for application to space missions of the late 1970s and beyond. Its thrust will be approximately 75,000 pounds. For missions that require higher thrust, 2 or more of these engines may be used in a single stage, or several engine stages may be assembled side by side. This versatility will give us the capability to perform a variety of advanced missions.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment. Exactly how it would be carried out depends upon a number of factors. But here is one way it might be done with nuclear rocket propulsion, using the technology developed for earlier missions. Using several Saturn V launch vehicles, components of the huge spacecraft would be placed into Earth orbit and assembled. Separate nuclear stages might be provided for each major step of the mission. The first stage might consist of 3 clustered rockets for departure from Earth orbit. 2 other nuclear stages consisting of 1 engine each would be used in the vicinity of Mars. The first stage cluster fires to accelerate the spacecraft to the velocity needed to get to Mars in the time that was decided upon, say 200 days. At burnout, the first stage cluster is jettisoned and goes into orbit around the sun. Mid-course correction is made by chemical rockets. About 200 days later, the space vehicle approaches Mars. There it is slowed down by a single nuclear rocket and enters an orbit around the planet. The used second stage is put into a higher Mars orbit than the space vehicle. A chemically powered module departs for the planet's surface. For the first time, men from Earth will set foot on another planet. For the return trip, the module is lifted by chemical power back into a Mars orbit, where it docks with the main space vehicle. The men transfer to the main craft and jettison the module, leaving it in an orbit around Mars. A third nuclear rocket accelerates the vehicle for the return trip. And it is jettisoned. Again, mid-course correction is made chemically. Just before reaching the vicinity of Earth, the crew transfers to a re-entry vehicle and jettisons the large spacecraft. Chemical rockets slow down the vehicle to re-entry speed, and they are jettisoned. After deceleration through the atmosphere, the re-entry vehicle returns to the Earth's surface by parachute. A trip to Mars and back, for centuries a dream of earthbound men, is now much closer to reality. Of course, there are many, many other problems to be solved before such advanced space missions can be attempted. Life support systems for extended space journeys, more accurate space navigation, communication systems, power supplies, and so forth. But any successful advanced mission must begin with propulsion, the power to get there and back. Lower overall weight, larger payloads, shorter travel time. These are the chief advantages of nuclear propulsion. The technology needed to build a nuclear rocket is well advanced. It will be available when this nation determines its next great objective in space.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Space News. Okay, I will be with you here in just a moment. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Want to go to Mars? Yeah. We definitely could have accomplished this, but man, what a waste of hardware. Jettison this, jettison that. Yeah. Yeah. I think with nuclear, it would probably be better to have some type of detachable tank system, so you don't so you don't get rid of the motors, right? Use one motor with just more fuel tanks attached to it, or one propulsion section with more fuel tanks. Similar to, wait for it, Constellation. Yeah. I think that was a good idea. That was probably a better way to do it. Anyway, so there was a Starlink mission last night, and I did talk about this a little bit at the beginning of the stream, but here, we'll pull up that footage from yesterday. So, Falcon 9 launched the Starlink 6-9, nice, mission late last night. I was trying to get it to the end. I was trying to keep going to the end of the stream to get to the launch, but we didn't get there. I went to bed when they pushed it past like almost to 1 in the morning. So Booster 1069 supported the 6-9 mission. Okay. And yeah, everything went good. I did see some things here and there. There's some kind of points to kind of pick out here. They proposed that they did helicopter on Mars. So, first, 11th use of a fairing. That's one of the first things. Yeah, the fairings, one of those fairing halves, I think it's this one on the right, flew its 11th flight. 11 times. That's pretty nuts. Actually, I think the fairing halves are right there, so I'm not sure if this is the side, but you can clearly see that some of the thermal protection system has been replaced over time, or some of the fairing skin, I should say. But those side pieces actually, yeah, it's interesting that they just replaced the strip where the plasma shock wave is closest. It's kind of funny. But either way, it's faring very well. Anyway, so it launched last night. A couple of things to note. This Starlink mission, the booster was on its 9th flight. That's not the most a booster has been used, right? That's not the most. The second stage, obviously, brand new. One of the fairings being used 11 times. But the launch pad, that's kind of the thing to understand here. The launch pad, Pad 40, was on a 4-day turnaround. Something launched from Pad 40 on Sunday. And today is Friday in California. Shoot! That's a really, really fast turnaround. 4 days. 4 days. This Falcon 9 was being placed on the pad like a couple hours before the mission happened, which is just... That's impressive, and it speaks to SpaceX's overall launch cadence. I mean, Falcon 9 flies a lot. This is by far and away the most use that Pad 40 has been getting. And you got to remember, Pad 40 isn't anything new in terms of launch pads. It's actually one of the older launch pads that's still being used. Pad 40 was built in 1967. It's an old pad. Now, don't get me wrong, it's been reused, it's been refurbished multiple times, etc., etc. But it's still interesting to see that, this pad, which is an old school style pad, is still being used pretty much once a week for a rocket launch. That's going to require an insane amount of refurbishment on the pad. I mean, who knows what those Falcon 9s are doing to that flame trench, launching once a week, right? Hey, somebody gifted Shoebex a tier 1 sub for that comment. Nice. Next mission on 40 is on the 16th, so on 5 days away. Rewarding bad jokes, thanks. Yeah. Hey, Vasi, what's going on? Took only 60 years, but the spaceport is finally starting to behave like a spaceport. Yep. That's right. And I would like to add, guys, that they are doing this.
No throttle up.
Hey, Vapor City, 1613 stuff. They are doing this while Slick 40 is under construction. Yes, you heard that right. Not anything with the pad over here, but this thing, this structure right here. See that thing with the little open door? That is Slick 40's, or what will be Slick 40's fixed service structure. The fixed service structure, at least what we've heard officially, is that the fixed service structure will be used to late load propellants into uncrewed resupplied Dragons. The idea is so SpaceX can use Pad 40 to launch Dragons from. The reason why they want to do this, initially at least, is because Pad 39 might see a little bit of a bottleneck. Because SpaceX needs to build the vertical integration hangar, the VIF, for their national security space launch obligations. Basically, they need a facility that can vertically integrate Falcon Heavy's extended fairing. So that'll put 39A down for a considerable amount of time. So what SpaceX is doing is they're taking 40 and they're initially allowing late loading of Dragon capsules that go up to the space station. Late loading payloads onto Dragon is sometimes is required for time-sensitive experiments that need to be done. So they load them at the last second. Like, for instance, if something needs to be refrigerated, you know. So initially, it's going to be for uncrewed Dragon missions, but I think it's not too far of an unreasonable thing to think that SpaceX is going to probably launch crew from 40 in the future. Now, last time I checked, we didn't have any crew capability for like they never said that they're gonna do crewed launches from 40, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna do crewed launches from 40. So basically, the weird trajectories were test missions. Yeah, maybe. I also think that it's not that much of a logical extrapolation to think that SpaceX is going to retool Slick 6, which has a fixed service structure, for Crew Dragon in the future. And we might see crew launches from the ISS from Vandenberg, which would be really cool. Falcon 9 did prove it. Basically, I mean, I've seen what I needed to see. Falcon 9 can get to the ISS from Vandenberg, which is pretty impressive. That's pretty good. Their 200 launch goal in 2024 would require 4 to 5 launches a week. Yep. Yeah, it's all right, Sun Temple, see ya. That's really impressive, dudes. The launch cadence, but yeah, I think that Slick 6 is gonna have Dragon late load and possibly commercial crewed missions out of California. Falcon 9 could get to the ISS from there. I'm not sure if a NASA mission is going to go out of Vandenberg with people, but it could. It would be really cool. There's no Dragon refurbishment facilities at Vandenberg, as far as I know. So, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be in the future, you know. I mean, Slick 6, just on a side note, is quite a big facility that was designed for spacecraft refurbishment because it was built for the space shuttle, and before that it was built for Gemini manned orbiting laboratory. So, needless to say, Slick 6 has the infrastructure to be able to support everything, all the crew launches. It is actually pretty much the biggest West Coast launch complex. It's very, very large. There's a lot of facilities around Slick 6 to support a lot of different types of operations. For instance, this building right here. That building was originally supposed to be an orbiter processing facility for the shuttle. So shuttle refurbishment would happen in there. Payload processing facility is right there. There's a booster refurbishment, booster integration facility, I should say, over here with railway access on top of that. And you have rails that basically go right up to the pad for not right up to the pad, but the rails go around here for SRB offloading if they need to be integrated. This is an SRB staging facility down there, if I'm remembering right. So you have rail access, you have infrastructure access, right? And you could potentially have on-site spacecraft refurbishment. Slick 6 really is the real deal. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Like, so this is like an all-in-one launch complex. It's pretty hardcore. And EJ, here he goes about Slick 6 again. So yeah, I mean, if they're willing to build a crew access tower at Pad 40, I don't see why they wouldn't do it at Slick 6 either. The whole 9 meters, as it were. Yep. So here's some footage of the launch. Let me show you. Pretty good launch. Let's get to the good stuff. Here we go. This is a replay from last night.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Yeah, Thomas,
4,
exactly.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Lighting up the night sky, baby.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
App State, it has a cafeteria too. Does it have a pool table?
Is nominal.
And it's got a pool table too. I mean, they have no experience making infrastructure up here out of thin air /S. Nice.
At T plus 35 seconds into flight, Falcon.
This Falcon will likely use the aircraft jacks to be held down due to the way it landed.
At 1:17 a.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, it launched at 1:17. Yeah, I was out. I was out by then, guys. I finished that crunch in Satisfactory, and then I'm just like, I went, made myself a ham sandwich, and then don't remember what happened after that. I just went, you know, just completely out.
Vehicle is supersonic.
It stopped right above the deck, and crush course
Max Q.
dropped onto it. Thomas, I did watch the landing. The landing didn't look too incredibly bad. What happened after the landing, didn't look very good. Also, some tape came undone right here from the floppy tape. Why have they shifted to such a late corridor? Trajectory optimization or less significant weather at night style could be the thing. It's really annoying that Starlink's launch like super late at night. Bearing separation. Boop. There you go. It's really annoying. And you know what sucks even more about that southeast trajectory that they're flying? That southeastward trajectory out of the Cape makes it so I can't even see the damn rockets on the way up. Like, I don't mind if they launch at night, but if they launched on the northeast corridor, at least staying after the night launches, I could go outside and see the damn thing fly past my house. But nope. Damn it! They fly on the crappiest trajectory at the crappiest times, man. Hey, Gil, checking back in. You may have hit it already, but I did see a Long March stage landed in a village the other day. I told you, Gil, it happens all the time. There's a reason why I don't cover that stuff, dude. I'm not going to be a part of that. Rockets that go up and come back down and land on people are not rockets. Those are called missiles. Differences. But yeah, hopefully, I also have dealing with some real life stuff. Hopefully that calms down. Right, Teague? Isn't it crazy? I don't think so, Aqualex. I don't think it came from the crush course, but we'll look. Is there a reason they're launching south? Is because the Atlantic up there is not happy? It's the recovery conditions. The seas are a lot fairer on the south trajectory than they are in the north trajectory. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to the entry burn. Let's get to the good stuff. There we go.
And there you can see on your left-hand screen a view of the first stage and the engines reigniting on the vehicle. This is the entry burn that lasts about 20 seconds long.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And
Stage 2 FTS was saved.
as you can see, those engines shut.
I mean, we've seen more missions with this, but the second stage camera optics are very, very nice. Look at how crisp that picture is. Whoever's doing the cinematography here, whoever's in charge of the optics package, really needs a promotion. Look at how crisp this shot is. Now, guys, once again, it's not just, oh, let's put a nicer camera on it. Let's put a nicer camera. Just put an IMAX camera on it. So it's not that simple. The rocket engine is vibrating like crazy. If you just put a regular camera on this like a GoPro, you wouldn't be able to see anything. It would be shaking all over the place. The fact that they put a camera on here and it makes it look nice and smooth is ridiculous to me. Like, look, you can see the parts moving around. That's really freaking cool. I mean, there is some noise in the image from some of the vibrations, but the fact that the camera just dampens out most of them is pretty damn impressive. Like, look, it seems like you could reach out and touch that damn thing.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Here we go. So
And
here's
you
the
can
part.
see on your
Here's the
screen that
weird
the
part.
landing burn has begun. So let's watch as Falcon 9
Don't lick it,
prepares
yeah.
to touch down on Just Read the Instructions.
It's in-house style. They have their own camera optics. Now watch
Landing
this
leg
landing.
deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Well,
And
It
as you
came
just
back.
saw that, Falcon 9 has touched down on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
but if you saw that, that didn't look very good. Now, what am I getting at? So the rocket came down. Everything looks good there. And Thomas, I was so distracted when I watched this morning by what happened underneath the rocket. I didn't even notice that all four crush cores compacted. They definitely did. You're absolutely right. Just oh, but also the sparks coming out of the motor. Not good. Well, it's not necessarily not good. That's obviously behavior that you don't want. But it looks like one of the gas generator exhausts. It looks like it caught on fire. Now, I can't tell if these are sparks coming off of it, or if it's just the propellant that does leak out of the engine when the engine shuts off. That's being illuminated by that fire. But there's clearly something going on there. There's fire above the nozzles, which is generally not what you want with rockets. And they cut the camera before we could see the end of it, so who knows. You could see more drone ship here in the last view. Oh, the Twitter video. Yes. Or the X video. Wait. Maybe they shouldn't call it that. Dude, you can scrub through the entire mission. That is actually really cool. That's pretty awesome video functionality. Now I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe I should restream the X stream and not YouTube, because on the X stream I can pick what camera angles I want. That's actually pretty cool. Here, let's get to the landing part. That's super freaking impressive. All right, here we go. Here's the good stuff. Well, they don't always do this.
Landing leg deploy.
Crunch.
Stage 1 landing.
Interesting. Thomas, this is not the same camera as the one from the YouTube broadcast. The one on the YouTube broadcast is over there. It's over there where that light is. That's weird. Yeah, see? See that? Something...
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
Oh, no. That...
MVAC shutdown. Nominal orbit insertion.
That's not ideal. I'm not a rocket scientist. Watch this for a while. That's probably not good. 9th flight for this booster. Well, they must have tried something that they weren't sure about working. Well, like, here's the thing, dude. If it's windy and, some of the residual fire from the rocket engine lights the propellants on the ground and the wind is blowing in the right direction, it can catch the turbine exhaust. That happens. We know that happens. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on there. But it looks like the piece of the turbine exhaust that's on fire has sparks coming off of it. Anytime you see, like, little sparks coming out, that's melted metal. Like that. That's not ideal. Now, if I'm looking at this right, they are purging out the engine. They're purging out the engines with helium, so the flames are going down. But it's still burning something. Yeah, a little bit of damage on this. They should... Oh. Yeah, see, there's still some residual propellants down there, but it looks like they extinguished the fire. Ready? Well, I was gonna make a joke, but never mind. Oh, dude, we can see the tracking cameras too. Oh, this is cool, man. Jeez, look at this. Oh, the guy on the tracking camera cranked the exposure. You see that? It's basically going to be dark until the rocket engine turns on. You see it? I see it. Here, let me go this way. How's that for a tracking shot? Oh. Oh. Oh, hey, dial in that exposure, fella. Ooh, that's nice. That's really cool. Let me check the other tracking shots. Tracking cam 2. This is fantastic. Engines full power and liftoff. Oh, that's wild. See, they usually go to this camera when they launch, but cool. What other ones are there? There's the map. Oh, stage view. Is there stage view all like through T0?
Seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Go
Dude, what a
Falcon,
freaking
go
treat this
Star.
is. Yeah, baby. Yeah, DMC. Oppenheimer's
Stage one
fantastic.
downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Now that's freaking cool, man. What a freaking treat. Anytime they put the SpaceX coverage on X, yeah, we're doing that. I gotta figure out a way to see if we could show all the damn feeds at once. It looks like a metal fire. Yeah, something broke, Oculus. I'm pretty dang sure, but I mean, you know, we'll never know for sure. But yeah, it's just the rest of the stage view is blank. So like, okay, there's the actual cast, the multicam, tracking cam 2, first stage. Oh, we need a map view. We need a map view, dang it. X gonna give camera angles to you. Yep. Checking out the humans for scale. The meme lord says Falcon 9 looks cute next to Starship, and Falcon 1 looks like a high school project. Yeah. Yeah. That probably wouldn't, DeLorean, I don't think they'd put the whole thing in there because of, trajectories and stuff. Nice shot. Hey, nice Mars. The KSP2 devs are up to something in the Discord. Okay. And that's EJ next to a Falcon 9. Posted today. Oh, yeah. Well, they got an AMA going. Fresh footage of Relativity's test stand at Stennis. Cool. But we need a banana for scale. Yeah, actually, you know what? Hold on. I got the test stand footage up, but here, look at this, the Marcus House post that he's replying to, which is camera footage from Jerry Pike. Watch this. So we saw that Falcon 9 land on the drone ship, right? We were watching it shoot out fire and stuff. Look at the person walking around. You know, I think it's important to understand how big the drone ship is. We're talking almost the size of a soccer pitch here. The distance between the nozzles and the ground Chupon is about 2 meters. Between the nozzle and the ground. The legs hold Falcon 9 2 meters up in the air. Which is impressive. Yeah, see, look at that. Slightly less on this one. Yeah, if the crush core is compact, yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, see the dudes walking on the boat? This is a really good shot that shows scale. It's kind of crazy. Shame they sold the oil platforms. I think they'll buy more in the future, Canuck. I think it was a little too early for them to buy the oil platforms. Get the thing launching reliably from land and then oil platform it up. SpaceX is already hard into the R&D for Starship in general. We could talk more about Starship later, though. But yeah, that was the Falcon mission from last night. The next Falcon mission, or the next, well, let's check out the rocket launches here. The next one is on the 16th from literally the same pad. It's currently at 8 p.m. I'll guarantee you next Wednesday that's probably going to end up being Thursday morning. And then on Thursday morning, there is a Starlink mission at 3 a.m. from Slick 4. Yeah, Zeros. It's pretty damn impressive, isn't it? Yep. It's crazy the amount of launches. SpaceX guys, like I said, they are currently managing a sub 4-day launch schedule. They will hit 100 launches by the end of the year at this rate, which is... There was a time where there wouldn't even be 100 launches a year in general. Like, every country, every rocket. The fact that SpaceX is doing 100 launches by themselves is pretty damn impressive. How many launches last year? I think they ended with like 70 missions last year, Drummer. I wouldn't stress out about covering Starlink missions at stupid o'clock. I wouldn't mind doing recaps like this for the ones that are at crazy times, dude. I actually wanted to talk to you guys about that before we go any further. If there's a Starlink launch at like 2, 3 in the morning, like maybe it's better to just cover it for space news the next day. The numbers are astronomical, if you will. Yeah. I suggested this years ago. Yeah, but Hellfish, when you suggested it, they were launching once a week, so it was a lot more manageable than 2 to 3 times a week, like what it is now. Yeah. So. Shut up. Shut up. We really didn't break 100 launches worldwide until like 2016. Yep. Now, with that being said, if it's a SpaceX mission that's not Starlink going in the middle of the night, like a crew mission, oh, we're staying up for that. Oh yeah, I'll screw over my sleep schedule for that, sure. You know? And I would even say that high-profile Starlink missions, like a 16th or a 17th mission for a booster, I would stay up for that as well. I want to see SpaceX take a booster, RTLS it, and launch it again within 24 hours. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Phil, 72-month resub. Part of me wanting to cover all these launches is that I want to kind of keep my streak going of, like, seeing way more Falcon 9 launches live than not. I think even with all the Starlink missions that I've missed this year, it's not much. I think I've missed cumulatively maybe 20 Falcon 9 missions at best out of 250. I'm still waiting for that 24-hour booster turnaround. I've seen more Falcon 9 launches live than missed by a long shot. Most of those you only missed because of house and wedding. Yep. I think the first one that I missed was only this year. From Cassiope in 2013 to literally this year, I saw every single Falcon 9 launch live without fail. I maybe missed 1 or 2. And the ones that I didn't cover, I was either there or watching it live. Crazy, right? That's like a lot of launches. I think SpaceX will attempt a 24-hour or quicker turnaround to figure out how they might want to do that with Starship. Good thing you didn't mention Starship because you missed Hoppy. I watched that on a plane. The bonus is that anybody can go on holiday to Florida for a week and practically be guaranteed a launch. It's pretty freaking cool. I watched Starhopper on a plane at 35,000 feet. I did see it live, and I freaked out, and I tried to post about it, and plane connection went out because Viasat. More like Vias suck. I'm just kidding. Viasat's all right. Launch more satellites, please. Your current ones seem to be having No? Still mean? Still mean. Yep. Okay. Imagine if they had actually done if they do the week of your wedding. Yeah, that would have sucked. Sorry, your message was not posted due to antenna failure. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. We got to get you on a rocket this decade? Me? I'd do it. If they needed me to. Nope, I said it. Batman, I still like your idea. I still like the train tower defense zombie game idea. That's a pretty good one. I get to see it every single Starlink mission because that's your job. Yep. Yeah, me too. But in a different way. Are planes switching over to Starlink? Some of them are. Daryl, random question. I saw you playing Satisfactory and you had small lights on the walls like walkway lighting. It's a sign from Jeb. No, seriously, Daryl, build an organization sign, the one that says shenanigans on it. Get the text off, get the background image off, set the colors to like bright white, and then turn the glow all the way up. Basically, you get lights. Yeah, it's a sign. You saw a sign, you opened up your eyes and saw the sign. Yeah, so, you know what? You know what's funny, Hellfish? When I was a lot younger, I thought that they were saying, I saw the sun. I opened up my eyes because I saw the sun. And then I was wondering why you would do that because, I mean, this is like 6 or 7 year old me. I was wondering why you would do that because I looked up at the sun and opened my eyes and my eyes started to hurt. Yeah. True story. I'm like, why would someone stare at the sun? And then I didn't realize until a lot later, like, that's not what they're talking about. I'm like, why would you stare at the sun? That's the stupidest thing ever. Revenge of ABBA. Yeah, I was like, why did you stare at the sun? Who does that? Are these people stupid? No, Toothless, not that one, but yeah. I was like, I never told anybody about that. I was just thinking to myself, like, why would someone do this? That's weird. I used to think that the Toto song was I Catch the Rays Down in Africa. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. Yeah, right. Oh, boy. Okay, anyway. So, relativity space here. Soaring over Stennis. All right, let's see what we got. This is coming from Relativity. Let's see. They are building new test stands down at Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. Little doggy. Yeah, that's funny. I was today years old when I realized they weren't saying sun in that song, and I never really listened to that song on purpose. Yep. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, right? Yeah. Oh, new test stands. Metal and cranes. Look at these new test stands. Metal and cranes. That's cool. Let's break it down shot by shot. So, Relativity is building a lot of test stands down there. A lot of brand new stuff. So, They have 2 first stage engine test stands here, and then a second stage engine test stand in that cell right there. It looks like they're all connected into the same commodity system, if I'm looking at this right. These are the propellant tanks that feed the rocket engine, and then there's your master fuel farm over there, if I'm looking at this correct. But it's hard to say because this is still under construction. Pneumatics are over there. More fuel tanks over here behind my head. Yep, locks. You can tell because it says locks on it. Dude, safety railings. See? See? Safety punk. Yes. Sad to see Terran 1 go. Why? Who cares? Screw Terran 1. Terran R is going to be way better. Now, I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right, but I think that... Nope, that's another test stand entirely. That's a brand new one. So this is their existing stuff, and then from here... That's a horizontal test stand right there. I'm not sure where this is in relation to everything else. But that's a new test stand. It's interesting, though. That new test stand is reusing something. See? See that tank? It's all crusty. They did buy that tank from something else. Yeah, maybe Aqualix. Yeah, who knows? Oh, there's the A3 and the A2 test stand there. That's a water tower. I don't know if you guys knew. Yeah, see, there's going to be flame buckets right here, and that's where the rocket engine is going to be mounted, in that open area right there. I can't tell if that's the same test stand. Yeah, it looks like it is. This is just from another angle. Mississippi is where this is, Jens. Yeah, see? Two engine cells. You could see the concrete mounts right there for the flame buckets. Flame buckets is going to be pretty heavy. There's also liquid oxygen over here. That tank, that's the used tank that they have, is definitely been used. Great sentences, EJ. Yeah. Commodity line mounts right there. So liquid oxygen, the pipe, you can see it's going to go that way. And it's going to go into the test stand. Still not a fan of them dumping Terran 1 after spending a lot of money making a pad and other infrastructure for it. Well, Thomas, what pad do they have? 19? They have... or is it... No, 16? I forget which one. I think 19 might be Firefly. They have 16. Could 16 be refurbed for... Could 16 be refurbed for Terran R? I think it's big enough. I think it's a big enough facility. I mean, if they were able to do it with 40, they could probably do it with 16. They are making a whole new pad next to it for Terran R. Huh. So let me get this straight. They refurbished Complex 16 back to operational status, launched once, and then abandoned it for another pad? Why wouldn't you just... So I guess my question is, why would you do that? I understand the pivot to Terran R, right, which is Relativity's reusable rocket that's supposed to be a Falcon 9 competitor, which is pretty cool. But why would you get rid of the main pad? Here, let's see. Oh, these plans would probably make this make more sense. All right, let's see what we got here. We're looking at Slick 6. look like relativity. How would we know the answer to that? LOL. Well, the whole exercise is to get you to use your brain creeper, something that I don't think you just did. But that's the whole point. Let's think about it and try to understand why they would do that. That's why I asked the questions that I asked, so we can understand better what's going on in the industry. No, your response is good too. Guy. I'm only kidding, jeez. How the heck am I supposed to know that? I can't tell inflection from text, can you? You can hear my voice. I can't hear you. I'm not an expert, but Mississippi looks like a bad place to start a rocket company from a geographical point of view. Start a rocket company. Relativity's headquarters is in Long Beach. They tested Mississippi because Mississippi is literally the U.S. space program's home of testing rockets, and it has been, Jens, for the past, I don't know, 70 years? Yeah. They're building out new test stands at Stennis so they can test the rocket engines there. And in terms of, like, why, in terms of, like, that doesn't seem from a political point of, like, you said geographical, not political. Excuse me. From a geographic point of view, Mississippi's fine. You know why? You can get super heavy rockets in there. So check this out. During the Apollo program, they built Saturn V first stages in New Orleans over here, right? And then Stennis is actually right next to that. It's right on the border between Mississippi and Louisiana. So if you look, here's Michoud, right? That's where they make Saturn V. That's where they made the Saturn V. That's where they made shuttle external tanks, and that's where they make SLS cores, right? They have a heavy dock over here where they can roll it onto the barge, the Pegasus barge, right? And now this is not what relativity is doing. This is just historically, right? And then they sail it right down this canal up through here. And if you look, Stennis has sea access. It has a port. During the Apollo program, they went and dug out this canal. They dredged it. See what I'm talking about? You can see where the river was, and then they just dredged it. And it just keeps going. They dredged the canal, and then not only did they do that, but they dredged an entire port up here in Mississippi. See that? App State? They don't launch from Mississippi. No. That's where the test stands are, bud. That's where the testing is. App State. Tranquility Base here. Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. Couple of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. Beers. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the tip. So yeah, that makes it so that you can get infrastructure in here via boat. Now, Relativity's test stands, see where this L is? That's where they're building it. And they are building out a dock so they can get access to the river. So think about it like this, Jens. You wouldn't test something in Mississippi unless you wanted to test something big that needs to be delivered by boat. Just saying. Just some food for thought there. They moved entire towns that were in the noise abatement zone. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, Stennis has some really awesome infrastructure. There's the Fred Hayes test stand. That's the A2 right there. There's the A3 test stand, which was built for the Constellation program, finished, and then they never used it. Rocket Lab actually has that test stand too. Or no, that's the A1. The A2 is over here. These were all used during the Apollo program to test Saturn V first, second, and then over here on the B1, B2 test stand, third stages. Yeah, that's what it was built for. The B2 test stand is when they tested the SLS core stage. They tested it on the B2. The B1 stand is being rented by Aerojet Rocketdyne. I don't know what they do with it. Last time I heard of that, the B1 cell ever using anything, like the last thing that it was used for was testing RS-68s in the 2000s. I don't know what they're doing with it since. Oh, I forgot about this. A few weeks ago, it looks like they're building a new Slick 50 between 40 and 37. This was from the NSSL Industry Day presentation. Oh. So yeah, Jens, they're Mississippi is like the home of rocket engine testing, dude. Yeah. Man, rocket companies use an awful lot of land and space. The space used, well, I mean, ironic, isn't it? Because they go to space. The space used is mostly to make sure that nothing is near it. Because if something goes wrong, you don't want people near the thing. Makes sense. But in terms of like Kennedy Space Center, that works to their advantage. The buffer zone around KSC is a nature preserve. Yeah, it preserves Florida's national. It's a national seashore. The Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge is all around the launch pads, and that keeps people away, and it gives the animals a place to go. Because yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, there's not a lot of pristine Florida coastline left. Most people put their houses on it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, really good, actually. What does SLS RS-25 use? Propellants? Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. It's also poo-poo swampy forest land. Alright, so let's take a look at this. This is Relativity's plans for Terran R, huh? I think I know why they did this, guys. I think I know why they did this. There's not really any spot to put the HIF over here to line up with the launch pad. With Terran 1, that's a good enough distance, so if something happens with the rocket, it won't destroy the integration facility. I literally don't think there's enough room to roll Terran R in, put it on its launch mount, roll it out to the pad, and then turn it upright. I don't think there's enough room. Less demo costs? Building less demo costs. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the case. They'll probably use it maybe as a motor test stand or something. Who knows? Do these companies end up buying the actual land? They lease it from the government. It's government property that they lease. Yeah. It's a long-term lease, though. But yeah, yeah, interesting. Interesting. Now, like I said, I wanted to look at Google Earth real quick and see the most updated picture. Let's see. I'm interested to see if they've even started breaking ground on this pad. Also, look at how pristine that national seashore is. See, all up in here. They made all of this wildlife refuge. So this is what the entirety of Florida's coastline looked like at one point. Oh, there's another one. But yeah, as opposed to this. See what I'm talking about? So that actually works in to nature's advantage. That's crazy. I love how they were just like, I want a golf course here. You can't put a golf course there. There's water there. Yeah, so I want a golf course. All right. Yeah, Tal, you see that? I'm like, dude, I'm kind of worried, like, am I going and posting around, like, you know, am I going and crap posting in other people's chats? I hope not. Anyway. 16 is right here. We got to set the timeline to 7/2023. So this was very recent. Oh yeah, they've started. Yeah, they started grading. Absolutely. What was the first ever pad in the Cape? Launch Complex 1 that was used to launch bumper rockets in the late 40s. Erudite. It's actually up or down here. Launch Complex 1 is right here. There were 4 launch pads that originally built for the Cape. This was before it was a space, Air Force Station, NASA, whatever. There was Complex 1, Complex 2, Complex 3, Complex 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. They literally picked the furthest point, almost, as they possibly could. And you got to remember, there was nothing here. Nothing. Not on this, not on this. You were out in the middle of nowhere because they didn't want anybody seeing it. Thanks for taking your time to explain things. That's my meal ticket, Jens. Also, I forgot to tell you guys about this. Look at that. That's New Glen's transporter erector. I forgot to tell you that the picture has this. Look. How often does it update? Every once in a while. This image was taken on the 4th of July. America. Look at that. It's better than that. Those 4 pads are in a line because that's the only land the Fed owned at the time from moving the Cape Light inland. That's right. They moved the Canaveral Point Lighthouse. They moved it down the street, right there. It was over here. Yep. I don't know what they use that complex for nowadays. I don't think it's anything. I think it's just it's what's called AIP, abandoned in place. Over here is Complex 46. Complex 46 is used for Minotaur launches, amongst other things. Astra did launch from there once. But yeah, look at that. So you want to get an idea how big that transporter erector is? I mean, it's in the upright position here. You want to get an idea how big it is? Let's go down here and look at its horizontal integration facility. So first of all, look at that building comparatively to the cars next to it. Second of all, punch a line or punch a point in here and there. It's 550, I'd say 540 feet long. The integration building. So meters, 163 meter. And then the width here of the opening of the doors is let's say 57 meters. 57 meters, 186 feet. This is bigger than a football field. So if you want to know how big New Glenn actually is, it's quite a large vehicle. And when that thing goes, it's gonna go. So the lighthouse was moved inland to preempt erosion, but the Fed still owned the land it previously sat on. Oh, they didn't move it for the rockets, Loopy. Today I learned. I always assumed it was there for that. That's cool. The lighthouse is the most important building to the U.S. space program here in Florida because without it, it wouldn't be here. As told me by the chief of the base when he stopped the KSC bus tour I was on once. Neat. So it was born on the 4th of July. Okay, but now imagine... We'll get to that in a little bit, Jens. You think so, Thomas? My only thing with this is that how would you'd have to back the booster horizontally all the way through here, turn it upright, and then back it in that way. RTLS, New Glenn, perfect pad, perfect access. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. And there is already some infrastructure in that direction, interestingly enough. So, just for some context here, this is Complex 36, or Space Launch Complex 36, or for short, Slick 36. Slick 36 used to be a 2-pad launch complex, and because New Glenn is so ridiculously big, they took 2 pads and made it 1. So one of the old launch pads used to be right here, 36A, and 36B was right here. So New Glenn's pad sits on where 36B was. Crazy part about that is because this rocket is so ridiculously big, there was Complex 11 right here, Launch Pad 11, and that's where its fuel tanks are because New Glenn is a freaking chonker of a freaking launch vehicle. Oh, nice shot, Lippy. There you go. Rockstar, oh, predominant. This is what I think it is. Yeah, I'll mention that news in a little bit, dude. But yeah, can you believe that? I guess. I guess we're good to go. Yeah, you can see if you turn off the timeline and you go back to the photogrammetry thing. That's what it looked like. See? I think A was this one and B was this one. I think I got it backwards from a second ago. Free pads to make that one complex, which is pretty nuts. Anyway, let's zip that out there. Get rid of that. So, yeah, I think, guys, I think they're building Terran R next to it just because I don't think it'll fit. It won't fit on LC-16's original pad. I don't think. There's no way, unless they had the HIF like over here and then took a right-hand turn like Vandenberg to get to it. 36 was used for Atlas 2 and Atlas 3. But originally, Loopy, it was used for Atlas Centaur. That's an old pad. Really old pad. Pretty cool. Alright, what's this next one? Yeah, this is what I wanted to show. So, Phil, let's see. What do we got here? This was from a space symposium here. '17. New operations area. Future New Space Launch Complex 50 area. Interesting. Future reactivated space. This is a map at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Proposed land area development. What else do we got here? Area 59, Area 57. That's where they refurbish Dragon capsules down here. SpaceX has a whole Dragon refurbishment facility down there. I'm just reading the bullet points. Restricted access, mission support area, future processing and space facilities. I'm kind of wondering what they're doing with the skid strip, if anything. There is a runway at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, but it rarely gets used. It's usually used for cargo planes to come in and land to deliver satellites. See? Future development for flight line operations related to launch support. They're going to expand the skid strip. If you want the PowerPoint, I can send it on Discord, but this is the only important stuff on there. Now it's good. I'm just looking around at the individual bullet points. Expand multi to include storage for MSA 2 and MSA 5 console. MSA? Hey, Ewok. Oh, it gets used plenty. I hear the C-17's about once a month on an approach over your house. Yep. So the ITL, Slick 46 and 40. So Space Launch Complex 50. They're going to improve the road. Future reactivated space launch complexes. Complex 34 is on that list. For reactivated launch complexes. I'm having trouble orienting myself. The VAB is over here. Complex 39 is it would be on the left side of your screen. North is that way, see? Yeah, 34. It's interesting that they list 34 as a future reactivated complex. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. So, see, and look, also, Slick 13, they're labeling it as Slick 13 and not Landing Zone 1. Current landing zone and future reactivated space launch complex. SpaceX is getting rid of those. They're getting rid of LZ-1. I mean, they reactivated John Glenn, the one John Glenn launched from, but Apollo 7 isn't Mercury Atlas. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, Cloudy, it's been a while. Hope everything's doing well. What's the topic right now? We're looking at what the Space Force wants to do with Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This is proposed land development area. There's some interesting stuff here. Look, even Complex 1, 2, 3, and 4 are listed as future reactivated complexes, which is okay. And let's see, Slick 17 and 18 are listed as 19. New Lighthouse Road reconnection. There it is. Man, Moon Express really screwed that up, didn't they? Yeah, there was a road that went right through here, and they built Slick 17 on it. Slick 17 was Delta 2's launch pad. It looks like their plans are to well, they've already bulldozed that pad. It looks like their plans are to rebuild the road. See the road right there? But that would mean interfering with this launch complex over here. I forget which one this is. It's an ICBM testing site, if I'm remembering right. 9, 10, 30, 31, and 32. Looks like they don't have any plans for those. Complex 31, though, I guarantee you there's never going to be any plans with that one. Anybody know why? Complex 32 was an ICBM test site. Twin pad, 31 and 32 right there. They're never using it again. Thomas, you know. So, let me show you. People might not find this image very pleasing, but one of the silos at Slick 30, or the silo at Slick 31 is a sarcophagus. Oh, it isn't a grave for a person, predominant. All the parts of Challenger that they found, they put in there. Yeah. That kind of sucks, but they did take one of them out and they put it at Cape Canaveral's visitor center, which is cool. Yeah. Where's Columbia's parts? Not interred in the ground, that's for sure. But yeah, that's where that Slick 31 and 32, that's where the remains of Challenger is. Columbia, all the parts that they found of Columbia are in the VAB. Yep, it's in the VAB. It's in the VAB in a room that, in a part of the VAB that they don't use anymore. And no one's allowed to go in there except for the families of the astronauts. Yep. Nope, Columbia's over. It's inside of the VAB. What's left? That once again they took a part of it and put it at Cape Canaveral or Kennedy Space Center Visitor, which is cool. So you can go see parts of Columbia and Challenger. It's a very, 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 very tastefully done memorial that's right next to Atlantis. So right next to Atlantis, which was retired, you can see parts of Columbia and Challenger and a tribute to the 14 astronauts that were lost, which is, yeah, it's really cool. Everybody should go see that. I want to say it's in Southwest Highway at the 100-foot level. It's around somewhere. But anyway, yeah. So there are no plans for 9, 10, 31, and 32. There's the EOD range. And yeah, central administration area. Nothing for 25 and 29. Nothing down here on the south side of the base. Nothing to see here. Actually, they do have it labeled. South Administration Campus. Administration buildings for personnel relocated from the industrial area. Gym and track relocated from the industrial area. Potential future development for other administration. New parking garage. Sport facilities, long-term option, gas station, shop, car wash, Burger King. Oh! Rocket, launching. What? It says Burger King right there, man. Rocket, launch the rocket. Max Q, supersonic launch the rocket. And that's no cap on rocket launches. At the Space Force, have it your way. We rule. Wait, what? It's always BK on the Fed facility. Berbers. Potential Space Launch Delta 45 HQ relocated from Patrick Space Force Base. Cool. Now, okay, all right. That last part, not the Burger King part, but this last bullet point is actually really cool. That's neat. In the past, Cape Canaveral Air Force Station was not big enough to really have like personnel there. Like they put, it was controlled by Delta 45, which is out of Patrick Space Force Base, which is south, right? That's a good ways south from there. The Space Force wanting to put administration personnel and building out Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, means they would only do that if it's going to get a lot of use, which is cool, man. Another one. We got a ban and reported loop. Yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks. What are you going to do? But anyway, that's really neat because that means that the Space Force is going to expand Delta 45 because they're expanding ground ops around here, which means these pads, dude, oh, it's going to be a freaking renaissance, man. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. I haven't even gotten into the good parts yet. I'm wondering what their plans are for the industrial area and the industrial support area. So that's a bullet point 11 and 12. Industrial area launch support campus. Move non-critical operations personnel out of the industrial area. Redevelop facilities and open land for launch support function. Demolished unused and obsolete facilities. Connect the NASA Causeway to Central Control Road. Really? They should launch, I'll tell you what I'd do, man. Launch all the rocket pads at the same time, man. So this is the NASA Causeway right here. The reason why it's called the NASA Causeway is because if you go from the Space Force Station over to here, the NASA Causeway leads to Kennedy Space Center's industrial site over here. This is KSC. That's the KSC buildings. And then Complex 39 is a little ways north. Doesn't look like it's that far. That drive actually takes a lot longer than you think. And it's really cool because you take a turn onto Kennedy Parkway right here and you could see the VAB coming down the road, which is awesome. Everybody should do that at some point. Central Control Road is this road right here. So it looks like the NASA Causeway Road was connected to it at one point. But what they're going to do, if I had to guess, they said they're going to demolish obsolete buildings. So, Loopy, if I had to guess, they're going to take this road and make it snake through like that. Which is that's really cool. The Cape Canaveral Space Force Station industrial site, believe it or not, is there are a ton of hangars. They're hangars. They have letter codes, so that's Hangar R, Hangar D's, Hangar 1, Hangar M. That is the structure formerly known as Hangar. N, T, B, Hangar D's. So, some of these facilities, actually, fun fact, some of these facilities are currently used for launch support operations. Here. You can never guess who uses Hangar M. Gee, I wonder. Maybe that's Boeing or something. Yeah, some of these facilities are even being used, from what I can tell. Those look like pieces of an orbital launch mount. Yo, mama. Oh! Yep, even Hangar AF. Man, now that's Hangar AF right there. Hangar AF was used. They actually, if I'm remembering right, they released Hangar AF. If you want to know, Hangar AF was built for SRB refurbishment and deprocessing. You see the SRB-shaped dock that they have right there? Yep, and the SRB segment holders right there. They use this to actually clean out the SRBs before they ship them back for refurbishment. Pretty cool, right? By the way, go to the hangar next to the old SRB dock. There's a new Glen fairing there. Hangar S. I saw it. Ooh. Never. Yeah, that's cool. Hangar AE is NASA Launch Services. Yep. And one of these hangars is actually a museum. There's the Air Force Space and Missile Museum has a bunch of cool rockets in there. In one of these hangars. Chat, you guys probably know which one it is. I don't know which one it is. But yeah, it's kind of weird because if any of you guys ever have the pleasure of driving through here, I've driven through here a couple of times, right? And you look around and you see a bunch of hangars, but there's no runway. The skid strip's all the way over here. It's weird to see a bunch of hangars and no runway, but yeah. CRS-8 booster is in there. I think so, yeah. That's the one that was used during the drop test. Go America offloaded the SRB dock and they moved it to S. Cool. Is that hangar open to the public? No. Oh. New KERB, Kerbal End Users Report Bugs. Cool, cool. Very nice. We'll check that out in a moment. But this also says, and Phil, thanks for finding this, man. This is super cool. I love the infrastructure, man. You know I like the machine that makes the machine. CRS-8 booster is at the parking lot to the north of Slick 40. Up here? There it is. Yes, it is indeed right there. All right, cool. Let's back it up. Go back down here. They needed space for a certain something in Hangar M. Is it big and made out of steel by any chance, Thomas? Yeah, no problem. I forgot to send it a few weeks ago. This is sweet, dude. What else? So, 11. 11 is... There's a bullet point for 11 up here. Alright, what else do we got? Connect NASA Causeway to Central Road. New barrier system at entry gate. New Space Force Station armory and administration space in Hangar F. Oh. Which hangar's gonna get the guns, man? El Guapo, here come the guns! Hell yeah! F? F? How about F? You're a gimp. Good. You know what? All this stuff was just, okay, quick side note. All these hangars and stuff were built during the heyday of the space program, like the dawn of the space age. All this stuff was built in anticipation of, you know, like missile research, manned rocket research and stuff, but they kind of stopped after the Apollo program. And anyway, you know, when the space shuttle started flying, and all this was pretty obsolete because they built Complex 39. But it's really, really, really cool and really special to me that they're using all of this stuff again. There's Hangar F. That's where they're going to keep the boom booms. Space Force Station working dog kennel near Hangar F. Hey, all right. Gotta take care of the puppers. Hangar AF and wharf improvements. Renovate petroleum lab. Okay. Consolidate cloys shops around Hangar N. Cloys shops? Hangar N, I think, was over here. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Where are the alligators on that map? Just assume that they're everywhere. Isn't the remains of Apollo 1 in one of these hangars? I don't think so, Creeper. I think the Apollo 1 command service module is in the Smithsonian somewhere. It's in a climate-controlled room in the Smithsonian. I'm pretty sure it's at Marshall, or it's in D.C. Yeah, they still have it. Yeah, it still exists. Part of me is like they should show it as a memorial, but also part of me is like, no, they should not. It's gruesome in there. It's one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, I really want to see this, but also I really don't want to see this. I really don't want that. Industrial support area, so 12. Support facilities, short-term option, gas station, shop, car wash, Burger King! Again! 2 Burger Kings? Oh, damn! Rocket, 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 we launched another rocket. Let's see. Here. I don't know what that means, Bandit. Alright. Hey, Clayton, what's up, dude? You're not having a good day. Your AC is dead and it's 98 out. Oh my god. I'd be sticking my head in the freezer at that point, dude. I don't think we should display it, John. You know, I've actually thought about this. I'm like, they should display it. Like, part of me is like, they should display this. This is, you know, you should show this so people can learn. But also, no, you shouldn't. You absolutely should not do that. You know, I kind of would be like, yeah, I would like to see it, but no. No, thank you. No, I don't think they ever should. What's Cloys 3, Bandit? I don't know what that is. For Cape launch operations and infrastructure support. Oh, cool. All right, sweet, sweet. It should be displayed. Hiding away the failures of the space program is almost criminal. Yeah. BK Food requires a launch cadence, hence the multiple locations. I love how how it's just like, yes, we're going to improve launch operations area. We're going to put gas stations, car washes, and Burger Kings. New mini mobile operations command on old XY site. I think that's what MOC means. And Burger King. This is sweet, dude. I could read about this all day. So 13 is 13. Bullet point 13 is complex 13, which I really, really appreciate. Thank you, Air Force, or Space Force. Very cool. Future reactivated launch complex. 14, 15, and 16. Launch operations area. Future low-density development for launch support-related facilities, such as processing, integration, vehicle refurbishment, storage, and staging facilities. So they're not going to use low-density development for launch support. They're not going to use 14, 15, and... Well, 16 is... Well, 16 is relativity, so something is launched from that. Loopy, I haven't looked at 41 yet. What is this? KSP2 timeline. 0.1.4 for KSP2 is scheduled to go live on the 22nd. Excellent. This patch continues our commitment to resolving the biggest issues faced by our community, set up a solid foundation in preparation for the science milestone. We'd also like to share that in weeks to come, you can expect to see 3 video development interviews with 3 different members of the team, diving deep into re-entry visual effects, re-entry heating, wobbly rockets, and orbital decay. As a final note, we understand that KSP2's current state does not meet fan expectations. As the song goes, we truly believe things can only get better. We're working hard to make KSP2 the best it can be. Thank you all for joining us on this early access tour. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Solid pipes? Thank you. It was moved to Langley Research Center and placed in secure storage. In 2007, as parts of Command Module 012 were moved approximately 90 feet to a newer environmentally controlled warehouse. Yeah. Well, that's good. And then Mike actually said something. What's Mikey saying? Just to add, we are working towards more timeline updates like this in the future. Game development takes time, but we also want to keep our fans in the loop for what's to come. Okay, sounds good to me. Let's do it. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. The room in the VAB that only family can go into. I hope that includes maintenance staff. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But, weather guy, it's not like if I worked at KSC, I could just go into that room. No, no. It's... yeah. They don't want anybody going in there. For good reason. I'm happy that they took part of it out and made a memorial to it. That actually makes me pretty happy. For KSP, I still hope for colonization and resource extraction. Those were the features I cared most about. Oh, Inky, those are very much in the development timeline. Nirtea talked about it in the dev notes that he put out last week. He talked about thermodynamics in KSP and how they plan to implement it. Yeah. You know, at KSP1, your ISRU will get kind of hot. From what I can tell in KSP2, if you don't have cooling systems for your drills, the whole thing blows up. That's kind of nice. That's kind of neat. Anyway, let's see what else we got here on this image. "17. Where's bullet point 17? Is 17 on complex 17? Nope, it's not. Okay, 17 is Future Space Launch Complex 50 area. Bullet point 9 was already underway back in May. What's bullet point 9? Airfield Operations South. DoD facilities that require access to the airfield. Potential air traffic control tower. No crap. They're going to build a tower. The skid strip is part of Patrick Space Force Base. It's an annexed facility. It's an annexed facility, not an annexed. Future flight line operation. Oh my goodness. Future development for flight line operations requiring skid strip access. They already started moving around stuff, dudes. Oh, Phil, this is cool, man. This is cool. Oh, this is good. Okay, all right. The reason why I'm geeking out is because all this basically means that the Cape is going to... Okay, so like, for instance, them wanting to build a control tower at the Cape means that that skid strip's going to start seeing the use of an airport. Cargo coming in for satellites. Maybe even the skid strip will be used for some type of launch operations to orbit. Who knows? They're kind of being vague on it, but that seems to be something that might be a thing in the future, considering Kennedy Space Center is doing this same thing with the shuttle landing facility. They're building facilities for horizontal takeoff, potential horizontal takeoff, or whoever would need access to a flight line, to a runway, for launch operations. This is why this is really cool. This is a lot of infrastructure building, which is really, really, really neat. All right, 18. Phillips Parkway improvements. Where's 18? Improve traffic flow for large vehicles. Add third lane in either direction between Pure Road and the industrial area. Yep. Okay. Guys, what did I... For the people that have been watching for a long time, you used to hear me go on crazy, like, yes, crazy, things about... So, you want to understand, like, intentions of like building launch pads, etc., etc. The infrastructure is always the first thing that gets built. So if you see a road, for instance, that that doesn't really look like it belongs, it's usually a sign that infrastructure is getting built for something that's space related. I can give you an example here. So let's go over here to Roberts Road. This is at KSC. This is on the KSC side of things. And now, keep in mind, this is a little bit of an old... This is an old picture. There used to be an orange grove right there. It's not an orange grove no more. SpaceX is building their Starship construction facility over here. And they already have, over here, they have Falcon 9's refurbishment facility called Hangar X. The everything hangar. That was a joke. So, check this out. Look. You see this road right here? Even before they built Hangar X, this road is very out of place. Why is it out of place? Well, what's this big relief right here? It certainly isn't a sidewalk. It's the United States. We don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That was also a joke. I know sidewalks exist in the United States, but also, why have that right there? What's this relief for? Why is this road 3 lanes? Why does it need to be 3 lanes? Well, the reason why the road is 3 lanes and the reason why you have a relief in here is it's 3 lanes because it's designed to carry something heavy. And that relief is there because it's designed to carry something long. You see this intersection? That's a very strange looking intersection. You have a relief right here from the center lane. And then you have a huge paved area between the traffic, through traffic this way and through traffic this way. Reliefs in the road, huge turning radius, concrete right there. Something heavy is getting moved in and out of here. Well, Falcon 9s. Falcon 9s are going to get towed in here, so you need a road that can handle the weight. A big 3-lane road that'll handle the weight of a rocket being towed around on it. Regular roads can't really hold weight that well. Just like a garden variety 8-inch subgrade road, that you drive a rocket on and the road will crack. Anybody here from Michigan? The roads suck, right? Yeah, because they have heavy trucks on them all the time. Yeah, you know, Michigan, those heavy trucks that have like tons of wheels on them. Yeah, that's not good for the roads, but also those heavy trucks are delivering materials for the industry, the automotive industry and other things. See, kind of makes sense now. The roads need to be refurbished all the time because heavy trucks frick up roads pretty bad. So you need to build a regular road. That's also the reason why roads in Detroit are made out of concrete, so they can carry the weight better. Like this huge concrete parking lot right here that's designed to store Falcon 9s on it. Makes sense, right? The Twitter hangers. So heavy infrastructure is something you can usually see to kind of think about what they're going to build in the future. This road has an extremely thick, what's called a subgrade. So in road construction, yeah, we'll do this. Yeah, this is a space review, but here in road construction, an 8-inch subgrade or about 20 centimeter is of like gravel or sand or whatever. It depends. It depends on, you could use a bunch of different stuff, but is there below the actual paved part of the road to be able to handle like just garden variety traffic. 20 centimeter, about, like I said, about 8 inches. Now, these heavy roads have a 12-inch subgrade or a 30 centimeter grade below it for heavy traffic. That's the difference. About that much extra gravel to help spread the load out. Pretty cool, huh? I actually went and read the construction plans for this at one point on stream and figured out that road has a 12-inch subgrade. So something heavy is going to get moved down it. That was before they even built the hangar. And if I'm looking at this right, they're going to extend that road all the way over here, because if I'm looking at this right, something heavy is probably going to be made over here. Maybe super heavy even. So building heavy infrastructure is usually the start of something. When you build heavy infrastructure, that usually means something big is going to be moving up and down that road. Now, with that being said, these plans say that they're going to Phillips Parkway improvements. They're going to add a third lane in either direction between Pier Road and the industrial area. Add pull-offs from the north end of Phillips Parkway to the industrial area. Pull-offs, third lane extension. You would have pull-offs to, get out of the way for something big that's going down this road. That's Phillips Road right there. It's only a 2-lane road. That's a real humdinger. And then, so the next thing on that was Complex 50, number 17 right here. So it looks like they're going to build another pad for something right here. SpaceX has also switched around their transport procedures. The Cometto is now only used for transport from the port and landing zones to Hangar X. For normal Falcon 9s and Falcon Heavy sides to 39A. Sorry, I didn't read that. The Cometto is now only used for transport from the port and landing zones to Hangar X for normal Falcon 9s and Falcon Heavy sides to 39A. Falcon 9s now get their second stages mated at Hangar X and get transported using the big truck like this. Huh. Nice truck. Really nice truck. That looks like a 7-ton over there. That's a freaking sweet truck.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tubes. Jack, are you 64? When hop? Soon. Tube. People wouldn't get out of the way. They'd just sit and wait for the big boy to move out of the way. Speaking of heavy infrastructure, which company is most likely to lease a high bay in the VAB? I'm kind of out of the loop on that one, Nova. I'm not sure. From Darren Kerbug on KSP2 Discord, there are 200 plus bug fixes, and 20 are the ones we've promised to keep everybody in the loop on. Nice. It's an Oshkosh. A certain white and red transport company owns it. I wonder who does that. SpaceX truck. Ferd. That's crazy that X, they're attaching the second stages right there. I mean, it makes sense, Thomas, right? Like, that makes perfect sense. Why ship it in two parts? Ship it in one part. Falcon 9, believe it or not, Falcon 9 can actually hold the second stage on the inner stage horizontally, and it's not a big deal. Yeah, they can move around first stages using the exact same thing that the exact same hoist points to move around the first stage with a second stage attached. The second stage doesn't need any additional parts. Thomas, it very much sounds like they need another Cometto. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they need another one. They also encapsulate the Starlinks at Hangar X. One of those hit power lines once. I remember that. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yep. So, you guys want to hear another thing? Speaking of infrastructure, what can you tell me about this picture? Hint, they're not in the UK. Have you seen the new game coming soon, Century of Steam? I know the guy that owns that company, Damage Case, believe it or not. Yeah, Heis, good dude. Steering wheel's on the left side. A lot of people were late for work. Driving on the correct side of the road. Yeah, they're driving on the left-hand side of the road. Now, that's not because they're trying to make some type of statement. Let's go back and look at that road. Look at Roberts Road. Or the intersection at Roberts Road. Take a look. Something strange about this road? This is Kennedy Parkway, right? Remember that relief I was telling you guys about? Look. Why is this lane 3 and that's 2? They're driving on that side of the road because this has a heavier subgrade. Random 3-lane roads, man. That's weird. This isn't a super highway, right? This road doesn't get that much use. I mean, it gets a lot of use, but it's not like a super highway going through a city, but it's as big as one. It's because it's heavy. The road is heavy. The road is designed to move heavy stuff on it. That's the whole idea. Cool, huh? And that Falcon is driving down on that side of the road because it has a bigger subgrade. It is built up more than this road. This is just a regular road for light traffic, not for that. Spoiler alert, that thing's kind of heavy. The west half is graded better for load. That's right, it has a heavy subgrade. Pretty cool, huh? What did I tell you? You could see the VAB coming up from driving down Kennedy Parkway here. Isn't that cool? Also gives them room to turn onto the Saturn Causeway. Yeah, down here. Oh, look. The road's just randomly concrete. Gee, I wonder why. And it has a huge paved radius right there. That's weird. No, it's designed for any heavy infrastructure that goes either A, into the VAB, or B, down to the pads or whatever. Yep, see? Heavy infrastructure, man. That's the whole key. Actually, if you go north, you can find a bit more concrete road. Look at that. That concrete road leads right into the orbiter processing facilities. And if you watch that concrete road, it goes up Kennedy Parkway even more, and then it just diverges and goes down here. And it leads right to the shuttle landing facility. And the big concrete slab where the mate-demate device was at one point. But see, look, they're grading the roads down here. Or they're grading out this stuff for commercial operations. Oh my goodness. This is nuts, dude. The Cape is expanding like crazy. It's so freaking cool to see. When are you buying property next door to watch launches from your backyard? When I hit the Powerball, Johnny. Concrete road, take me to space. First KSC Cygnus arrival for Falcon 9. Oh, I'll keep that teed up. We have to, I want to finish reading this, this thing here. So Slick 50, they're going to build that one. That's pretty cool. That's neat. New Lighthouse Road reconnection. Establish Lighthouse Road as a haul route. That's number 19. Yep. 20. Central Control Road realignment. Reroute the Central Control Road near Slick 36 to avoid larger ESQD ARC and enhance traffic safety. That's over here. The Central Control Road is down here. What's the timeline for all this stuff? I'm not sure. First Cygnus in a while to not have the ability to late load. Yep. Ah, very nice, Amanda. Very nice. So it looks like they're going to reroute that road right there away from Slick 36. So they're going to make it go down here and connect that way. Yeah, see? Yeah, they're going to make it go south. This is really cool. This is like playing cities with a space launch complex. So if I had to guess, that road is going to take a right through here and then skirt the perimeter of the skid strip. Probably follow that drainage culvert to connect back in over there. Pretty cool. Pretty freaking cool. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the hangar that has all the stuff in it. Hangar C. That hangar has all the old spaceport parts in it, or old spacecraft parts in it. Pretty cool. 21. Restricted access mission support area. Man, dude, these expansion operations are insane. When will starships arrive in port? Not sure. Fiscal year 24 to 28 presidential budget according to the site. Cool. Okay, ITL area. Demolish the X-ray facility. Future launch support facilities. That's 22, so that's over here. There used to be a 4 high bay VAB right where it says ITL. That it was for the Titan program. They demolished it. Yeah, they left part of it over here, but yeah, there used to be a double wide train system here, and 4 mobile launchers for the ITL Causeway. If you go back and take a look, yeah, see, 4 bay VAB side by side with rail mobile launchers. When the Titan program went out in the mid 2000s, they left it there for a couple of years and then they demolished it. It's a shame. That could get some really good use nowadays, but then again, it's not really connected into any pads. Oh, that sucks. Well, yep, so much for that. It would be useful having 4 more high bays. Yeah, that building was gigantic. Almost as big as NASA's VAB, but not as big. not designed for Saturn V, but it's still a pretty big building. Yeah, they could put up to 4 Titan boosters together all at once. At the ITL video, it's time-stamped. Are the future plans to build more high bays?
Line.
With this, yeah.
With the end product, the assembled Titan III, delivered at the end of the line. The launch pad, ready for launching.
Actually, Thomas, that's a good point. A freaking 4 high bay facility would be really useful for all the Vulcan launches that ULE needs for Project Kuiper. Interesting.
The Titan III's first stage, because of its dimensions, is the most difficult to unload. Titan III, though a new system, represents a proud heritage. As its name indicates, it is the 3rd generation of the United States Air Force family of missiles and space boosters, the outgrowth of technology in both the liquid and solid propellant ballistic missile programs. It has been called a common carrier for space.
Can you imagine accepting a bill of lading for a freaking Titan III? That's a BOL. Guy's a freaking BOL for a Titan
Standardized
booster.
to deliver a
Yep,
wide
here you
variety
go.
of
Here's your
payloads,
Titan booster, sir.
manned or unmanned, for their missions in space. While the aircraft makes the return trip to Denver to pick up the 2nd and trans stages, the first stage is delivered to the Vertical Integration Building, VIP, for receiving, inspection, erection, and checkout. Because of aircrew rest time, there is usually 1 day between the arrivals of the first stage and the other 2 stages. Unloading of these smaller stages is relatively easy. Their first destination, too, is the Vertical Integration Building. The solid motors for the Titan IIIC arrive by rail from the manufacturer in Sunnyvale, California. Each motor consists of 5 solid segments.
You guys want a Space Center train game? That would be pretty cool.
An aft closure and thrust chamber, a prospector control tank, a forward closure dome, and the structure required for attachment to the core vehicle. They are first checked out at the segment receipt and assembly building, and then moved to the solid motor assembly building, SMAB.
SMAB. SMAB's still there. SpaceX uses the solid rocket motor assembly facility for payload integration.
With all stages on hand, follow the assembly line through to the desired end product. After initial checkout, the first stage is hoisted into position by an overhead crane. It is raised and moved to one of 4 bays and placed on a launch platform. The statistics are impressive. 71 feet high, 10 feet in diameter. Its weight, empty, is only 13,000 pounds. Fueled, it weighs 268,000 pounds.
Yeah,
Its thrust, 470,000 pounds. Burning duration, 146 seconds. The VIB itself
Look at that unit of a facility, man.
boasts some noteworthy statistics. As tall as a 23-story office building and closing 9 million cubic feet.
See, 23-story office building. It's about half the size of the VAB. By far and away, one of the biggest buildings on the Cape until they demolished it. Shame. It'd be super useful nowadays. That's that building right there. What would launch on these? Satellites? Titan was the Air Force's booster. Hip. Yeah. There was a time, dude, when every branch of the military had their own launch vehicle. So the Air Force had their own. The Army had their own. And the Navy had their own. The Navy had Vanguard. The Army had Redstone. And the Air Force had Titan. The Army also had Saturn by proxy, right? Not a lot of people know that the Saturn I wasn't built for the Apollo program, believe it or not. It kind of ended up getting used during the Apollo program a lot, and the development was fleshed out during the Apollo program. But the Saturn I was originally to, they put that thing together for contracts, for military launch contracts. Yep. The Army and the Air Force. were competing for contracts. And the Air Force went with Titan. They didn't want to go with an Army launch vehicle. Funny how that works. And that was in the late 50s to launch spy satellites, right? And the Saturn program and the Army's entire missile program got moved to NASA, believe it or not. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, there was still some stuff like perishing missiles and stuff that was operated by the Army, but all the big stuff they moved over to NASA. The F-1 was supposed to be an ICBM engine. That's right. Yep. U.S. Marines. The Marines never had their own launch vehicles. Gem. Marines with launch vehicles probably is not a good idea. And for that, I probably would have gotten punched in the face for saying that. But hey, it's fine. It's all right. Well, it was NACA, but it was NASA. Well, it was NACA then, but it was NASA. Yeah, they transferred the Army Ballistic Missile Agency to NASA after. The Saturn one never went to the NACA. There was this whole thing. Von Braun and his team was not happy because they thought they just got dealt a crappy hand, basically being relegated to civilian space launches. They didn't want to go. They didn't want to leave the Army because they wanted to keep the funding. Because up until that point, I mean, I don't blame von Braun at the time, because up until that point, all of his designs for rockets was only funded by military spending, no matter where it was. So yeah, it was actually a really interesting story. None of the Army missile engineers wanted to go to this brand new National Space Administration organization. That's stupid, right? Like, and then when the Apollo program came around, they were like, wait, you want to give us a blank check? Oh yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we're good. Was the Scout owned by the Air Force? Scout was NASA, believe it or not. Nice, eh? All of the ICBMs are they're not under the The Navy has Trident. The Air Force has what is it, Minutemen? What's the most launched U.S. rocket? I'm pretty sure it's Falcon 9 at this point, but USAF wanted this thing. Apparently Kennedy saw models, artistic renders, and then immediately killed this project. Yep. Yeah, okay. I always wondered what the TSA had. What a strange thing to say. Anyway. Alright, so, anything else here? Anything else that we missed? I'm wondering what bullet point 16 is. Future launch operations, low density launch support area. That's just over here. What's in that area right now? Oh, the dock is in that area. Okay, got it. Yeah. Wow, man, they're really... It's crazy. The Space Force is really planning some hardcore infrastructure for a pretty big uptick here. So that's the dock right there, the Delta Operations Center. Yeah. They basically earmarked this entire parcel of land here for launch support operations, which is pretty freaking cool. There is a joke that the TSA is an unofficial branch of the military. I've never heard that, ever. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right, what else? Anything else we got here? Well, okay, there's something about Slick 37 here. Slick 37 to be reallocated after Delta... Derail Valley inappropriate. Slick 37 to be reallocated after Delta conclusion. Why would they say that there and not future reactivated space launch complexes? Well, I might be reading too much into it, but I'm pretty sure Slick 37 has a customer lined up. Or the Space Force has a customer lined up for Slick 37 after. No. Firefly has pad 20. See Kraken. I think so. Let me take a look here. I've been saying this for months. SpaceX is likely going to scoop this up. Well, Thomas, my mind defaults back to before stuff got a little crazy where I would do space news every day. And, like, don't get me wrong, fellas, I want to get back to doing space news and gaming every day.
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle.
Midge, Tier 3, 99. 99 Midge balloons go by now. Thank you for the Tier 3 sub, Midge. It's good to see you. SpaceX for sure. Well, Thomas, do you remember how I speculated that catch tower that they're working on at Roberts Road, the catch tower they're working on at Roberts Road isn't as tall as the one at Boca Chica or the one at 39A. The catch tower. Meaning that I'm pretty dang sure, or at least we were pretty dang sure at the time. You tell me if there's been any updated information. I've been out of the loop. I did that whole married thing. We speculated that there would be a pad somewhere over here for catching starships. We kind of thought it might be like an extra catch tower at Slick 40. You remember that? Remember when we were talking about that? But we also speculated that SpaceX is building those segments for that tower, for obviously a Starship tower and obviously a set of chopsticks right there, right? But see, there's another set. There's two of them. And these tower segments right here are not segments for 39A. They're segments for another Starship tower. Where the heck is that? Where are they going to put that? They already built 39A's tower. It's already there, right? But if you notice, the pedestals, 3 of them are empty, the opposite of full. 3 of them are empty. So this tower is not going to be big enough to build a new Starship stack. It's not going to be tall enough to be able to pick Super Heavy up, put it on an OLM, and pick Starship up and put it on top of Super Heavy. There's only 7 segments. There should be, 10, right? So they were building a shorter tower. Why would they build a shorter tower? Well, I'd speculated at the time that tower was for catching rockets only. The reason why is that NASA and SpaceX aren't going to risk... Where is it? Where are you, 39? They're not going to risk catching operations at 39, especially because critical infrastructure for the Artemis program, for commercial crew, not for the Artemis program, excuse me. Critical infrastructure here for Falcon, and actually it's not Artemis, it's national security space launch missions are going to be here. So they don't want to risk having a booster coming back towards this. So we kind of speculated that they'd have a catch tower. Complex 37 is pretty damn good to be able to do that. It's, believe it or not a lot of people know this, Complex 37 is a twin pad launch complex. There's 37A and 37B. You couple that with SpaceX giving up the lease on Complex 13, and what do you get? Well, Falcon landing pads over here, super heavy landing pad and catch tower over here. The segments at Roberts are for a full tower. No, Yannick, those aren't the segments for the 40 crew tower. They're different. They ended up building all the segments for a tower. Okay. Well, actually, yeah, Thomas, that makes more sense. But I personally think that that tower is just for catching stuff. Because why would you build another one? It doesn't make any sense. No, I think they're going to launch from Starbase and test landing at Kennedy. Right. I think they're going to take Complex 37A. I think they're going to take 37A, and I think they're going to make it a pad that's just designed to catch super heavies. I'm pretty sure. I think SpaceX is going to take Complex 37 after the last Delta IV launches. There are already pieces of another launch mount at Hangar M. So Thomas, what do you think? You think that SpaceX is going to build 2 launch and landing pads at 37? You think they're going to reactivate both pads? It makes sense. You think we're going to see a twin? You think Slick 37 will return back to a twin pad launch complex? Because, like I said, this was built during the Apollo program. This was built as a backup in case the Saturn V doesn't work. In case the Saturn V didn't work, they would have been able to use Saturn 1Bs and do an EOR, Earth Orbit Rendezvous. So use 4 or 5 Saturn 1Bs to put up a LEM, CSM, and a third stage. This is a twin pad complex with a single service structure. So when you're launching from B, the service structure's at A. And when you're launching at A, the service structure can move to B. There's the old tracks for it right there. I think 37A will be made for Starship, with 37B being Falcon for vertical integration. Goalie, you think 37 for Falcon Heavy. Now, why Falcon Heavy? Aren't they going to redo 39A? Aren't they going to build that facility at 39A? Honest question. If they're going to build the mobile service tower at 39A, why get 39B in the first, or why get 37B in the first place? You think Starship? Oh. You think so? They've made no effort to build a mobile service tower at 39A. They didn't even break ground. They have not. Goalie, don't do this. For the crawler to get rid of the HIF and the VAB. Can you imagine? They move Falcon operations. They move Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy operations to 37B. And that also explains the crew access tower at 40. So you can get crew launches from Pad 40 and NSSL obligations in Falcon Heavy from Slick 37. And they already have the transporter erector made. You just got to... Bullet point 18. Phillips Parkway improvements. Improve traffic flow for large vehicles. Add third lane in either direction between pure road and industrial area. Where does that road go? Because we know, guys, we know that if you want to get any heavy infrastructure out to anywhere on the Cape, it can't come from the south. You know why? There's a heavy road right there. It can't come south through the south entrance. You know why? Nothing heavy can make it across those drawbridges. Nothing heavy. I mean, something heavy, but like infrastructure? Nope. Can't bring it in through that entrance. The only other way to get stuff, to get any heavy equipment out here is over the causeway. Causeway weight limits. The NASA causeway can't move stuff that's heavy because you have to cross that stupid bridge again. That is the only land connection right there. This road is the only land connection basically back towards Merritt Island. And if you look at that road, it has heavy reinforcement on it. That weird radius that I was telling you guys about. There's only that bridge right there, but that bridge looks like it's been reinforced because it's made out of concrete. And also, look, shoulders, increased shoulder for better turning radius. Dude, they're gonna pull. Okay, I'm Doc Browning this. Okay, we're theory crafting it out. They're gonna pull 39A's transporter erector. They're gonna pull the entire TE and tow it to 37. There's a direct shot right there through the Delta integration area that's designed to move Delta heavy, so that's a heavy road. That makes way more sense. Also, SpaceX and Blue wanted that little bridge upgraded to allow for heavier things to go through it. So, see, I was thinking about this the wrong way. I was thinking about it the wrong way. SpaceX built 39A for Falcon right now. Dude,
Discovery, go and throttle
if
up.
that's the case, they're gonna get rid of. Okay, like I said, I'm theory crafting. With what you guys are saying, it makes sense. They're gonna take 39A and they're gonna take Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 operations out of it, and they're going to move Falcon Heavy operations to 37B and Falcon 9 crewed operations to 40. Simultaneously, 39A, they're gonna convert it for Starship operations, which makes sense why they stopped working on Starship's pad. Just for context, about how long is the whole KSC from north to south? It's big. Stop, you're ruining the redacted plan. Electron, 84 months. Charlie in the mailroom about these roads. $37B would likely be dual-use Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy to hit the cadence that they want. It may cut down their turnaround times between launches. They wouldn't have to convert from Falcon 9 to Falcon Heavy. That's a really good theory, dudes. That makes way more sense. And then that proves my what I'd been speculating about. So Nova Raptor, a viewer in chat, asked, who do I think is going to rent out the VAB? NASA put out a solicitation not too long ago for High Bay 1. High Bay 1 inside of the VAB. High Bay 3 is used for SLS. High Bay 4 is used for SLS SRB staging. And High Bay 2 right there is going to be used to integrate core stages. They're going to build the SLS core in there in the future and store them. Build, test, and store them in there. That leaves High Bay 1 open. Or I may have gotten that reversed. I don't know. So if SpaceX moves all Falcon operations away from 39A, dude, they might even just take the HIF, take it apart, and reassemble it down at 39B. Or 37B. And that would give you open crawlerway all the way right back to 39A's flame trench. Oh, I hope that happens. They don't even need to do that. There's the DOC. They can literally just take the DOC. The Delta Integration Building. I've been inside of that one, Loopy. It is big enough to put... It has 3 bays. But SpaceX is going to need to make a path right to the pad, Loop, because 39A transporter works on rails, so they would need to make more of a straight shot. There's three horizontal bays in here to be able to put together up to 3 Delta rockets all at once. Yeah, they could assemble 3 Delta IV Heavies at the same time. The Vandy one isn't on rails. Yeah, that's true, but I'm not 100% sure it can... But, yeah, maybe. So maybe they're not going to put a catch tower here. Maybe they're going to make a Falcon 9 pad over here. Falcon 9, just straight single stick for just like a dedicated pad for Starlink. Falcon Heavy national security stuff over here. And then Falcon 9 Dragon operations. So crew and cargo Dragons at 40. And then that would leave 39A wide open for just straight Starship ops. Why make 39A for Starship? VAB and historical reasons? 39A is designed to... No, you'd want to use 39A for heavy operations. Because this launch complex is designed to support super heavy vehicles. It was built for the Saturn V. It's built to support gigantic vehicles like Saturn V, Saturn Nova, the space shuttle. Starship, if I'm understanding this correctly. This is a much bigger facility that's designed for much bigger rockets. You know how I can tell, Erudite? The pad is quite physically way bigger than 41, 40, 37. Thought I should update on my crapshoot from earlier. Just learned I can apply for another $2,500 rebate through California because it's an electric vehicle. If I get that, that'll mean I get $12,500 off the price. Yep. Hey, Matt. Kennedy Google Maps time. Let's go. I'm theory crafting up. Here, let me sum it up for everybody. So, there is a map here of the Space Force's plans for the Space Coast over the next 4 years. Now, I noticed something. So, Slick 34 2019, all the pads that are on Missile Row have a heading that says Future Reactivated Space Launch Complex. Future Reactivated Space Launch Complex. Slick 37, which is Delta 4's pad. It's the Delta 4 Heavy pad. And after one more Delta 4 Heavy launch off that pad, then it's done. No more Delta. It says Slick 37 to be reallocated after Delta conclusion. It's interesting that that's different than reactivated launch complexes. It says it's going to be reallocated. The implication there is that someone's going to take it. Who would take it? I think that SpaceX is going to take it. And I think they're going to use 37B for Falcon Heavy and 37A for Falcon 9. That would make sense because that means they would be using Slick 40 for Falcon 9 Dragon operations because we know they're building a crew access tower right there. So 40 for Dragon crew and uncrew operations, 37A for Falcon 9 Starlink, and 37B for Falcon Heavy national security missions. And that leaves 39A wide open for Starship development. That would mean they can also build a vertical integration for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. That's correct, Bandit. Goalie, your theory, 40 is only for crew and resupply Dragon. 39A, Starship, HIF is gone, so the VAB can use... So the VAB crawler will be able to re-access 39A. Oh, man. 37 will have double transporter erectors angled for single stick only with the landing pads. Yeah, that's right. We'll have double TEL angled for single stick only with launch pad with landing pads. So that means 37 is going to have a Falcon 9 launch and landing pad. We'll have double transporter erector. One is angled for single stick and the other one is for Falcon Heavy. Think about it. Yeah, and SpaceX also gave up their lease on their landing zones. So, think about it. They are losing the landing zone soon. Turn 37A into those and use the land around it. SpaceX could lease a crawler, right? I mean, I'm sure if they talk to the right people at NASA, NASA's doing nothing with CT-1. They refurbished CT-2 for SLS, but CT-1 is just sitting there. CT-1 would need to be rebuilt if they're going to use SLS with it. It can't lift it. SLS is too heavy because of the solid rocket booters. Yes, I said booters on purpose. How does the second catch tower fit in? Well, Shai, the second catch tower fits in going on 39A proper, which turns 39A, believe it or not, into a twin pad launch complex. So, you know, theory crafting this out, they'll use 37A for Falcon 9, 37A for the landing zones, and 37B for Falcon 9 uncrewed Falcon Heavy, and then use Pad 40 for Dragon operations. And then having the landing pad right next to your launch pad like it is at Vandenberg. Oh boy. 39AA and AB. See, this would make a lot of sense, because I still think that SpaceX is using a catch tower. I think they might use one of these towers for catching boosters only and another one for launching. Having two catch towers just makes perfect sense, right? You'd have a catch tower right here, or a catch tower here and the launch tower there. 39A1 and 39A2 for catch. SpaceX could also take Slick 50, the Slick 50 land for the landing zones. Holy balls, dude. Can you imagine if even one of these things that we're guessing is right? I think that's very telling as to where the industry is going. And that would mean if they're getting rid of Falcon 9 operations off 39A, that would mean they don't need the HIF there anymore, which means they'd restore crawler access. You guys want an orbital launch mount built into a mobile launcher? Oh, please let this be true. I hope this is me still being realistic. I really hope it's still me being realistic, man. And not me hitting the hopium. How would Super Heavy be moved from the catch tower to the launch tower? SPMT? Sawyer, well, there actually is another thing. if this tower that they're building over here is what they're going to use for catching the booster, it would explain why they stopped working on it. They stopped construction on this thing. They started building out all the fuel lines to it, right? Started building out all the fuel lines and infrastructure and stuff, and then they stopped. And then they even took tanks that were here off of it to put them somewhere else. They actually brought them to Boca Chica. So if that right there, if that tower is the catch tower, right? I theorized at the time, now keep in mind I don't know anything. Well, guess what, man? If they get rid of the HIF, if they get rid of that HIF, well, look. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, man. Well, things got hammered at OLM1. I'm sure it was easy to take what existed than wait on replacements. Yeah. What do you think SLS from Complex 39B? I don't understand the question. Yeah, wouldn't want to use an SPM. Wouldn't they want to use an SPMT instead of using the crawler? What's the difference? I mean, Krylex, you got it. Okay, so here, let me sell you on this. If you have a catch tower, right? You know, you'd think they do what they do at Boca Chica, SPMT, right? Like, why would just put it on SPMT and roll it right up over to 39A? But consider this. All right, here, look. An SPMT carrying that booster can't load level going up this hill, going up the grade. There's only one thing that can do that can move anything useful to launch off the pad up this. It's the crawler transporter. Well, that and the transporter erector. But the transporter erector isn't designed for Starship. They're not doing that, right? If you were going to take a Super Heavy, put it on an SBMT and try to roll it up here, it would fall over going up this. It's too steep. The crawler transporter is load leveling. It load levels going up. The crawler transporter raises up the rear, right? And when it goes up the hill, it keeps the stack level. So in this regard, if you're going to have a dedicated tower for catching and a dedicated tower for launching, the CT with a mobile launcher makes tons of sense. You just take the crawler transporter, back it up, go down over here, drive it right up to a landed Super Heavy, right? Heck, it would even be good if they didn't have any OLM there. Because, right, if it's a catch tower, why would you put Super Heavy sitting on an OLM right here? And we know that they stopped working on the OLM as well. Maybe they'll get rid of it. And maybe they'll pave crawler way out underneath that tower. So the crawler transporter moves right into place where the pad would be, where the OLM would be. That catch tower puts it right down on there. They take it, put it right back over here, drive it right up there, integrate a Starship onto it. Or drive the crawler transporter with the Super Heavy back into the VAB, use the gantry cranes at the VAB to top a Starship off on top of it, and then move it all the way back. Now, like I said, I know what you guys are saying. Why would you do that? Why would you do this? The whole tower is designed to integrate the stack. Well, if you have one dedicated tower for catching and one for launching, because you're not sure about catching a freaking 200 or 22-story booster, right? And Starship, for that matter. Having a crawler transporter is something, basically being able to move the OLM. Being able to move the orbital launch platform between these two pads makes a ton of sense. I think they're going that way, Hellfish, yeah. I mean, SLS launched from 39A or B. Yeah, if they use the mobile launch, actually, W, that's a good point. If SpaceX retools 39A to be able to accept a mobile launcher, SLS could launch from 39A as well. Having a separate catch tower also means you don't have to wait until the launch tower is clean to launch another Starship, and it speeds up the cadence. Holy freaking... Oh, please tell me that's happening, man. Please tell... That would be so freaking cool, dude. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Oh, can you imagine? Because here's the other thing, fellas. You know, you might think that NASA's crawler transporters and, 39, the whole Complex 39 was designed, like, the crawler transporters don't go very fast. They don't move a lot. They're very slow. They're very slow. But, remember, Complex 39 was built with scalability in mind. That's why they built 4 high bays. The anticipation here was to be able to launch a Saturn V like every couple of months to the moon. Lunar missions every other month? Yes, please. But in order to do that, you need 3 mobile launchers and 4 high bays. Which is why the VAB has 1, 2, 3, and 4 high bays, and they can just roll in parts, and there's plenty of staging area for the parts that haven't been put together yet. This part of the VAB, what's called the transfer aisle right here, was designed for staging parts from multiple rockets. And they even have processing stools in here that are designed to process the stages before they're ready to go. Complex 39A was designed to be able to be scaled up to launch basically every week. Crawler transporters, yeah, they go slow, but if you're operating the crawler transporters all the time, that 39A, if Complex 39 is actually designed to put stuff together very quickly. Another interesting thought, and this kind of corroborates this theory that 39 is supposed to launch stuff a lot. Remember, the space shuttle was anticipated to have a flight cadence of once a week as well. They didn't go around retooling Complex 39 for the space shuttle because they didn't think it was going to launch a lot. They reused all of 39A because 39A, Complex 39A and 39B for the shuttle program were supposed to be able to launch the shuttle a lot. So the crawler transporters with the mobile launcher is actually not, it doesn't go as slow as you might think. We're just used to it going slow because infrequency of launches. 39A would need all new LH2 stuff, though, because it has none right now. Yeah, the SLS using 39A, Thomas, is a little bit of a stretch, and I'll admit it. But also, I'm not going to sit here and say that it doesn't have the facilities to support multiple commodities. Hydrogen, methane, oxygen, RP1. Remember, Saturn V used 2 different types of propellants, so you have the facilities here for hydrogen. Well, you had the facility for, you know what I mean? You had the extra facilities for RP1. Those could be converted to hydrogen as well. Can you imagine, dude? Can you imagine how gnarly that would actually be? Oh, man. I would love to, dude, I would love to see if we could take a peek at SpaceX's playbook. Can you imagine? I think that's what they're going to do. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. Why would you not do this? I mean, it's like playing a chess game. It's like planning your chess moves 5 or 6 moves out, right? You know, like moving Falcon operations off of 39 is what SpaceX has been wanting to do since they had to rush 39A and back into production back in the day because Pad 40 blew up in 2016, remember? Having Falcon's landing pads on 37A and Falcon 9 uncrewed, Falcon Heavy on B would be awesome. And that mobile service tower with some modifications should be tall enough. Here, hang on, let me check something. Who's to say they don't send the Capes OLM to Boca because it's old and they don't need it? That's another good point. Just thought about the shuttle in the fog picture with Starship instead. Oh, John, don't tempt me with a good time. It's like it was meant to be. Yeah, goalie, that's right. Because if they end up building a mobile launcher that has the OLM built into it with the catch tower next to it, or with the integration tower next to it, actually, you're not even going to need the integration tower at first. Well, yeah, you'd have to build the tower there anyway with the chopsticks. But maybe they don't. Maybe they don't build it with the chopsticks. Maybe that's why they built those short chopsticks. Ooh, this is getting pretty spicy. Yeah. And then maybe that's why they stopped working on the OLM over there. They stopped. The turrets, they've stopped. See? They haven't worked on that in ages. They built the tower. Yeah, goalie. I think that this boy is the catch pad right here. I don't think they're gonna finish this. I think they're gonna take these concrete. Well, they're gonna get rid of what they can and take those steel pipes and bring them to Boca with the OLM. That's not a bad idea. The work basically halted with the IFT. Things were buzzing at the Crew 6 remote set, but silent since then. Boca would need approval from ACOE for a second pad. Dude, that's not a... I've never been more confident in SpaceX rolling Starships out of the VAB, at least at the early parts of the Starship program, than I am right now. This makes perfect sense. Kind of a fan of space news theory crafting. This is fun to think about, right? Right? Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine Starship rolling out of the VAB? So Starship HLS rolling out of the VAB with SLS next to it. Can you imagine the Artemis 3 SLS sitting inside of the VAB with the Artemis Starship human landing system right next to it, lander and capsule right next to each other on two super heavy lift rockets? I want it. I want it. I want it a lot. Please make this happen. Same day launch. I mean, Hellfish, okay, so where I'm going with that, I don't think they'd launch them on the same day. Right? I don't think they'd launch them on the same day because HLS needs to be refueled. But here's the other thing. What just popped into my head is that this catch tower, this dedicated catch tower, crawler transporter 39A thingamajigger going on here, this supports the flight cadence. This supports the flight cadence for refueling starships. This supports the flight cadence for refueling starships where you don't want to risk the pad for catching boosters. Because if you do, no Artemis 3 landing. So back in the early talks about the Bay and the VAB and conjecture, you kept looking at that road and saying, but that road won't support that. They have to go that way, but it wouldn't support that. And now infrastructure improvements on that exact road, Poison. Watch for the heavy roads, man. Dead giveaway. This is cool. This is really cool. Well, Artemis 3 is already kind of looking at no landing due to delays. Yeah, but Thomas, if you have a catch tower, if you have a dedicated tower that's for catching, right? It's just like Falcon 9s with the drone ship when they were prototyping it. It's a secondary mission. Secondary mission to your primary. Okay, so what if you don't catch? So what if the catch tower fails and the booster doesn't make it? Whatever. Who cares? You still have the main pad. No harm, no foul. Right? Just like who cares if the drone ships get damaged? Whatever. Fix it. Easy peasy. Where is the Burger King? Not near any of this, unfortunately, feels. It's always fun to see those comments pan out that well. Well, Poison, I do put a lot of thought into my analysis here. I'm not just shooting from the hip, dude. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool to be vindicated like that. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, but public perception and all. Yeah, for sure. I think SpaceX is going to demolish the HIF, and they're going to reopen 39 for a crawler transporter. I'd wager that SpaceX will run a similar return plan as Falcon 9 and have an option to dunk the booster if something goes wrong. Think we should get the NSF guys to weigh in on this? I could go ask them. Watch them put a vertical integration facility there. Yeah. Thought. Send up that tanker. Get the fuel up there first. Imagine that photo op. SLS and HLS on their pads side by side. Big win for SpaceX. God Planet better have some of the junk they need to get rid of. Hey, ActMech, what's up? Long time no see. Sorry, just tuned in. What are we talking about? I'm theory crafting something here. So, now you tell me, ActMech, if it's a stretch. So, I was looking at this. This is a slide from a PDF from the Space Force, showing what they're going to do around the Cape with all the launch pads, with facilities over the next 4 years. One of those kind of piqued my curiosity a little bit. So first and foremost, right, they're going to build a new launch complex. They're going to build Complex 50 right there. Now, I was just like, okay, that probably is for another launch provider or something, you know. The other thing is that if you look at Slick 13, SpaceX's current landing zone, they don't call it LZ1, they call it Slick 13, and it says current landing zone and future reactivated launch complex. Okay. We knew that SpaceX is giving up the lease on their landing pads. They don't want them anymore. Interesting. Now, here's another thing that piqued my interest. Future reactivated space launch complexes. Pad 34, which is the Apollo 1 pad. It hasn't seen a launch since 1968 because it's the Apollo 1 memorial. Interesting. 20, 19, 16, 15, 14, all future reactivated launch complexes. Okay. Slick 37 to be reallocated after Delta conclusion. So there's one Delta 4 Heavy left to launch in Slick 37, and then ULA's washing their hands of the lease because they got Pad 40 or Pad 41, which can launch Vulcan and Atlas. There's no need for 2 launch complexes because they have one that can launch 2 different types of rockets. Delta is due to be retired. Now, they say it's going to be reallocated instead of reactivated later, which means that they have a customer lined up for 37. Now, let's go over here to the Starlink mission that launched this morning. Okay. If you look at a picture of the pad, this is the Starlink mission that launched at 1 a.m. last night. We know that SpaceX is building a crew access tower. See that foundation right there? That's going to be for a crew access tower for Dragon. So I think it's very reasonable. They say it's going to be for Dragon late loading of cargo, which means they're going to launch Dragon 2 from... They're going to launch Dragon 2 cargo, at the very least, from 40. And I think it's pretty reasonable to say that they're probably going to launch crew from here as well. If you're going to build it for cargo, you might as well build it for crew. It's not that much more, right? Except the only thing you have to add is a toilet down here so the astronauts can pee before they fly. Yes, they do that. They do that. Right? So, now, Athmec, here's where my mind goes. Pad 40 for crew Dragon launches, right? And Slick 37 is going to be reallocated. Now, this might be a little bit of a stretch. I think SpaceX is going to take 37B. I think SpaceX is going to take Complex 37. Complex 37 is a twin pad launch complex. I think what they're going to do is they're going to take 37A, make new landing pads there, and take 37B and convert it for Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9. Now, why? Why would you do that? Doing all that, doing what I just said, you know, you have Falcon 9 cargo from Slick 37, Falcon Heavy from here, right? So Falcon 9 cargo, Falcon Heavy, and then Falcon Crew Dragon launches right here. Cargo and crew, that covers the entire spectrum of Falcon Heavy launches. Doing that makes 39A completely redundant. There's no need, you don't need 2 Falcon Heavy launch pads. You don't need that. Why would you do that? Are they going to launch Falcon Heavy a lot more? No. Slick 37 has a mobile service tower that's designed to be able to put Department of Defense payloads on it already, and Falcon Heavy needs that capability for the National Security Space Launch Contract Phase 2. They need to be able to put payloads on vertically. What kind of payloads? I don't know. Probably sensitive ones that can't be moved sideways because they have sensing equipment that does sensing things. So, if SpaceX has 39 or Slick 37B for Falcon 9 launches, Starlink, and Falcon Heavy launches, and Complex 40, Slick 40 for cargo, crew, and unmanned starships, so Starlink launches as well, right? That makes 39A redundant. I think SpaceX is going to offload all Falcon operations to Slick 37B, A, and Complex 40. And I think they're going to take 39, and I think they're going to use it to ramp up Starship operations at the Cape. How are they going to do that? Well, there's a little bit of clouds in the way, but if you look at this updated picture of 39, you know that there's a tower there for Starship. There's a tower there, but there ain't no launch pad. They stopped working on it. SpaceX stopped working on it cold turkey. Like, they were doing everything. They were building it up. They were running. You could see they were even running the fuel lines to it. They stopped. So here's my theory. This is another stretch, okay? This is a little bit of a stretch here. My theory is that tower they're going to use The one that's there, just I have this picture so you can see it a little better. That tower is going to be used for catching boosters only, for prototyping the booster catch. And then Falcon operations leaving Complex 39 means that you don't need the HIF anymore. That's not going to be useful for any Starship operations, so I think they're going to get rid of it. And I think they're going to reopen the crawler way all the way to 39A, and I think that Starship, at least in the initial thing to ramp up operations, will have a mobile launcher just like SLS does. And the mobile launcher will launch Starship and Artemis Human Landing System off of actually off of 39A. And 39A will be used for launching, and 39A2 right here will be used for catching the boosters. No, 2 pads plus 2 landing at 37. It could all be a distraction for a Secret Saturn 1B comeback. Remember my theory on this date. 39A really does feel strange having 2 completely different launch complexes intertwined like that. So in a sense, that makes sense. It makes sense for sure. And then on all of this, on top of all of this, if the crawler transporter can get back up here and you build the OLM into a mobile launcher that the crawler transporter can move around, right? Well, get this. You could fork the crawler transporter pathway just like they do right here. Build a fork in the road, so to speak. And without the HIF in the way, you have a straight shot, quite literally, a straight shot right at where the catch tower would be catching the boosters. See what I'm saying? So can you imagine? They launch Starship, right? They prototype catching the booster. They actually catch one. Crawler transporter with the mobile launcher picks it up off of here, brings it over here. The chopsticks put the super heavy booster on the OLM just like they do now. It backs up and goes over here. Now, we talked about that. We kind of thought about it for a second. Why wouldn't they just use an SPMT like what they use now? You can't get an SPMT back up here because it's up a hill. Self-propelled modular transporters do not have the ride height leveling capacity to make it up that grade. Only the crawler transporter does. Can you imagine that? Okay, does anyone know what that circle inside of 39A is? That was a Starship landing pad, Matt, before they decided to catch the tower. It's old. It's old infrastructure. Because Starship, what's it called? The BFR version of Starship. They were going to build the launch pad right there. You could see, but they started building it and then they demolished it. So it's not out of SpaceX's purview to build something, get it halfway done, and then the plans change, get rid of it and build something new. And they started building out the landing pad for Starship BFR. That's what that circle is for, or was for. Afmec, does that make sense, dude? I think we got it. And Goalie, you said that 37 is gonna return to a twin pad complex. They're gonna have Falcon Heavy, Falcon 9 over here, and just straight Falcon 9 over here. And then I would assume they're gonna just build landing pads somewhere out here. It makes sense for rapid reuse. Go back to 37 and fit 4 things. Would make a decent makeshift landing zone in the interim if they paved it. Holy balls. We're gonna see, Matt, if I'm thinking about this right, we are going to see a Starship roll out of the VAB with a mobile launcher on a crawler transporter. If I'm thinking about this right. All right, Antares, good night. Yeah, this, if my theory is correct, thank you for linking it, T-Man. That, and I know that, once again, the mobile launcher for SLS is literally backwards. It's the wrong way. But this is possible. In terms of launch ordering, it fits with the NASA thought process loop. I'd imagine they'd like all the biggest risk, lowest cost things done first. Fuel, HLS, then SLS is what I'd expect. Thomas, you photoshopped the picture. How's AFK? Would they roll it out empty so the transporter can handle the mass? Believe it or not, Toothless, I think SLS unfueled with the solid rocket boosters probably weighs more than Starship, than a Starship with a Starship on top of a Super Heavy unfueled. SLS is heavy. It's by far the heaviest thing ever launched from Complex 39 by a long shot. Like twice as heavy as the Saturn V because it's fully fueled because solid rocket boosters. An empty Starship is not going to weigh as much as an empty SLS because SLS has half of its fuel already. The first stage has fuel in it already. Is the VAB tall enough for that? Sure. Yeah, why not? Those boosters are heavy. Yeah. Thomas, you're working on a concept. Yeah, see? That's exactly what I'm talking about. And it's... Matt, take a look. That forked crawlerway with no horizontal integration facility literally goes right over that circle. I don't think they're going to land anything on a crawler transporter, but also if SpaceX built multiple mobile launchers, multiple OLM-styled mobile launchers, well, you could have one right here ready to go. You could have one back in the VAB. And you could have one sitting on 39. That supports the high frequency of launches because you can integrate stacks. Heck, they could take an OLM mobile launcher and they could roll Super Heavy right here and a Starship right there and use the catch tower to put it together. And then roll it back and then roll it right up there. No problem. Also put landing zones at Slick 50 and a Falcon 9 pad on 37. Oh, there's your landing zones at 50. And put a Falcon 9 pad on 37A. Oh my goodness. What's the mechanics in stacking and rolling Starship on top of Super Heavy unfueled? Would Super Heavy hold the weight during the roll? Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't, Aqualex, right? Like, I think that's a safe bet. Last. All right, goalie. Demo, I remember the VAB height was part of the down select for the EUS. There were a few engine options, and one of them made SLS too tall to fit. Well, Block 1B and Starship are about the same height. If I remember right, an aft segment from a booster weighs as much as an empty core stage. Wow, that's ridiculous. Okay, goalie, what were you saying? Isn't the catch tower a little close to the launch pad? What happens if a catch fails? With the appropriate berms around the pad element, like what SpaceX has now, I can't imagine the damage like what SpaceX has now at Boca Chica. I can't imagine the damage being any more than what the IFT did, even if the booster blows up. It's just a catch pad. There's no fuel lines going to it. 37 tower for heavy, new pad for single stick, then add 2 landing zones. Right? Like, I mean... Yeah. Now, my thing is... Fellas, do you think that SpaceX will use the pre-existing Delta IV Heavy integration thing? Or is SpaceX going to make like a pad here and a pad right there and make it so they could just roll the TEs in left and right? Yes to what, goalie? They're going to use this already, but just make a mirror of it over there? A booster landing is going to have minimal residual fuel, not like a fully fueled rocket failing on the launch. Yeah, Element, that too. What Bill said is right. Fields, what did you ask? Why is everything raised up? Why make it steep? Yeah, because if you dig down to build a flame trench in Florida, it'll fill up with water. It'll seep the groundwater. You got to build everything raised up. That's why all these pads are built on these raised berms. There's a really good reason for that. Holy crap, dudes. Yeah, every launch pad is built that way down here. See? You can kind of tell they're all... Anything that's designed to hold something heavy is all on raised terrain. I like to tell people that you can't really tell from these images. You can only tell if you're really there. But this level, ground level right here at 39A is well above like the ground height here. And you are well above sea level. This mound right here is just that. It's a gigantic mound. It's probably over where like the dirt is right here. The height difference from here to here is about 20 feet. This thing is built on a giant pyramid. Aliens, right? So you were saying it has built-in deluge. Yeah. The only question I would have is the mobile launcher going to be able to handle the thrust? It's the flame trench, and yes, it's designed for Nova rockets, something very similar to Starship's thrust output. How's the mobile launcher going to survive a blast from Starship? It's just the OLM, Rem. If it's just a mobile launcher that has an OLM built into it, well, heck, we already know that survives that, right? Like, you already know. It's the flame trench that I'm gonna be wondering about. But once again, fellas, the flame trench, guys, the trench is at 39. Okay, look here. I'll give you a little hint here. Take a look. That's the width of the trench. It's about 60 feet, okay, or about an 8-lane highway. So how many meters is that for the metric people? 18.5 meters. Okay, so check this out. Those flame trenches weren't built for Saturn V. They were built for Saturn Nova. Saturn Nova was basically the heavy variant of Saturn V. It never got off the drawing board because they started defunding NASA after the Saturn V was successful. Look at the diameter of Nova's first stage. 50. This is going to have 8 F1s in the first stage. It was called the Saturn 8. Then they changed the name to Nova, at least in preliminary design. 8 F1 engines. 5 F1 engines produce 7.5 million pounds of thrust. This would produce 10 million pounds of thrust. Now, it's not super heavy, but it's close. Those flame trenches are built for a much, much bigger rocket. Flame trench is 61 feet versus a 50-foot diameter. They're just the right size. They're just the right size for Saturn Nova, which would have had a 12-meter core. Actually, no, not 12. It would have been bigger than that. It would have been like 15-meter core. See what I'm talking about? Flame deflector in there would be just fine. It would be just fine because it's designed for it. Now, don't get me wrong. It has an upper, if it's designed for Nova, if it was designed with Nova in mind, it would be able to handle about 10 million pounds of thrust, probably a little bit more. Super Heavy has 15 million pounds of thrust. However, if they throttle that booster off the deflector, 10 million pounds of thrust should be enough to make Starship go up when it's fully fueled, even with 100 tons of payload. I firmly believe that Super Heavy has way higher thrust output than what's really needed to lift off. Because that means you're not destroying these Raptor engines every time it goes up. So I think the flame trench at 39 would be just fine. And the mobile launcher it would be fine. It would be just like the one at the mobile launcher during the first Starship launch did not get that messed up. I mean, the paint got scorched on it, but yeah. All right. So will they move the existing Starship tower at 39A over the existing flame trench? How would that work? That tower? No. That tower is for catching boosters. But if we go over here, and these images were taken pretty much at the exact same time, if you go zoom in over here, you can back up just a little bit. Check it out. So the imagery date over at 39 is from the 4th. Or not from the 4th. Here, let me just check. This was April 30th of this year. They have more segments. They're going to build another tower somewhere, right? And they have another pair of chopsticks over there ready to go. See them? There's a carriage. There's another chopstick being made. There's 3 of them. So if we just scroll all the way over here, same exact picture, same exact imagery date. Actually, this one is from August 27th, 2022. So they have 2 towers. Of all the things that got messed up from the SLS launch, the flame trench wasn't one of those things. Barely looked like it was touched. Those trenches are solid. There you go, Rev. I believe you. I believe you, yo. I don't know why, but I do. Telling me that it's the same power as Chevy Nova? Jeez. Yeah, right. Although pretty much just everyone just assumes Starship will be successful eventually, unlike the N1. Although I'll put Elon over the Russian rocket tech. Warped. Nice. Well, he's on the hook for $2 billion from NASA. It better be successful. Let me put it to you like that. What's that demo? Now is a good time to repost this image.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That would be nice. 70 to 69 is over. 70-month resub from all systems. What's up? You updated 37 to include paths right to the Delta hangar. Cool, Thomas. Thank you for this image. Thank you for the images, my friend. Let's see. Oh, Goalie, what do you think about this? That fairing is freaking massive, yeah. No, not that one. Where's that picture? It's a beast. I also moved the retention pond that was in the way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Zay, 24-month resub. Can you imagine? Now keep in mind, guys, SpaceX's plans are always in flux, so we'll see. But man, would this be cool if they did it. That would be awesome. So just to recap that theory one more time. We were looking at a PDF, or just a slide from... no, not that one. We were looking at a slide for what the Space Force is planning on doing with Cape Canaveral Space Force Station over the next 4 years. And it says that Slick 37 is going to be reallocated after Delta stops, which means that it has a customer. That's pretty reasonable. We know that they're building a crew access tower at 40. So the running theory is that they're trying to take Falcon 9 operations off of 39A completely. If they do that, that opens up 39A for Starship operations. And we think that they're going to build 2 towers at 39A. One for launching that's actually on the pad. Right? And one for catching boosters, for testing out booster catches. And because Falcon operations are away from 39A, they're going to get rid of the HIF at 39A, their integration facility for Falcon, because they don't need it, and restore crawlerway access to 39A. And they'll use the VAB to store and process starships. This is a theory. I don't know if this is true or not. I'm guessing. But additionally to that, in Thomas's photoshopped picture, The catch tower will be right where it's already there, right? So if you fork the crawler way, a crawler transporter can just grab Super Heavy from here and then move it right back there for integration. And the 2 landing zones south of the Heavy Tower. 2 landing zones are going south of the Falcon Heavy Tower. If you think that they build landing zones right here? What is this thing? What is this here? I don't know what this is, but it seems like it's got some fresh tracks on it from this picture, Aqualux. I don't know. This picture doesn't have a date. Oh, 2/16/2022 is what it says. I'm right behind it. Just for you guys to see. Somebody's been out here doing something. It'd be funny if SpaceX would take that pad because they already took the LOX tank from the road that led to that pad. Yeah. What do you guys think? You think we're seeing surveying? You think they're sending trucks out here for surveying? Because that's kind of what it looks like. Can you imagine? 2 landing pads right there. And SpaceX basically building... Because... Once again, this is Delta IV Heavy's integration building right here. Delta IV Heavy's integration building has 3. There's 3 HIFs stacked right next to each other. You see the 3 doors? 1, 2, and 3. Can you imagine a transporter erector switch track right here? So like they could roll a TE out of horizontal integration facility 1, and you have the tracks to basically go to 37B or 37A. And then you could be building a heavy over here, right? Oh boy. Those tracks would suggest 4 total landing pads. But maybe they're surveying and they're going to have 2 landing pads here, because you don't need 4 landing pads, right? You're not launching 2 heavies at once. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you guys. These are pretty fresh tracks from when this picture was taken. Somebody's out there doing something. Surveying, I don't know. They're doing something. Unless... I mean, this looks like they've been doing surveying out here, but that also, it just could be somebody practicing their 4x4 skills. Can you imagine? 2 landing pads right here. And then just basically cross tracks, so you could have 3 HIFs right next to each other. Right? And you could, actually 2. No. I got a better idea. This would logistically make more sense. So you have 1 that basically goes in a straight line right to 37B. And then you have another one that goes out of... You have 1 here. This one is HIF 1, HIF 2. HIF 2 goes to 37B, and HIF 1 goes to 37A. And then this side HIF 3 right here is used for staging boosters that need to go on the TEs. And this would make it so you don't need any crisscross. But if they put the TEs on rails and stuff, we could get the crisscrosses that look like the bottom of the ITL. The ITL's right here. You could get something that looks like this. Because 39A's transporter erector has rails. It uses rails for the heavy part. The part where the rocket attaches to, like at the bottom. They use airport tugs to push it around, but it's on rails. So all you'd need is rails with switches. All we need is rails with switches, and you could have train tracks that go to A or B, and you could have 2 HIFs for 2 TEs right there. And if SpaceX takes Falcon operations away from 39A, they'll just take 39A's transporter erector and just put it in here. Why don't we just take the transporter erector and move it over there? You updated the picture, Thomas? Let me see. Ding, 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 ding. And having the landing pads right there means you could just take Falcon and just take the booster, put it right back into the staging building. Holy shnikes, man. Oh, please do this. Please do this. And then you know what the even crazier part is, guys? I'll bet you money they're going to do that at Slick 6 as well. Oh, man, that's cool. Oh, man, I am geeking the frick out. That's really cool. Oh, please do this. I hope I'm right. I've had this hunch for years, guys. I've had this hunch for freaking years. Like, I've been talking about this since, like, 2020. The second they started building a Starship pad at 39A, I'm like, please use the VAB. Please use it. But that picture is very rapidly coming into focus, which is cool. Elon about to hit you with a lawsuit. Why a gentle turn? Why not straight rotate straight? I'm confused. What do you mean? Oh, straight and then put a turn in it? I'm guessing Thomas had some creative license from here, hold on. Let's go west. Dun, dun, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, boo, ba, ba, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, boo, ba, da, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba, da. Won't you call me? Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, call me. So check that out. This is Slick 4. This is Falcon 9's West Coast launch site. See the turn? I'll bet you the turning radius, the radius of that turn, knowing Thomas, is probably derived from that. You're welcome for the picture. Yep. And yeah, see, you'd have your landing pad right next to your launch pad. Now, here's the real question, guys. Here's the real question. Slick 4 is SpaceX's West Coast launch site. We already know that SpaceX has the lease for Slick 6. SpaceX leased Slick 6 after the last Delta launch from it. So SpaceX has this pad now, presumably for the same reasons, because the mobile service tower is tall enough to be able to integrate big payloads onto Falcon Heavy with its extended fairing. So that means we're going to see Falcon Heavy launch from here. Now, do you think they abandoned Slick 4? Do you think they move all their operations from Slick 4 to Slick 6? Or do you think they'll keep this pad here? I didn't use that to make the turns. The road to 37A is turned because the entire pad was turned, so the flame trench was turned away from 37B. So just an artistic thing, but they need curves anyway, so that works. All right, cool. Update from earlier. Val will not give up Percy. She's holding him and Ingenuity hostage. It's not my problem. Put this in an X thread with photos. It might go viral on Space Zitter. Oh yeah, Sile. Maybe dude, I have 5,800 followers on Twitter. I think that putting EJ's wild space theories up there with a Zitter or X subscription might not be the worst idea. Dude, have you guys seen some of the payouts that people get from that? You could make a lot of freaking money. I mean, Elon wants content creation on X, and I'm pretty sure he would be very, very happy with. And don't get me wrong, it's not about making him happy; it's about making money. In this regard, I think he'd appreciate stuff like that. Just remember, Elon owns it. It might not like your leak. They're not leaks, guys. I don't have any inside information here. This is just me theory crafting with very little given information. I'll admit that all of this is a huge stretch. It's a huge stretch. It really is. Like, it some of the kind of theories get a little bit weak, you know, but I've seen a lot of people outrage farming. But Oculux, don't you think it would be cool to, in a sea of outrage farming, have something that, you know, is legit? I mean, if, like I said, man, if all those people... I think I may have found my next project that I want to work on. It's been a long day, but good. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yep, bingo. Do that stuffs with the 60s accents, yeah. Now you need to do it before somebody in chat does. The leaks will come when Elon replies to the side-eye emote. You came in at the right time. So, Rocket Guy, I have theories, all right? I have theories. Guys, I want to tell Rocket Guy one more time. I have theories about launch cadence and infrastructure that you might want to hear. This whole theory craft, the EJ space theory crafting time kind of hijacked the entire space news segment. But, dude, so first of all, Rocket, we were looking at, oh, that has something to do with it, but we were looking at this. All right, so I'll show you guys one more time. So if you came in last time through the explanation, you didn't hear the whole thing. Let me explain. We were looking at this. This is from a Space Force PowerPoint, Space Launch Delta 45 proposed land development area for the next 4 years. What they want to do with the Space Force Station. Now, first of all, Rocket, you should read this. They are planning some heavy infrastructure changes. And some of this stuff is really crazy because so Rocket, amongst other things, they're talking about building out a ramp at the skid strip and a control tower. Which means that, and they're also talking about taking the Delta 45 stuff at Patrick, all the administration, and moving it here. Those two right there should tell you why they're doing all of this stuff. They even want to put a Burger King up in here. See? Burger King. Number 15, Burger King restaurant update. So, that's actually really freaking cool, because that shows that the Cape is literally, it is going to be a spaceport. There's going to be so much launching coming from this place, it's going to be pretty ridiculous. That's why they would put a tower here, to support all the satellite payloads that get flown in, and maybe even potential launch vehicles that take off from the skid strip, right? Now, second part of this. This one piqued my interest a little bit. And this is where the EJ theories start coming. So, first of all, Slick 34 is on the books to be a potential reactivated launch complex, which is, all right. 20, 19, 16, 15, 14, 13. 13 says current landing zone and future future reactivated launch complex. We know that SpaceX is giving up the lease on their landing pads. Couldn't figure out why, though. Right? Wasn't there 2 Burger Kings planned? Yes, there's another one over here. Burger King. See? Right there. Burger King. So, they're gonna get rid of Falcon's landing pads? Okay. Now, here's the next thing that piqued my interest. Take a look. Slick 37. Slick 37 says it's going to be reallocated after Delta conclusion. The implication here versus future reactivated launch complexes, meaning that somebody leased Slick 37. So the Space Force has a customer for 37 once ULA vacates with Delta. Right? Also, interesting enough, there's launch pads here that say future reactivated space launch complexes, and we've seen a launch from 16, which is interesting. Why would this one be any different? But I digress. This means that I think that's pretty reasonable to assume that the Space Force has another customer for Slick 37. Now, even before it's actually blue, just to shake things up. You know what, Matt? The fact that we're even talking about a launch pad literally being up for grabs for less than like a week before somebody's like, no, I need this, makes me really happy. It makes me really happy. Right? So. Hi, Bree. What's up? I'm good. What's going on?
I love.
You love me?
I wanted to come tell you I would break the sound barrier for you.
What?
You heard me.
Okay, I love you too, I think. She's been watching sappy movies. Is this true?
I may have tweeted a little bit, and Graham, you didn't have to ruin it. You didn't have to ruin it, Graham.
Uh-oh. Rocket Guy, pause the explanation for a second. What'd you buy? Bree moment.
Who is that they know that? I will break the sound barrier for you.
I don't know what that means.
It's cute.
You smell like wine.
I may have had a couple glasses.
Okay. Hey, do you think that Twitter wants to do like video services, or X wants to do video services? Do you think that they're going to rename their video service to X videos?
I'm trying to come up with a joke for that but I've had too much wine and chat wouldn't get my references anyway, and so I'm just don't know what to say other than something red, white, and royal blue.
Oh, get out of here!
They can fuck off.
Hey! Stop it! What are you doing?
I love you.
Love you too. What is happening? You've been timed out. Time out. Okay, your timeout's over.
I'm being very cute on Twitter, in case you were wondering. It's very cute. I didn't tag you because I didn't want to do that to you, but is cute.
I have thoughts, but I'm not doing this on stream.
He's cute. It's cute.
Shoot. Here we go again.
It's cute.
All right. Hold on. I'll be right back.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Yeah, okay. Tessa, this is pretty sauced, actually. This is pretty sauced.
I love you.
I love you too.
What?
Nothing.
It's cute.
It is. Yes.
Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to tell you I would break the sound barrier for you.
I still don't know what that means, but all right. That sounds good.
He has to go and see. He's like, come quick, I'm very upset. And he's like, I'll break the sound barrier for you. And it's very cute. And I thought I would tell you that because I thought it was very romantic and it had to do with airplanes.
Okay. Yeah, Wiz. No, I get you. I've seen it, Zeros. Yeah. Yeah, Redstone. I'm not too sure myself, but all right. Stealthy would go hypersonic for me.
Wait, what's different?
Well, the name.
Which one's faster?
Hypersonic.
I would go hypersonic for you, Valen.
Now what, Sumo? Now what are you gonna do?
I would go to the moon for you.
Likewise. What are you doing?
Regretting everything tomorrow, but at least I told you how much I love you, so how could I regret that?
Yeah, passing. We're at drunk mo levels right now.
Are you trying to tell me to leave because I'm embarrassing myself?
No, not at all.
Okay, because we're now at the drunk mode part, where that part shuts up, so...
Right. Alright.
How bad can we really be?
No. No.
I think I need another glass of wine. Love you.
Love you too. Jesus Christ. Bye-bye.
Love you.
Love you too.
I hope you're not too embarrassed.
No, only a little. Hey. Alright. I'll see you. Well, at least that wasn't weird. course, Lintod, yeah. Rocket Guy, are you still here? Thanks, Passing. Magazine, Okay, so I think it's fair between the information here about Slick 13 and the information about Slick 37 that SpaceX is going to take 37. So my entire premise is that SpaceX is going to pick up the lease on 37 when Delta 4 is finished. So then I got thinking, why? Why would you do that? Why would you bother? What do they need 37 for? Right? What do you need it for? Well, that got me thinking a little bit more. So, Slick 37 has a mobile service tower. That mobile service tower is most definitely tall enough for Falcon Heavy with its extended fairing. It's definitely tall enough. You got to move the bridge crane up a little bit, but it's tall enough. Oh, it's tall enough to vertically integrate payloads. Right? So that got me thinking, maybe SpaceX is not going to build their mobile service tower at 39. Maybe they don't want to do that. So, from that premise, I was like, okay, so if they're going to have that for Falcon Heavy, and they don't want the landing pads, right? Well, where are they going to do crew launches from? And where are they going to land boosters? Well, maybe they'll land boosters here if they take Falcon Heavy. Maybe they'll put landing pads somewhere, right? But we also know that SpaceX is going to need a lot of pads because of their high launch cadence. They've said many times that they're aiming for over 100 launches over the next couple of years with Falcon, which is just all right, right? So maybe they're going to reactivate A for Falcon 9 and B for Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy. Now, that got me thinking, okay, would they put a crew access arm here? No, they wouldn't. They already have one. It's right there. We know that they're building a crew access pad at pad 40. There's the foundation for it. We know, and SpaceX has confirmed that that's a crew access pad, or at least a pad that you can get to that can service Dragons in an uncrewed capacity. So here's the probably the biggest stretch of this whole entire thing. If they got Falcon Heavy at 37B, Falcon 9 Cargo, so Starlink at 37A, and Crew Dragon and Cargo Dragon out of 40, and or uncrewed Starship, right? Or not uncrewed Starship, and or uncrewed Dragon, right? What the hell are they going to use 39A for? I already said it because I was thinking about it. I think they're going to use 39. I think they're going to get all Falcon operations off of 39A. I think they're going to use 39A to launch Starship HLS. But, a little bit of an asterisk to this. They already have that tower that's on the south side of the pad, right? The tower is pretty much there. The tower is completed. The launch pad never was. So, a little while ago, we speculated that, well, we know that SpaceX is building another tower over here. There it is right there. See? They're building another tower. The question was where? I speculated that they'd be building a catch tower somewhere. They'd build a catch tower at 37B or build a new one somewhere, right? For catching boosters only, not for launching, right? So that makes sense. You reduce the risk, right? If one of these pads is designed for experimental landings and the other one is designed for dedicated starships, that basically make it so the pad, you don't risk the launch pad for Artemis's timeline, right? This way also means you don't risk national security stuff because Falcon Heavy is far away, right? How are they ever going to launch a Starship from here, an experimental vehicle from here, when they have a national security payload integration facility right next to it? That never was going to happen. Ever. That's not happening, right? That's pretty fair. The Department of Defense is like that, right? Sometimes they don't let Falcon fly over Slick 37 if there's a Delta IV Heavy on it because of national security. Has to literally go around it if it's in the way. So, my theory, Rock Guy, based off of everything that I've said, is that they are going to launch Starships from 39A. They're going to launch them from here. And they're going to practice catching them over here, or receive them over here, so your launch pad isn't in the critical flight path, critical path to Artemis' success. Now, on top of all that, I think they're going to get rid of the HIF. I think they're going to get rid of it. And I think they're going to fork the crawler way to go out here. Now, why? Why would you do that? I think SpaceX is going to build an OLM into a mobile launcher and use the crawler transporter in the VAB to move Starships around and launch them. Now, why? Why would you... That's a little bit of a stretch, don't you think? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't they just use SPMTs? And why would they need to do that? You have one tower... SpaceX's tower is designed to integrate boosters. It's designed to put the damn thing together. Why do you need that if they're going to build that there? Right? Well, how are you going to move an SPMT up that slope with a super heavy on it? That's not happening. SPMTs can't handle that grade. They can't level the load on a road that steep. Only the crawler transporter can. So it makes sense. It makes sense using the thing that was already designed to go up that slope and keep stuff level, to go up that slope and keep stuff level. Now, you go to launch a Starship. You know, you come back, it catches super heavy, right? Crawler transporter could literally lift up the OLM, take it right here, the chopsticks with no landing pad underneath it with that forked crawler way, because it leads literally right to the pad. See it? It goes right to it. Drops super heavy on top of the mobile launcher orbital launch mount. It rolls back, crawler transporter goes forward, plops that thing right back down on there. Or, simultaneously, crawler transporter takes the super heavy back into the VAB, into High Bay 1, which we know NASA's put up for lease. They drop another Starship on it, HLS, Starship Refueler, whatever, and send it right back out onto the pad. This whole thing makes perfect sense if you understand that SpaceX doesn't want to risk Starship's launch pad for the Artemis program, right? Because the Artemis program is going to need to launch HLS, right? This gets all Falcon operations away and leaves 39A open for the Artemis program and allows them to be able, during the Artemis program, for refueling, etc., to try and get those boosters back. Just like the early drone ship missions, they weren't sure if the thing was going to land on it, and some of them crashed into it, some of them missed, but they eventually started landing on it. And then that'll eventually get you the research to be able to land this thing routinely on this. And when they do that, they take that pad, the dedicated catching pad, and actually convert it into, well, not convert it, they run the fuel lines to it and make it so you could just drop a mobile launcher OLM right on there, right? So just drop it right on there, you're good to go. Have that one catch, have that one launch. See what I mean? Because Starship is using using one for launch, having another redundant tower for landing is actually a really good idea. So you could just flop back and forth. What would be the longer term move? Crawler doesn't hit their turnaround time requirements this way. This way that they wanted. A good medium term move perhaps. The crawler transporter? Rocket, to be 100% honest with you, I absolutely think that it does. The crawler transporter can move just as fast as well, not just as fast, but it can move almost as fast as any SPMT. Transporting boosters and stuff around is not the bottleneck. That's not the bottleneck at all. What if SpaceX makes their own crawler? That's also very much a thing, but I don't think they would when Crawler Transporter 1 is basically just sitting there doing nothing, right? Friday Night Racing is starting soon. Cool. There you go, Dink. I mean, separate the landing back to the VAB, reintegrate. Well, Rocket, the other thing here is that, once again, you're trying to retire risk with one. You could use this thing to integrate and have another one up there just in case, right? The only kind of wheel monkey wrench in the machine here is that if they had the tower up there, right? How would they go about reintegrating the stack when you can't get stuff up there? That would suggest that they could get an SPMT up that grade, and if they can, then my whole theory's out the door. But, Rocket Guy, the flip side of that is that if you're doing what HLS needs to do to get up into space, you need a lot of starships. You need a depot starship, the tanker starship, and the HLS starship. Where are you going to put all that? And all of these need to be able to be moved into position relatively fast, right? So SpaceX building OLM mobile launchers would not be the bottleneck in this regard. Maybe they just store that stuff in the VAB and maybe they move it via SPMT, which is also possible. But if you're going to move stuff around between the VAB and 39A, different variants of starships, super heavies, etc., just use the crawler. That's what it's there for. And remember, the crawler transporter and the entirety of Complex 39A with 3 mobile launchers when it was built for Apollo, 2 crawler transporters, 4 high bays, 2 launch pads, was built to support a flight cadence that was really, really, really high. And we know that NASA had planned on launching the shuttle every week, which means 39A can support operations on a weekly basis for Starship. Just saying. Does the national security contract keep them from doing this since they proposed 39A? I'm not sure. I'm going to need a bigger Fagioli. They were also contracted for Dragon XL, and that's pretty much dead unless they somehow pull it out of their rear. I could see SpaceX using the VAB for HLS Starship and keeping the other Starship operations right next to the pad. You'd need a high bay there, Thailand, but yeah, sure. But see, I just don't really understand why you'd want to build a mega bay or a high bay right here when the biggest mega bay and high bay is literally right down the street. This is a very unique circumstance where the VAB has everything you need. Transfer aisle is there. What are all the SLS cores that they're going to store in there? What are those going to get in the way? Actually, to be honest with you, they're not, because High Bay 2 is going to be used to store SLS cores. Yep. High Bay 4 is going to be used for SRB staging and possible core stage storage as well, and integration, and High Bay 3 is for building the rocket. The vehicle assembly building, which was at one point going to be designed just to assemble rockets, is going to literally be a rocket factory. Well, not literally, it's going to be a rocket factory. And last time I checked, you know, if a Starship comes in on SPMT, I don't know, is that door big enough to get it through there? I don't know. But maybe they transport Starships horizontally. If they're moving Starships like they would move core stages on Pegasus, then you could store a lot of Starships in that transfer aisle. And that would be working basically independently of SLS. There's plenty of space in there. It's a big building. The only problem I see is taking the time to crew rate and swap contracts to the new pad configurations. Yeah. The human landing system ship also needs cargo loaded. Use the high bay for payload integration. Yep. That's Hangar AF, that building. It is. Well, Hangar AF's over there, but yes. And he changed that high bay 5.6 will build. Nah, they're not going to build more high bays for the VAB. So, yeah, Rocket, what do you think? Yes, no? I mean, some of the conclusions are a little flimsy. Some of them are, but it does make sense. I also acknowledge wholeheartedly that I'm hitting the hopium pretty hard. I just want to see a Starship Super Heavy roll out of the VAB and have the damn VAB used for what it was intended to do. Launch a lot of rockets. Yeah. Makes sense, right? Playing devil's advocate here. Are there any other contenders to take 37? I haven't really looked into it. My entire theory is based off of the theory that SpaceX is the customer that's going to be allocated 37B. From that slide that I showed you before my wife came in here and showed that she loves me a lot, and that's cool. Yeah, so Thomas has been photoshopping out my theory here. He's been photoshopping out the theory of what this could all look like. Yeah, see, double landing zones. Two landing pads at Complex 37, and Complex 37 having basically, there's 3 bays here. Use the third HIF for storing stuff. Use the second one for Falcon Heavy or Falcon 9, and then use that one for Falcon 9s. Or they could do something like the ITL, because the transporter erector is on railroad tracks, and just make switches so HIF 1 could go to A or B, HIF 2 could go to A, and vice versa. And then the landing pads have a road that goes right into the third bay right there for storing boosters. There's 3 HIFs at the Delta Operations Center. Relink 39A to the crawler. Yeah, see? Crawlerway almost lines up perfectly right there. It's kind of strange how it's kind of strange how if the crawlerway was straight right here, it literally points right at that pad. Now, don't get me wrong, it's probably just a coincidence. Right? But if you draw a line right from where the crawlerway turns right here and right there, perfectly straight east to west. Once again, I'll admit it's a crazy theory. Who knows? I don't know. That's probably not going to happen. And like I said, I just want to see a Starship roll out of the VAB next to an SLS. I fully acknowledge that it could be me hitting the hopium pretty hard. Everybody likes hopium. I like it though. My only concerns are the contract keeping them from moving away from what they proposed at 39A, and if they can really support their operations with splitting things up that way, but I think it holds merit. I mean, Rocket Guy, yeah, I'd be wondering. But see, 37B was already cleared for EELV stuff, right? Like, it was already cleared for Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle operations, so maybe it meets the NSSL criteria already. Maybe it's grandfathered in. Who knows? Are we going to go back to derail, or did Space News already derail things plenty? Yeah, it kind of derailed things pretty badly. I'm sorry, I didn't... You know, Loopy, screw me for thinking this, but I didn't think that Space News would take very long today because there wasn't much to talk about. Even after this, I was going to talk about, you know, like, oh, I thought people would be asking me about Starship and stuff, but it ended up becoming about Starship anyway. I only just noticed the time. Oh. I mean, the cadence they could hit with this theory are insane, and this gives the plan, and given this plan reduces risk to the government payloads, I say it looks pretty good. Yeah, Rocket Guy, what's up? Because typically when you win a contract, you budget all your award funding to the specific things you plan to do. So I don't know how that contract award was structured. I mean, it's NSSL. I'm not entirely sure we're ever going to know, but yeah. Yeah. Actually, Rocket, take a look at that slide for operations, for proposed infrastructure operations. There's some nutso stuff in here. It's pretty it's pretty crazy. So one of the things that kind of sucks is, but it is what it is they're going to restore Lighthouse Road and connect. They're basically going to go right over Slick 17, because Slick 17 was bulldozed, and reconnect the road to Lighthouse Road. They're also going to redo the Central Control Road so it doesn't go right by Slick 36, and they're going to make a road that goes around it. They're also talking about Samuel C. Phillips Parkway. They're going to make it a 3-lane road and give it a heavy subgrade and pass-throughs. What did they say? Pull-offs from the north end of Phillips Parkway to the industrial area. So we're clearly going to see some heavy infrastructure down in here. Yeah, this is all to support increased launch cadence. Dude, there's so much cool stuff in here. So I originally thought this was bad news. They are vacating all administration personnel out of the industrial area. And they're vacating all administration personnel out of the industrial site, and they're demolishing a lot of old facilities and they're going to demolish the track, they're going to demolish the tennis courts and all the football fields and stuff. They don't need that. And they're going to demolish those buildings, and the NASA Causeway will connect right into the Central Control Road. They're going to make them connect on one road and completely redo the gate to the industrial area right here. Now, the reason originally I thought, like, oh man, they're going to abandon the industrial site. That really sucks. That really sucks to see it ramp down, but the other infrastructure things are cool. No, not at all. All these hangars, all the original CCAFS hangars are basically going to be allocated for industrial site operations is number 11. Check this out. Move non-critical ops out of the area, redevelop facilities, and open land for launch support function, demolish unused and obsolete facilities, connect the NASA Causeway to Central Control Road, new barrier system at entry gate, new Space Force Station armory and administration space in Hangar F, Space Force Station working dog kennel, Hangar AF wharf improvements. Hangar AF is the hangar where they used to process shuttle SRBs when they came in after they fished them out. Renovate petroleum lab, consolidate CO Cloy's shops around Hangar N. So they're basically vacating a lot of stuff out of here, demolishing the track and field and whatever. The reason why is because they want to build a dedicated Space Force SLD 45 space, or SFD Delta 45. They want to put a Space Force Delta 45 on base, so they're going to rebuild all new facilities down here for base personnel, infrastructure, commissary, stuff like that, which is pretty cool. I couldn't say that right. Government keeping Burger King going, Berber. Yep. So I'm wondering when the satellite market will catch up. Yep. The trailers we have can handle 4 degrees for a single 6-line power pack, which is only good for 500,000 pounds. Yep. So they're gonna build a whole new base down here, and they're gonna have a ramp here for the skid strip and hangars. Basically, the Space Force is anticipating so much traffic going in and out of the Space Force station that they're going to put a dedicated garrison here. I don't even know if that's the right word, but yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's insane. This is like truly going to be a spaceport, launching and landing stuff all the time. It's nuts. It's absolutely bananas. It's crazy. It is really cool, nonetheless, to see all the crazy infrastructure that they're going to do. They're retooling it to be a pretty awesome facility. On the other side, if Starbase does end up doing orbital operations, it's about 1.1 hours behind KSC in 26 degrees latitude to KSC's 28.5. So the follow-on can catch or match or beat possible inclinations from KSC and launch on the same track as an hour separation. Poison, their launch, the launch commit, not launch commit, that's not the right word. The environmental impact survey says that they can only launch so many times out of Boca Chica. I think Boca Chica is going to be Starship's R&D and testing site. And I think the Cape is where operations for Starship are going to start. They can only launch like 5 times out of Boca Chica a year. About time that base has been dead for too long. Yep. We got more satellite internet. Telesat fully funded their constellation and bought all the launch vehicles needed. Who are they launching with? Oh, man, Phil, I'll bet you that Northrop Grumman is pissed that they didn't continue Omega. They didn't say. Telesat, this is a Space News article from Jason Rainbow. Telesat has the funding to move forward with plans for an Earth orbit broadband network after saving $2 billion by pivoting to smaller satellites from MDA following the production delays at Thales Alenia, the Canadian operator said. MDA is building 198 satellites for Telesat's Lightspeed constellation under a contract worth 2.1 billion Canadian dollars, so 1.6 billion US dollars. That's still ridiculous. With launches slated to start in the middle of 2026. Weighing 750 kilos a pop, Telesat CEO Dan Goldberg said the satellites are 75% smaller than earlier versions planned by Thales Alenia, but would have the same performance by using digital beam-forming array antennas instead of analog terminals MDA was due to supply as a subcontractor. Goldberg said Telesat has funding commitments for 156 satellites. For the 156 satellites, it would need to provide initial polar and global services from late 2027. The extra 42 satellites to complete the constellation would be funded through reserves. Telesat expects to gain from providing initial services to enterprise and government customers. Telesat expects the total cost for 156 satellites to be around $3.5 billion when factoring in launches and other expenses, including the ground systems and user terminal technology that would be used for the 42 follow-on satellites. Around $1.6 billion of this cost would be funded by Telesat equity. Wow, that's a heck of a freaking business loan, dude. Goldberg said during the company's earnings call, and $2 billion would come from the Canadian federal and provincial financing. The operator also has some hundreds of millions of dollars in financing from an undisclosed vendor. He said that was not MDA. Scythe, 21-month resub. The MDA contract includes options for an additional 100 satellites to expand the constellation to 298. Telesat initially planned to launch 298 satellites in 2020 for commercial services starting in 2021. However, the company held off picking a prime contractor until 2021 to get a better deal on parts, only for Europe's Thales Alenia space to run into a pandemic-related supply chain issue that led to the constellation being downsized to 198. It's been a long road. COVID and supply chain constraints and inflation that COVID brought represented real obstacles. Glenn Katz, Telesat's chief commercial officer, told Space News the company has contracted all the launch vehicles required to complete the 198 satellite constellation, but declined to disclose details. The company has previously announced plans to use rockets still under development by Blue Origin and Relativity. Chat, do you think that's have you ever had a dream which you do just so much you could do anything? You guys think that's why Relativity switched to Terranar so quickly? Because they got a fat freaking check from Telesat? That's what's going on. Oh, I see what's going on in here. I think that's why Relativity's pivoting to Terranar so quickly, because they have a fat freaking contract with Telesat worth $1.6 billion. That's enough of a swing to be like, oh, Terran 1, frick that launch vehicle. We'll use Terranar. Holy shnikes. Can you believe that? Doesn't Relativity also have Iridium replenishment on their books? I think so, Loopy. Actually, I think Iridium replenishment might be SpaceX, but I don't know. Cape is going to be a busy place. Holy crap. This is nuts. Oh, I hope we can see this through. This would be excellent. Can you imagine Falcon 9, Starship, Terranar, New Glenn, Vulcan launching every day? Like every day we'd see one of those vehicles. There would literally be a launch every day. Launch rockets every day. Can we get a link for that slide? Sure. I never thought we'd see the day, but this is actually a real outcome that could be a thing. Which explains why the Space Force, for instance, wants to basically build a Space Force, a dedicated personnel Space Force base at Cape Canaveral. That makes a lot of sense, and why they're building the heavy infrastructure, man, because it's not just going to be Falcon 9s moving around, huh? Oh, please make this a thing. Oh my goodness. Please make this a thing. That'd be awesome. Not sure if you're aware, but Vodafone in New Zealand is rolling out full coverage cellular connectivity in partnership with Starlink. That Smirks, that would mean that Starlink now has two cell phone customers, T-Mobile and Vodafone. They might be owned by the same company, though. There's so many constellations going on now with Starlink, OneWeb, Telesat, Kuiper, the military's Tranche Network, and more. This is nuts, Phil. This is nuts, dude. Could you believe that it exploded like this? This is hopefully not lit, like, actually, right? Can you believe that? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Speaking of space balloons, Space Perspective posted some pics of what their vessel was being worked on. Look at the addition they made to the rear of their ship. Those look like azimuth thrusters there. So this stream may become a plane spotting stream for rockets much sooner than we think. Already Tranche 1 is like 200 satellites, and there will be many more. I'm at a loss for words, dudes, to be honest. Between that Starship Theory craft stuff that I was talking about and all these crazy operations here, I'd be curious to go and look at that that slide to see if they plan on extending the runway at all. I mean, how long is this runway? Let me take a look. Actually, let me look at the hash marks. Oh. 16 hash wide. That's a huge runway. Whoa. That's, if I'm understanding that the hash is right, 16 is 300 feet. 200 feet. I was close. That's a big runway. Oh. All right, how long are we here? There's threshold. Actually, that's the threshold right there. Oh, it's a 10,000 foot runway. You don't need to extend this at all. I didn't even bother to look, Aqualux, because I was looking at everything else. Control tower, line of sight. Right there. They're going to build any plans for a runway extension? It looks like they're going to build a displaced threshold at each side, if I'm looking at this correctly, dude. Because right now it's just grass right up to the threshold. Oh, hey, beautiful. Fancy seeing you around here. What's Area 51? Area 51 is like a 20,000 foot runway. Yeah, that runway is gigantic. And rectangles looks like a keep out segment. Yeah, it's an F-15. It's just chilling on the ramp right there. So here, let's take a look. So there's the taxiway right there, and then there's vehicle access right here. Yeah, see, there's that extended piece right there. Yeah, they're gonna put thresholds on the end of the runway. I mean, a 10,000 foot runway is gigantic. You could land C5s on this all day. They do. You could land C5s, C-17s, Antonov 124s, 225s if they were still around. You could land anything on this. Yeah, Natch, 10,000 feet. You can land. Yeah, you can land anything on that. The shuttle? No, not long enough for the shuttle. You want to see the shuttle's runway? Shuttle's runway makes that one look tiny. If I'm remembering right, this is a... Actually, I don't remember. Yeah, it's 15,000 foot runway. That's huge. That's a big runway. There's not many runways that are longer than that. This is wild. Pull up the runway at Loring Commerce Center. Well, Loring, wasn't that a bomber base? I'm gonna go with yes. Well, the runway is no longer in use, but it's a 12,000 foot runway, Tigris. It looks like people are doing autocross on that. Oh, look, a B-52 next to a 747. Yep. Stand by. That's the pit. So, anytime you see a base in the U.S. with something like this, a taxiway that basically splits twice again, and then has a single, and then stops like this. And actually it has a huge perimeter fence and stuff, and basically a gigantic bunker built in next to it. See this? See the tubes coming out of the bunker? That's not just a regular building. It's a bunker. Anytime you see something like this was the Strategic Air Command. So these were nuclear bombers with the nukes installed. They had them on standby during the Cold War. There would be 5 B-52s with bombs, fully fueled, 24 hours a day. Pilots and the crew stayed inside the bunker. And if the alarms went off, you ran out into your plane and had a short taxi right to the runway. That's pretty cool that Loring had one, and I hate that it's called Loring Commerce Center because that means this base got bracked, which kind of sucks. Ooh, what's that? Huh. What are the tubes for? The tubes are the way in and out of the bunker, and it's a walkway that goes down underground. There's a huge bunker next to it. You know how I know? I've seen that before. Here. Yeah, Loring is up. That's way up there. That's on the border with Canada. Crazy. That's like up at the very northern tip of Maine. I know, I've seen this shape before. I've seen that thing. If we go down to Orlando International Airport. See? Here, look at it now. Because this has the photogrammetry. Make more sense? That was one of the bases mentioned in War Games. Yep, it's a SAC base, or it was a SAC base. That's where the B-52s with nukes. That's why there's a perimeter fence around it, because they don't want anybody snooping near that. See? The one in Orlando, you could tell they had the same perimeter fence. It's long gone. For the one runway, you meant this. Well, it says, it's labeled on the slide that is the approach for the runway. It's right, it's over here. See, runway APZ, approach zone. That big long thing was the coal chute that fed the heating plant. Ah, okay. It looks like the military still uses this for storing stuff. But yeah. See? Will they land Dream Chaser there? I don't know. Yeah, see? Orlando used to have that because Orlando wasn't always Orlando International Airport. It was McCoy Air Force Base. Which is why Orlando International Airport has the call sign KMCO. The more you know. Check out the length of the runway at Johannesburg, South Africa. Which one, Wiz? They could extend into it, though. It's not like there's any buildings in the way, for sure. Johannesburg, is that high altitude? I didn't know that. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Oh, yeah, that's a big boy runway. There's two of them. Those are two huge runways. How wide are they? 200. Right? I see 16 hash marks. These marks at the beginning of the runway tell you how wide the runway is, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, 16 hashes. 200 feet wide, just like the skid strip. Chicago O'Hare is KORD. It used to be Old Orchard. Chicago Forecasting office is in Romeoville. KLOT. Used to be Lockport. Next time on how airports got their IDs. Random thing. 2 months ago, I found that MV Bob, in its previous life as Elegy, was used to clean up the Deepwater Horizon spill. This is part of an article planting it at the scene. BP Chief Operating Officer Doug Suttles and actor Kevin Costner, the co-founder of Ocean Therapy, announced the Elegy vessel to be deployed carrying Ocean Therapy's centrifuge system in Port Fourchon. Elegy, once an offshore supply barge, has been refitted to skim and separate oil from the BP spill, making it a more efficient way to remove petroleum from the Gulf waters. Cool. Yeah, Buck, check mod cord, please. Yeah, screw it. It doesn't matter. He's doing it again, that guy. Just get rid of him, dude. Not worth it. Guy is freaking doing it again. This son of a... This is it with the equipment on board. So, Bob is a fairing recovery vessel, right? Yeah, Rem, the talking to himself guy. That's who that is. Comes, I'm telling you, once a week, dude. Like clockwork. Is Denver International longer than the shuttle's runway? Oh boy, here we go. Aliens and stuff. Alright, cool. I'll bet you it's pretty long because of the high altitude. Ray, what's going on, man? Yep, 16,000 foot runway. That's a long boy. And it seems like there's multiple. It's a really long runway. Denver's the longest in the U.S. Here, let's go over here, speaking of aliens. Where are you? There it is. Nope, wrong lake. Or dry lake. Gotta go to the next valley over. What about Homey Airport? Let's take a look. So Homey Airport's active runway is right here. That's 12 hashes, which means it's 150 feet wide. And how long? 12,000 feet. Now, the crazy thing is, so this runway has an X on it because it's not being used. But, check this out. You want to see something cool? Place the marker. Look at this mother. $18,000 feet. And that's... It looked like at one point it went even further. There are marks down there, see? Let's just see how long this runway was at one point. It looks like this hasn't been used for a long time. There's the original threshold. 23,000 feet long. What the absolute frick, man. That's beast. That's freaking beast mode, man. This is a flight testing facility, amongst other things. It was built for the A-12 program. Yeah, as a forward annex of Edwards Air Force Base. What even used that runway? Oh, the A-12, dude. That's why they built it. It's for the A-12, because long runway for testing, dude. Weapons R&D? No. Flight testing. It's once again, Nova, this is on paper. That's Homey Airport, KXTA. Homey Airport is an annex of Edwards Air Force Base. It's part of Edwards. Edwards does flight testing. That Homey Airport was built in the mid-50s because the Air Force, well, the CIA at the time didn't want to be seen testing the SR-71 out of Palmdale. Palmdale used to be remote enough where you could do testing out there and it's not a big deal, but that's where Edwards is. But they were worried about it. They didn't want anybody snooping around, so they picked a spot out in the middle of literally nowhere. Well, figuratively, literally, actually nowhere. There's nothing out there. There still is nothing out there. So they did advanced testing. Nova, have I showed you the pictures of them towing the SR-71 around in a big box? That's where they were towing it to. At least that's why the facility was made in the first place. What are they flight testing nowadays? Don't know. No idea. Yeah, you want to know how they got the SR-71s out there? They didn't fly them. They moved them in a big box. Well, A-12s. They moved them in a big box in two pieces. Forward section and the cockpit are over there, and then the aft section is there. They literally moved it in a big box. Have you seen the A-10 videos of them landing on highways to show their capabilities to land and launch from anywhere? Yes, I've seen that, Klavic. They tested it in Michigan. Yeah, A-10s can land on unprepared surfaces. The reason why they're designed to land on unprepared surfaces is because if the Cold War had gone hot and the Soviets went through the Fulda Gap with all their tanks, the A-10s were there to be able to take them out. But if, in the event that the Cold War went hot and the European theater got hot again, the runways would most likely be bombed very, very quickly. So the A-10s are designed to land on unprepared surfaces. That's why the engines are way far back and way far up on the airplane, so they don't suck in any dirt. Yep. MiG-29 is built the same way, for what it's worth. MiG-29 is built with the same stuff in mind. The MiG-29 has an intake that can actually close, and the MiG can actually pull in air through a bypass on the top of the plane. If you look at a picture here, let's look at like Jared Isaacman's plane. If you look at his MiG, see the gills? That's so the MiG-29 can take off from an unprepared surface. Unprepared surface, like so if dirt's there. But if you have dirt, it's going to get sucked up in the intake. So there's a door here. When the plane is just flying around, the door closes those vents, right? But the door can swing down and close the intake down here, and the MiG can suck in air through the top. Pretty cool, huh? That was, once again, stuff like the A-10 being able to land on an unprepared surface and the MiG-29 being able to change the intake air location is basically anticipating a war that never happened. Because we know from World War II, both sides know from World War II that if the Cold War went hot, the first thing that would go would be the airfields. That's what everybody would want to bomb because nobody would want air superiority, right? There you go. Yeah, A-10s can land in grass, no problem. As long as it's flat enough, it'll be fine. So can MiGs. I understand now why Elon named his kid A-12. Yeah, he named him after... X is named after the A-12. He named his kid... Huh. I mean, that reads... Harriers can land on anything. That's right. Bit obsessed, isn't he? guess so. I'm just closing out open tabs. I've seen an F-14 take off from a taxiway. There's a great documentary about it called Maverick. Just trying to manage expectations, Stealthy. Just trying to manage expectations. Weather guy, you saw an F-14 take off from an unprepared surface once. I saw an interview that they were going to test fire aerospike engines on an SR-71. Bill, because of the Star Raker project that I've been working on, which will continue on Monday again, because of the Star Raker project that I've been working on, I've been reading a lot about the SR-71. And, you know, I knew the A-12, the SR-71, the YF-12, the M21. I know they're all different, right? Like, but I didn't think they were that different than they actually are. One of the variants of the A-12 was the M21, which had a pylon on the back for testing whatever. They originally had built it for the D-21, which was a uncrewed a supersonic drone that they were going to use for photo reconnaissance, but that program got axed when they realized the thing sucked. Didn't they actually do the testing? I think that carrier SR-71 or carrier M21 was actually, I think NASA, that's one that NASA got a hold of. So yes, Alex, I think so, yeah. Most Russian planes can take off from dirty runways. That's why they say that there's no reason to give. Oh. That makes way more sense, BXD. Okay. I didn't want to finish reading it because last time we talked about anything with that, a bunch of people in chat got bent out of shape. That's a good point, dude. I didn't realize that. That makes a ton of sense. There was LASRE for the X-33. Yep. How come they stopped researching the aerospike program? Program got canceled. Yeah, BXD. There you go. Smart. Give them A-10s instead. I hear we're getting rid of them anyway. Can you imagine? There's actually some protection the A-10... There's also some protection the A-10's engine position provides. It does protect them from some ground fire, as do the V-stabs. Yep. Yeah. I mean, dude, we've all seen that. If you're a military nut, you like following military hardware, you've seen pictures of A-10s basically tanking AAA shots, and it just keeps going. It's just like, wing fell off? Yeah, whatever. Just fly home. Frick you. It's actually pretty cool. Seriously, take a look at some of these pictures. Oh, AAA blew the engine up? Whatever. Whatever. AAA almost ripped the wing in half? We got two of them, whatever. It's got two, it's fine. Look at some of these pictures, man. You gotta be kidding me. Gotta be kidding me. Dude, there's a hole in the damn wing. There is a hole in the wing. Doesn't care. It'll just come back. Whatever. It's fine. What the frick? You gotta be kidding me. Look at all the holes. A-10 don't care. Look. What the frick? What hit it? A tank shell? There's a hole in my boot. I mean, that's just a model, but I'm sure it's a model representing something that actually happened. Or it's just a model. But dude, look at... Dude, if this was any other plane, it'd be dead. The plane would be done. I mean, most planes have 2 engines for this purpose, but they have 2 engines in case one malfunctions or one gets shot up in a dogfight, not one gets hit by a tank shell and it's just like, alright, whatever. Not a tank shell, but you get the idea. Oh, just gotta pick up out those scabs there, boy. Blast pulls. Those are speed holes. Yeah. There was supposed to be an A-10 that would get repurposed into a research plane that would fly through supercells designed to withstand the massive hail. Not sure whatever happened to that. That's a really good idea. I mean, guys, this damage would not a lot would survive that. There's a hole in the wing. There's a hole in the wing, and it does not care. It just keeps going. Whew. That would be worrisome. I think it voids the warranty. Yeah. Another plane that didn't care. Lost a wing. You're doing fine. There goes the other. Keep it centered. But no snakes on the plane. They're fine. No, they got shot. Yeah, oh hell, they got shot. I don't know if you could tell. There's a lot of bullet holes. The IL-2, the Stormovik. Yeah, Stormovik didn't care. Neither did the P-47. The A-10's namesake. Truck tire. Alright guys, it's getting up on 10 o'clock. Screw me for thinking Space News would be short. We'll continue our Derail Valley endeavors later. But I think that's going to do it for me. That was fun. I want to get back into doing the game Space News game stuff. I think that's a good idea. You're a rail. Your mom gets railed. Roasted. Roasted. You need to go to the burn unit now. Nice, Thomas. Sweet. That's a good reference. What about the GTA news? I've seen the Lego Concorde. Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, Canuck. That's why I'm kind of like... What's for after hours? I'm going and watching Mad Men with Primo. We're rewatching it. We're rewatching it, and it just makes me want to drive a car around from the 60s even more. But fortunately, I have those, so it's okay. I did see the Lego Concorde. Nightmare fuel was discovered in the waters of off Antarctica. No racing, huh? You know you'd lose? Yep. Anyway, actually, S, you should go watch this. Go back and watch my theories for Space News. So, two more things before I don't have much left for you here, fellas. 2 things. First thing is Rockstar Games bought out 5M. So 5M servers are now official Rockstar stuff. So GTA Racing might be coming back, which is pretty cool. I'm pretty happy about that one. Got a 58 Lincoln in the shop right now. Can't stop thinking about Mad Men. Dude, Bill, I was talking with Brimo about if we had a time machine, it'd be cool to go and see this time, but also it would be really bad for me because the car ADD would be horrible. I'd be like, I like that car, I want 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 that, I want that one, I want the... it'd be terrible. Is that like a 3M but stickier? No, 5 times more. It's right in the name. Hope they don't screw over the RP community. But yeah, that means we can mod, we can do modded racing servers, so that means people don't need to buy the cars anymore. Not sure how long that's going to work and how long that's going to last, but they did buy it, so that's why GTA Racing might be coming back. Second thing, Kerbal, check this out. We got some updates on KSP2 here. KSP2 timeline update, patch 0.1.4 for KSP2 is scheduled on the 22nd. This patch continues our commitment to resolving the biggest issues faced by our community to set up a solid foundation in preparation for the science milestone, which pretty much heavily implies that the next patch will be science mode. Excellent. We'd also like to share that in weeks to come, you can expect to see 3 video dev interviews with 3 different members of the team, diving deep into re-entry VFX, re-entry heating, wobbly rockets, and orbital decay. As a final note, we understand that KSP2 state does not meet fan expectations. As the song goes, we truly believe things can only get better. We're working hard to make KSP2 the best it can be. Thank you all for joining us on this early access journey. And then Michael, the community manager, just to add, we are working towards more Timelight updates like this in the future. Game development takes time, but we also want to keep our fans in the loop on what's coming. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. But you could put money into all the things you know would do well. What do you mean, Help? Not very long. Yeah, I'm not sure what that comment is about. Too many conversations. As Master, do we know if they bought it just to shut it down? I would hope not, but did they buy 5M so they don't mod the... Well, actually, so RE the 5M stuff, guys, they didn't buy just the rights to 5M. They bought and merged the entire 5M development team under... They brought 5M under the Rockstar Games thing. They bought the whole dev team, too. So I think that speaks volumes. I think they're going to... I think this is much more likely them basically buying the entire 5M development team and bringing them in-house instead. Like, if they laid them off, then I'd be like, ugh. But they brought the entire 5M development team in-house. So that strongly suggests that GTA RP, etc., might be something that ends up getting implemented into GTA 6, if I had to guess. That's a huge guess. And that's basically the lukewarm take about this. So, I mean, I'm not too familiar with 5M, so I don't know. They could also just have bought it to get rid of it. But they poaching the entire dev team, Hellfish? If they bought it just to get rid of it, they would buy it and fire everyone, don't you think? The RP is going to be DLC. Now, filler, I think that's a much more reasonable thing to think about. They know it's driven continued engagement with their last couple of games, I would hope. They got crapped on a few years ago when they sued Open4 Software to mod GTA, so I hope they learned from that. Yep. Sometimes companies don't do that right away. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not possible. Yup. Buy it, kill it, fold the skilled devs into their next game. Yeah, I think they brought the devs on because I think they want to do GTA RP, but with microtransactions. That would be my guess. But on the other hand, they may use the RP world to monetize. Well, that Beto Mark, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think that's right. This is why you bought Baldur's Gate. I actually was reading an IGN article this morning about how Baldur's Gate is so good that there are other developers working on other games that say it sucks that they released such a comprehensive game. Because releasing a complete game could become the industry standard, and other development studios don't have the capacity to make a game that good. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. There's an IGN article about that. Sounds like you don't want somebody killing you. Crappy microtransaction model. That's what that sounds like. Yeah, no, I'm serious. That's actually, and I thought it was bullcrap. I thought it was clickbait. I'm like, no way somebody said that. Shut up. And I went and read that in that IGN article, the guy referenced a post from a developer that works for a AAA studio that literally, it was a couple of months ago, but they said those exact freaking words. All this is going to do is make an arms race for who can make the best video game. What? I'm sorry, that's really funny. I'm sorry, I can't. I was trying to keep a straight face. I'm sorry. Stop trying too hard. You're gonna make us look bad. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? There's no way. Come on now. This is where I keep my fricks if I had any. Yeah, I know, right? I couldn't believe it. I could not. I'm like, there's no way this is real. And then I went and read it. Yep. Asmongold has a vid responding to that. Lots of companies are like, don't expect it to be the new gold standard. And AAA companies are like, we aren't going to do that. Don't expect us to release games like that. Oh! That's hilarious, man! Are you kidding? So stupid. Oh, I hate this timeline. This timeline sucks for video games. Actually, nah, it's not bad. Remember to vote with your wallet, guys. I'm very adamant about that. Your dad used to get sabotaged at the machine shop he worked at because he was trying too hard. Rostock, yeah, you remember when Blizzard had one of the greatest action RPGs ever made, Diablo 2, and now they complain about another RPG being too good. What I hear is I get to play the Thirsty game for the next 10 years. RDR2 and Elden Ring are two gold standard games, perfect 10s out of 10s. RDR2 is a freaking masterpiece, S. Yeah, I agree with you. And FYI, for those of you that have Baldur's Gate 3, they are coordinating an attempt to have over 1 million concurrent players this weekend. Do your part. Do it. Baldur's Gate has really never been my cup of tea, but I might buy it as a spite. Is that bad? Is that a bad thing? Am I being a piece of crap? Like, nah. It's not really, like, fantasy stuff like that really isn't my cup of tea, but I also do say vote with your wallet. I might buy it just as a frick you. No, I know it's good. I know it's a great RPG. Yeah, no, everybody, I've never heard anybody say a bad thing about that game. It's almost like people want good games. Yeah. Am I the only one that RDR2 actually failed to meet standards due to their obsession with realism? I can see that, Red, for sure. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I like the story. That's mostly what I'm referring to. The story and the environment modeling for that game is a masterclass. But, yeah, definitely see what you're saying, too. Play it. Just don't stream the character creator until after hours. I saw Etal's clip, Aqualux. Let me put it to you like that. He got logged. And that actually made it on front of IGN too. It's got the RTV. It does have the RTV. That actually made an IGN article. Him showing video game character full frontal on the street. That I'd be so embarrassed. And that tells the nicest guy. Of course he gets the shaft. It's so funny, dude. I don't mean to laugh. Oh my god, I feel terrible. That's so embarrassing. And it's not his fault, though. He wasn't expecting it, you know. Oh, the shaft. You see what I did there? He got logged. Look at the log, baby. It's like, what the frick? That's really funny. All right. I'm not laughing at Etel. The juxtaposition is what makes me laugh. It's like, what the hell is going on here? Have you looked at Recreation by THQ? No, I haven't. Yeah, no. Literally, Loopy, the character selector is... let's just say Baldur's Gate is under the mature category on Twitch games for nudity reasons. Laughing at Etel is fine. We do it on a stream all the time. Yeah. I mean, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Hey, Vickers, what's going on? Are you going to play anything tonight? Inappropriate. So, I wanted to play Derail, but Space News went a little bit long. So, I think we'll just pick up the Star Raker build on Monday. That and... Brimo came in here haphazardly, let's say, about an hour ago, and I think I probably should go check on her there. Space News got derailed. I probably should go make sure that has gone okay.
Discovery, go at
Somebody
throttle up.
gifted a sub to Larian Studio. Nice. Somebody gifted a sub to Larian Studios. Awesome. Yeah, so... Yeah, I've been inappropriate. I've been going for 10 hours, dude. So I think I'm going to put a bow on this week, guys. My community is doing Friday Night Racing, so I think we should go raid Racing Pro, who's doing some FNR right now. I'm going to go haphazardly. That's a term we're going to be using in the future. Yeah, this is good. All right, go see what Racing Pro's up to, guys. He's doing Friday Night Racing. Hopefully going and raiding him. Oh, Nova gifted a sub to KSP TV. Hopefully going and raiding him doesn't cause him to mess up. But, yeah. We'll pick up Derail next week. We'll keep going with the Star Raker build. Hopefully I don't have as chaotic of next week as I did this week. This week was crazy. Real life stuff got a little nutty there for a second. Yeah, that slide that was linked is what the Space Force wants to do at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station over the next 4 years. Look at some of the infrastructure changes. There's some pretty nutty stuff. There's some pretty nutty stuff in there, let's just say. Breaking the sound barrier haphazardly. Yeah. Yes, I had a whole theory on it, which is why I said you might want to watch Space News. You might find it cool. You probably don't. Yeah, whatever. Anyway. All right, guys. Here, let's get a raid for Racing Pro. Let's go raid the Friday Night Racing community. I would break the sound barrier for this stream. All right. Hey, username just got here. Did I miss anything good? Username watch Space News from today. We had a couple of awesome theory craft things about what I think SpaceX is going to do down the Cape for Starship operations. TLDR, SpaceX is literally going to take over the Cape. I think that's a very reasonable thing to say. So let's go raid Racing Pro, guys. Go watch racing, my Friday Night Racing community. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Monday. Monday we'll pick up the Star Raker build. Think we'll throw in some KSP2 next week on Wednesday, and Derail Valley probably somewhere in between. So, thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you then.